right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day number 2. We are here with yet another Ben. Just the okay, the only Ben, but he's back, boys. Wait. I've messed up. Hold on. There's a channel that I'm missing, guys. Whamenqt on production. It is what it is. Give me a second. I'm gonna find you in a moment. There you go. Say something again. Aha! It
You
works.
can
Go.
hear me?
Yes.
Sweet. We're off to a nice smooth start. Yeah, thank you, Whamenqt. It's a real pleasure to be here. Very happy to be just one of the Bens in the scene. That's totally fine by me. And I think the way that I pronounce it and my accent is apparently so much different that it feels like a different name anyway. But yeah, very excited today. And starting off with Demu and Numidan should be a great set, particularly as I am not sure which of these two is favorite, to be honest with you.
Yeah, both of these guys, as Tommy confirmed with us just before this, they're seed 5 and 4 in this event. So these guys neck and neck, and they've got a pretty big hill to climb anyway. But guys, we can see the drafts coming in, and you can see a very clear-cut case of Sengoku and Ottomans not going to be seeing some airtime. I was actually really happy to see a bit of Ottomans last week, but not today, they say. And I can see why. This is civilizations that just have a little bit of an edge right now, but the differentiating factor here coming in between China and Japan. Now, with both of these guys obviously leaving that for a lot later pick, it does make sense that we didn't see our big priorities. And first up, we see French Byzantines for Numidan and Malians Macedonian for Demu. Now, I'm pretty excited about these civs because I've seen French being first picked by Beastie, but no one else.
Yeah, it's one of those picks that doesn't often get the priority necessarily in the draft, but when you see it played, tends to win more times than it doesn't, particularly on those open maps. But it can really be played anywhere as well. And the bans are quite interesting, right? Where we see Ottoman and Sengoku all the time, but we don't often see, well, it can differ that third slot. And I think particularly at the minute, there are so many civs that sort of sit there in people's S or A tier, A plus maybe, at the moment, where it does sort of mean that even when these civs get knocked out, there are still so many really strong civs and potentially rough matchups that make a series quite difficult. And especially when we get these longer series, best of fives, best of sevens, it means we do get to see a lot of matchups and a lot of civs, which means people really do have to sort of uh, dive into their bag of tricks to see what they can pull out with some of these sort of more mid-tier civs as we see the draft being rounded out now. And it looks, I mean, I don't have a clear favorite here, to be honest with you.
Both of these guys, when looking at these picks, I love this for Demu though. I like the Macedonians, the Malians. Both of these civs are just powerhouses. But at the same time, you see Numidan on the Golden Horde, time and time again, he's just shown us, hey, I know how to do this. I know how to tempo it. Now, these guys aren't known as the most aggressive players. Numidan has always been one of our bigger turtlers, but even with his turtle playstyle, he's definitely shown us a lot more recently. He's definitely come out of his turtle shell and started to raid. Demu, at the same time, same kind of thing. I think Demu right now, he's struggling to find his place in that top 8 usually. And Demu used to be a name all the way up there every single time. But now people like Numidan is also out to just make sure that it's not an easy road. Numidan was one of our favorites to qualify this week. Before Papipo and Wham just sweeped in and said, hey guys, we were just waiting for the last week actually.
Yeah, maybe that's the elephant in the room, or the thing that's
Hmm.
of most note this week compared to the last two qualifiers is we do have Wham and Puppy Paw joining us, and of course we do have two slots, our final two slots, which are going to be qualifying for the Homestead Cup Finals at the result of this weekend. So we've got two clear favorites, obviously, but plenty of others who would have been looking at this weekend as their chance to qualify, with six of the top players already having got through to being there in person in Serbia in May. But Demu and Numidan will still not be counting themselves out yet. But this will be a difficult chance, or a difficult place for one of them if they do lose this set today.
Yeah, I think all of these players, they've got a shot, but that big hill to climb is, you can imagine the pressure in all of this. Now, what was going to be pretty funny last weekend, Marine Lord actually told us he wouldn't be able to play on this Saturday, and we allowed him to schedule his matches the day before. So this put him in a good spot to just finish up, skip Saturday, come and play Sunday, qualify. He was going to play this qualifier if that was the case, and then we would have had a very awkward situation there between Puppy Paw, Wham, and Marine Lord for the final two slots. So all in all, I think Poppy Paw and Wham are pretty happy about the current bracket that they have. But of course, I'm excited to see players like Numidan. I was pretty sad to see that Beltoon didn't make it through. He was not able to play
Mhm.
this weekend. And Numidan, he's one of our last hopes, but Demu is still not an easy opponent to climb. But of course, we do have Japan on the board here for Demu. And Japan, we've seen the respect coming out of players for the Civ. It's not a Civ that anyone wants to face, but it has been shut down. And I just don't know if Numidan on China is going to find that same amount of shutdown he needs once Japan gets rolling.
Yeah, I think Civ-wise, you'd probably favor Japanese here, but China maybe has not quite been the sort of S plus tier that a lot of people have had it in recently, as always kind of being a favorite. But I think in this case, it is still two very, very strong civs coming out for the very first match, a chance for both players to sort of put their stamp on the series and take a big advantage in going forward. So this will be a very interesting matchup. The battle of the big Asian countries, empires, dynasties. So it'll be, yeah, a very exciting one to get started, and it'll be very interesting to see sort of how the game starts, even from the Dark Age, as we typically do see the Japanese open up with that Dark Age barracks. So we should hopefully get some action from today, right from the get go.
Now, see, there's some questions. When does the matchup start? Soon, soon. We're just waiting for Demu and Numidan to start their game. As the drafts have concluded, this does look to be pretty soon. But let's quickly take a fast look at the bracket and see exactly what we're cooking for the rest of the day as well. So, as you guys can see, today we will be covering Demu and Numidan, and right after, we will be sliding into the world of MSN and Kiljadi. So, two big games. And of course, we're not going to follow Puppy Paw and Wham for this round. We want to see them the next one. So we are hoping that they can carry themselves through all the way, but wanted to take a little bit of a closer look between MSN and Kiljadi as well, because again, they're pretty closely ranked compared to Whamenqt, for example.
Yeah, poor Valdi and Cat there. Maybe got the tough end of the draw coming in on their final weekend, having to deal with Wham and Puppy Paw this early. Particularly if they could make it through today or through these rounds and getting into the double elimination stage of the weekend, that would probably feel a little bit better than having to come up against them now. But such is life. But yeah, really exciting sort of first two series for us to watch today. Demo and Numidan, like we've said, is a great one to get into. It seems pretty even. And then we've got sort of our outside picks, but two really exciting players that I think are both fan favorites, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
MSN, the young kid just turned 17, I believe. Maybe I assume that's our youngest player or sort of top player on the scene. And then Kiljadi, who is just a couple years older than that, who is coming through as another fan favorite and sort of representing a lot of us closer to the retirement age than the likes of MSN. But a really exciting set to then jump into once we're done with Demu and Numidan.
I
Exciting
love
first bracket.
I like that you brought up the fact that Kiljadi is a little bit more relatable to the rest of us, as we see Mr. Grandpa really coming out of the bed here to try and take down these young lads that are trying to invade our scene with all them young skills and so on. But yes, no, I think Kiljadi is definitely a player that people are excited about. MSN, we're constantly excited about him. The man, the milkshake, he is the legend for us today. But Demo and Numidan. It does sound like they have started, but there is a 2-minute delay before we get in. So, guys, before we do, let's go back to the lobby and see exactly what we're going to be cooking for the rest of the set as these two emerge into their set. Now, of course, with the map still on the board, I want to point out that Demo was actually the one that picked Holy Island here. And I'm quite surprised to see that. Demu is not necessarily someone who I know as the most spicy water player of them all.
Yeah, I feel like with this map pool, you kind of have to play one of them, right? Or unless you're willing to play literally everything else, one of Four Lakes or Holy Island, I mean. I'm very disappointed though to see Socotra knocked out. I think that's produced some amazing games. Some of them finishing well before 10 minutes, but some very exciting games nonetheless. But no, I think that makes for some great ones. Coastal Cliffs I see is in there as well, which will be exciting. So yeah, a good balance of maps. Getting just that maybe just that one water map in there is always a good sight for me to see. I don't like to see series decided by them too much, but it's always nice to see players tested and having to play that full breadth of Age of Empires 4 and not just be able to sort of one trick their way through with a pure land or not having to play hybrid maps either. But a very, very, very exciting one. And I just can't wait to get in. We must be almost there, women.
We are there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hop on in. It's game number 1 of the Homestead Cup Qualifier 3. Let's go see who makes it to the next round.
And we're underway. Awesome. So first to see, we've got in the green in the bottom left of the map is Numidan on the Chinese. And in the top right of our map in the color purple, we've got Demu. Starting as Japan and opening up with that Dark Age barracks. That's what I want to see.
Yes, that early game aggression from Demu is something that I think all of us have been waiting for. Like I said before, Demu is not necessarily known as one of your most, how can we say, aggressive players. So while this is happening, with that spearman heading on out, he has to ask himself, all right, what is my plan? What am I cooking here going forward? We see that scout already just snacking on a few sheep there, but at the same time, Demu's spearman is finding his way forward. Looking pretty holy there, with both of them just going to be facing off a pretty tough matchup here in general. Now, of course, Numidan, he doesn't need that much gold. He's already almost there, so it doesn't feel too scary for him to get rushed. And China is not usually a civilization you see spear rushed this early on.
It's not super consequential, right? I just want to say I love that production level up, by the way. We were unfortunately following Demu's scout as Numidan's camera, but that's fine. It looked great with the pictures up as well. But yeah, I think you're spot on, right? With Chinese, they just need to get that early gold so that they can age up, and that's about it. From that point on, you're going to go to Imperial Academy and taxes, and they can really play into feudal. The one thing that this can sort of prevent is getting the extra bit of gold to get the pro scouts super early on before having to get it with taxes. And it looks like, I'm actually not sure whether Numidan would have liked a little bit more gold than that or not, but ultimately it's not really, there we go, it's not really going to set him back. But at the same time for Demu, like the reason that Japan goes for this early barracks is because it costs next to nothing for them. It's 75 wood barracks. It's really easy for them to sort of get this initial pressure, a little bit of an advantage, and that's about it. But I think we've got some bad news coming through.
Now, the problem with this shutdown is already that Numidan has shut him down from getting that initial Imperial official from the Imperial Academy. So Imperial Academy being rushed up with 9 villages is something you usually don't get to see. Because, of course, you want to ask yourself, well, what am I doing? Yeah, he does pull off a few now, and we only see 4 villages on there. You want to ask yourself, okay, what am I going to be doing with the Imperial Academy if I age up quickly? Of course, this thing does not produce anything except for Imperial officials. But we do see that he's got a plan here. Numidan is heading out to the gold, and he's got a lot of sheep to boot. At the same time, let's go take a look. 20 to 12. That is significant. Now, of course, Japan doesn't struggle the same way with food because they do have that little bit of a food transition for them. But this is not a clean, fast castle Japan. We can see Demu aging up with 4. He's looking at keeping this pressure going, or at least giving himself the option to do so.
Yeah, I think it's sort of the early stage where it's a little bit tougher. Oh, not enough for the Imperial official. That's a great Point there. Definitely needed that 35. That completely slipped my mind that he wanted the extra bit more. Obviously needs the age up and can get the taxes for more gold. But to be able to get the taxes, you need that little bit of gold, that 35 to get out that first Imperial official, which can then go clean up enough gold straight away from that mill to pump out the next Imperial officials. But looks like he does go and get that in the end, but that's not ideal to already be all the way over there and with the mining camp. That's a huge sacrifice, which is unfortunate for Numu. And on the other side, we can see Demu, like you sort of theorized there, Whamenqt, he is committing a little bit more to the wood, so we are going to see a little bit more in the feudal age from him.
And I like seeing the amount of wood he's already stockpiling. This feels like something where he just puts himself into a spot where that pressure will get shut down too quickly. Already putting a villager onto the farm pretty early on. And now we see with the age up comes spearman upgrades. Because of course you want to force your opponent to react. Now Numidan, he has recovered a bit. He has cleaned out some of these taxes, but hasn't queued up another Imperial official just yet. Is this one man is enough to keep a watchful eye on my villagers? But of course, you want to get that bonus from the drop-off every time. He is just not prioritizing that just yet. Now, I wonder where his mind is in all of this, because... Oh, wait, is this a crash? Nah, guys, we got a crash.
Yeah, we do. I actually spawned it before. I saw the notification a couple minutes ago, and I was like, oh, but we're 2 minutes delayed, so we've really got to play out the next 2 minutes before the game crashes. That's unfortunate. The good news is I don't think too much sort of happens. That's pretty. You could just run that back, and everyone would sort of react the same way, except for that little bit of gold extra that Numu didn't get to get that Imperial official. So Numidan, I think, will probably be the happiest to come out of that one with a crash, unfortunately.
Yeah, for him, that already does an insane amount of work. You get into a spot now where you're like, okay, there's a possibility of the rush. I just need to get a little bit more and make sure that my position is safe. So, all in all, I think this crash, it feels okay for Numidan, though. Demu, on the other hand, he might feel like this was a significant advantage he already created for himself. And yeah, I think at this point we have to put that on the bingo card. Guys, just so you know, we have a bingo card happening for the tournament in real life. And we want to make sure that we get all these top tier moments, such as game crashes and more game crashes on that bingo card. Because just like that, bingo.
And I hope that never gets ticked off. We've still got a couple months to go for the main event, and I'm hoping, I think we're all hoping, that maybe we can get a patch through, fix some of these issues, as it has been a bit of a problem for recent months, more so than previously. And yeah, it's never good to see in these competitive games. Do sort of thank our lucky stars a little bit that it happened in a less consequential moment than it so easily could have. Yeah, I don't think Demu gave too much away with sort of his strategy, even though he had a little bit of an advantage. And Numidan, similarly, I mean, China's always going to do pretty much the same thing in this sort of matchup. So not too much given away, not too much lost. It's a little bit of a not a great start to the day, but I think maybe we can just, let's just get in the nerves out of the way for the players. And now we can come in and it's all going to be streamlined and we're in for an even better first set than we otherwise would have.
I mean, Pastor Nick also points out the question that is on people's minds, and that is, will he actually go and open with that barracks again? Because with that barracks, now he only committed 2 spearmen to shutting this down, and it makes sense. You're up against China. You're not really getting as much from denying the gold, and now that your opponent knows that that is an option, I think scouting might be a lot different, and decisions afterwards as well. But of course, Numidan, he got himself that Imperial official. He got so many sheep. He was in a pretty good spot anyway to be able to get out there. So guys, yeah, we're waiting for a few more seconds and then we'll be able to get on in for this next set. But in the end, Demu, the question is on him. What does this man decide to do? Barracks? And are we committing to a little bit more of a dark age here? I think Numu will just make sure that that vision is going to be critical and he's not going to go in blind again. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hop on in to game number 1.5.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if he doesn't do it again. And I tried to say that before I switched over, but I did see it. He is doing it again. With Japanese, you don't lose anything from this. It's you. There's nothing that Numadan can do differently to try to like defend it or stop it. The only thing he can do is make sure that he gets that 235 gold rather than 200. And honestly, going into the first game, I would have expected him to expect it to happen anyway, and he maybe just miscalculated, maybe chalked it up to nerves. Who knows? But that is one aspect which I think will probably just play out largely the same, and I expect to see Nubadan get his 235 gold. But one thing I didn't really think about that you did touch on there, Whammon, is that the scouting and the sheep will be different this game to previous. So we can already see Nubadan with that big sheep sort of lead. It's still early days, of course, but the difference that you get with that scouting and with great sheep gathering can have a huge impact on how these games play out, especially when you've got a Japanese who might be looking to go castle quickly, and a Chinese which is going to always sort of need that battle for food.
I mean, we can see it playing out very similarly to the last game. Both of these players getting a very similar amount of sheeps as they did before. You can see Numadan running away with most of the sheep again. And Demu, you might know that he's trailing behind the scout. So guys, we're going to go back into that split screen to just show off yet again that we finally mastered it. And take a quick
Ooh.
look at all those sheep. Damn, boy. Now that is going to be a very, very happy China.
So Demu must realize at some point along here that he has been following Nubadan's scout and needs to pull away, and he hasn't, has he? He's actually still following the same path. He's up there at the very, very north of the map where no sheep are. Now, if Nubadan actually picks up on this, he can, which he probably hasn't seen it either, but he could theoretically get even more on the bottom half of the map as well, which could really shut Demu out from the being able to get many sheep at all, which is a huge setback in a game like this. See, 14 to 8, so it's actually a little bit better than I expected, but still definitely in Nubadan's favor. And we see the most important thing at the moment, 235, right on the money. We're not making the same mistake twice. There's no gentleman's rules of Nubadan being like, hey, I messed it up the first time. You know what? I'll mess it up the second time too. He's got the money he needs. The barracks rush has done what it was supposed to do. We're all square going in to the feudal age.
And props to these guys for playing out that early game exactly as the previous one to just simulate a very similar experience here. Now, of course, this is a significant difference. Just the fact that he doesn't need to go out for gold over here makes it already a lot better for Numadan. And this opening must feel good. Now, behind this as well, the Imperial Academy also coming up with 5. Again, he's getting it out quickly. He knows the importance of getting those IOs out and already starting the supervision. Because with the IO supervision, you of course just get that little bit of extra income. And that is what Numadan knows he needs to get. Now, we take a quick look at the sheep counter again, and Demu has gotten himself a handful here, but you can see Numadan is a happy camper behind all of it. But behind it, again, same thing. Demu aging up with 4 villages and already prepping that wood. He's looking at playing this game out exactly as planned the previous time.
Yeah, nothing much different is there. And that sheep count obviously does favor Numadan, but it's not a game ender. It's not as bad as it could have been. So good job for Demu being able to change his scouting path and at least get a decent amount on his way back as well. So that's fantastic to see. Although Numadan actually, just looking at the card, he just did pick up a couple, or at least one there, extra one right at the end as the scouts cross path. But that's fine. And as we go into the feudal age, we're going to see, yeah, much the same that we saw previously. And we see the IO coming out, so that's fantastic that he was able to get that. And we see a little bit of a difference as he pumps out the second one right away after getting the taxes in from the mill. And he's got looks like the third one, and I'd be surprised not to see a fourth one as well. But he pissed down the first production building, and that's not a stables, that's not pro scouts.
That's an archery range. Wow, wowee. And getting an archery range, it tells you he respects the spears, but he wants to have the answer to them. Now, of course, with Demu going Japan, he knows that there is that threat of playing against someone who will have the possibility of going fast castles. So with that archery range, you're already telling us you're not too worried about that just yet. And Demu goes for his archery range himself, and That's the difference here. With him already committing a little bit to the feudal play by just going for that wood, you already know he wants to fight this for a little bit longer. Now, 1-1. I actually think China should do pretty well in all of this. Yumis, they are fantastic, but at the same time, they don't they don't stack up that well archer against archer as they do in a lot of the cases like with Sengoku, where you do get that extra +1 attack. So these Yumis, you can pump out a lot though. So I can see the appeal. It's just gonna be more.
Yeah, early on the favor definitely goes to Chinese, right? They can pump out so many under that supervision and come and push Demu off that gold. Interesting to see him not actually have put up a tower there already, because of course Japanese do get that stone trickle in, which makes an early arrow slits all that more powerful. The Yumi, you can mess them so much that they feel fantastic when you have a lot of them, as well as, of course, that bannerman. But the thing with the Japanese is that to be able to get that bannerman, you need the daimyo, which is 175 stone, which is still a little bit away for Demu. So he's not going to have that archer superiority for a while. And you already see just a couple archers out there. Actually, he's up to 9 already. That's pretty insane. 9 already pushes those villages off of gold. And that's actually a small win, but quite significant here for Numidan to be able to achieve that with very, very little.
And that's the problem when you're playing against China. You're playing against someone with an archery range that is supervised. And when they're supervised, these archers come out at the speed of light. You can see this horseman now being produced just absolutely too fast to handle. But behind this, Numidan also telling us, hey, I need the extra food. I'm going to keep this feudal fight going. So let's go and get some professional scouts. Already queuing up that extra scout as well. He's very confident in the army numbers that he has. And Demu moving this far out, this is a risky move for him.
Yeah, I think this might be more for scouting information than anything for Demu. He definitely wants to see if Numidan is going for that pro scouts, which he is, and it's just completed for him to go and contest it. In this case, it's really difficult for him to take a straight-up fight. He does have those samurai, but with no ranged armor, it's actually going down incredibly quickly. It's only ranged attack which is about to come in for Demu, which will give him at least some type of advantage until Numidan can catch up on those upgrades as well. But with Numidan still pumping out a whole bunch of units, adding horsemen to the mix as well as a million archers, and going pro scouts behind it, with already having those 5 scouts out going to collect up the food, that's going to set him up for a lovely extended feudal age if it goes that way, or even to be able to just quickly switch gears and go to castle whenever he likes, which is such a strength of China and sort of a big reason why they can play into this longer feudal, or at least make units in feudal without necessarily sacrificing much else. And it's a scary amount at the minute, but we are getting to the point now where Demu will be able to get into his daimyo, which he's just queued up now, I believe, and then get that bannerman out, which with a million Yumi behind that does make things a more interesting feudal on feudal battle.
Now with +1 attack, it's going to mean that these samurais also need a lot more shots before they go down. So they do become a little bit of a nuisance when micro becomes a little bit harder as the units increase. Now, Numidan, he's getting his +1 ranged attack as well, so of course this is going to be able to level out at some point, but the Yumi numbers are starting to get scary. Numidan is able to keep up for now, but the switch he's already done into Horseman is going to mean that this army is definitely going to struggle. Demu only having a handful of samurais, they don't usually do that well against such a huge amount of horses that have one goal and one goal only, and that is taking care of these Yumis.
The other thing that those horsemen enable Numidan to do is raid. We see it maybe not looking to commit, just looking to poke, which makes the most sense, I think, for Numidan in this situation. But yeah, Numidan's got the added ability to be able to raid, and particularly as Demu's food dries up around his base, you can see him chomping on the berries at the minute. If he has to go out onto those deer, or God forbid, those berries sort of in the top of the map or in front of his base, it's going to make him all the more vulnerable. Whereas Numidan, of course, with pro scouts, all the food is coming in. And it seems like he's been largely uncontested or not successfully stopped by Demu, as these scouts have brought in at least most of that first deer pack, if not all of it. And doesn't look like Demu's going to be able to pressure his second one. Although Demo is knocking at the door now. That is a lot of Yumi as he takes the engagement. Spearman at the front. Horseman looking to dive. The Spearman and Samurai kind of out of position there. And the Horsemen are getting free reign on the Yumi. And they do a lot of damage with these, a lot more, but weaker archers. And the archers are popping through from Numidan, dealing with the Samurai at the back and then able to catch up. And it looks like Demu's going to be just kiting all the way home here.
Now, kiting home, I completely understand this. You want to be able to get those reinforcements to just support it. Yumi's not taking the trades he thought they would with these horses, just able to withstand quite a bit with that range one armor. It is definitely soaking up everything they need. And you can see Demo struggling a little bit to target them out as he's just attack moving backwards. Now the reinforcements, they are struggling a little bit with all these samurais just fighting around, and the Yumi numbers are increasing yet again. Now there's a little bit of a divide here. The archers do need to catch up, but the samurai running in is going to soak up so many arrow fires that it just puts it into an even harder position to just do this while moving. And you can see the archers, they're moving closer because they know what they need to attack. They need to attack the Yumis. That samurai, he is just there as a distraction.
Yeah, the difficulties of a move, right? This is the game sort of working against you a little bit, with Numidan's archers getting caught in the A move, attacking the samurai, where he would love to run through and be teeing off onto the Yumi. But honestly, it doesn't really matter too much for him, having succeeded in that fight and now having a greater military lead while also being able to have the greater eco and macro to castle. We see the Imperial Palace put down right now at the front of his base, while Demu's got a weaker army, weaker eco, and has got to have to make something happen here with his army, as he's nowhere near being able to match this castle timing.
Now, the castle timing might come through, but how Demo responds to this is going to tell us exactly where this will lead. The problem is, with these Imperial officials, those upgrades are so quick, and Numidan, he's got the resources, he's got the IOs, he's going to be ready to get that veterancy on his archers in no time. The problem is just what comes with veterancy also comes with lancers, and he instantly goes for the lancer instead of getting his horsemen upgraded, and that makes a lot of sense. Lancers just don't die. And especially against a very heavy feudal army, Demu now also realizes, hey, he's got a very small window, and he's actually diving a little bit greedy here and might just lose most of these units. And while doing this, also going castle himself. The problem is, him going castle here, it could just mean without any units that he is going to struggle staying alive.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit of an acknowledgement from Demu that he's in a tough spot, to put it lightly. Really smart from Numidan, by the way, to send these horsemen across the map to see if he can get some eco damage done, while he knows that Demu has to dive him on his side. Now, the dive really didn't achieve much. I understand, obviously, Demu does need to get something done as he is in that disadvantageous position, but was unsuccessful taking the fight. A couple of lances make such a big difference to chase this back, as Demu has the samurai and had no spearmen at the time of going in there, understandably. But now Demu's in a situation where he's just got to make as many spearmen as he can, try to hold on against the knights or the lancers and the horsemen, and then see if he can survive to Castle Age before he can get his own mounted samurai out the door.
And you can see with these Yumis, he realizes they are just going to end up being cannon fodder and sacrifices them to the cause. He wants to keep this army in the base of Numidan for as long as possible and feels it is worth it to actually sacrifice most of these. Now, a villager will go down, another... Ooh, never mind. He doesn't get that last attack off, and it does seem like he gets 2 total villagers for a ton of Yumis.
It's just really rough. Nothing is going Demu's way. I mean, we see a lot of time with Japan how strong they are as a civilization, but a lot of that strength is their versatility and ability to sort of match anything their opponent throws at them. It's not a sort of comeback button to, if you get on the back foot, that you can just turn it around and stay in the game. And this is a situation which is just really rough. I mean, even Demu's economy at the moment, he just doesn't quite have that food to get up to castle, so his timing is even a lot later than he would like it to be. And even once he gets up there, of course, he will be able to upgrade the Yumi, which is big, and able to get out those mounted samurai, which are just fantastic units. I know Reddit says so as well, but they really are incredible knights. But in this case, it's too little, too late, and he's really got a sort of a long slog on his hands if he's going to be able to hold on long enough to sort of even out this game and get himself into a competitive position.
And you can see all the villagers being pulled to go for that age up. He's already got the stable up. He knows how important this timing is going to be, but the Lancer numbers are scary. He doesn't have a lot of resources in the bank for this, especially food. The gold in a wonderful position, but behind all of this, you can just see that pressure here from Numidan is going to be critical. Now, the archers do fall, and it does seem like he will be able to clean up most of these, but at the same time, he's just laser focused on the archers. Right-clicking on the archers just means that everything else is going to be able to catch up to them. That attack moving is not coming through, but Demu, he gets up, but at the cost of everything. Villagers falling like flies. For a second there, it looked like he was going to be able to hold this, but now there's not enough slots in the TC. There's not enough places for these vills to go, and he's got one, he queued up one samurai cancel. They're trying to get that mounted samurai out, but the resources just aren't there. And now the Lancers just completely gotten him into shambles. Numidan getting that perfect time for the attack, and he's not slowing down. You see more and more Lancers, that yellow, oh, the green line just coming all through, and it's not units, it's more food for the man as he realizes, hey, I need to do some real damage now, or I'm gonna struggle.
And it's quite a lot of damage. It's quite a lot of damage. Really well played, Numidan, to take that out. I think as soon as Numidan was able to push Demu off that gold early on in the feudal age with just a few archers right at the start, it sort of turned in his favor. He got the tempo, he got the map control, was able to turn that into successful professional scouts, and then the Chinese economy took off. So really, really clean from Numidan. I hope Demu is not feeling too bad about that loss. Of course, with the crash and the remake, he was in a little bit of a worse position, not having pushed Numidan off of the gold early to not get his first IO out, and then also being a bit behind on sheep. That's got to feel a little bit not so nice for Demu, but still really well played from Numidan to grind out that win against a really, really strong Civ in the Japanese.
Them are playing this a little bit, I would say, a little bit spicy when it comes to just the normal Japanese play. And of course, the thing is, when you're up against someone like Numidan, Numidan is so good at defending, you'll know how to respond to it. And China, they do pretty well at getting out as many spears as they would need to keep those mounted samurais under control. I like that Demu went ahead and tried to play this a little differently, but we can see Numidan was ready to put that pressure on himself as well. Now, guys, we do have our next matchup on the screen, and it's going to be Holy Island. Now, with Demu losing that first match, he got to pick his map, and Holy Island being his choice, it tells you his home map, he's comfortable with this. And with a pick like this, I'm excited to see what he does with it.
Yeah, we're talking right at the start about whether Demu's pick of water was going to be a strength for him or not. And we can see he clearly feels comfortable looking to go straight into it after losing that first set. And Jushi up against Order of the Dragon, he's got to feel pretty confident, I think, with this matchup. Numidan clearly having sort of one strategy that he was going to go for. Either I'm playing HRE or I'm going Order of the Dragon. I'm doing one variation of the same thing. Whereas Demu with Jushi and Tuklak, I mean, they're both incredibly powerful water civs or hybrid map civs. And Jushi coming out, I mean, as long as he gets a good meditation garden, which is pretty hard not to do on this map, I feel like he's going to be feeling pretty confident to level up this series 1-1, but we'll see.
And they are already in game, ready for us to roll on in to see what these two chants are going to be cooking. So guys, let's help on out to Holy Island and see what they're planning for us. Now, early on, you usually ask yourself, are both of them docking? And honestly, I hope so.
Yep. Yeah, and we see both coming out there. Demu straight across and starting in the top right as Jushi, going straight to the water, and of course, no different for Numidan in the green in the bottom left, going straight for the water as well. So nothing too crazy. I think the biggest difference here is, or the biggest thing to keep an eye out for here, is just whether we see a barracks follow-up as well, or whether both players look to just go straight into the feudal age as quick as they can. But pretty typical darts at the minute. And we see Demu with a good amount of sheep already. That's good to see after the last game. There's plenty. Oh my gosh, you love to see that. A group of two, and then a group of two straight away. Okay, Lux on his side to start with here. Or no, let's call it skill. Fair enough. Scouting is a skill. And Numidan there with just a few, but still plenty more on the map to go.
Now, Numidan already dropped off a handful. He was ready and wanted to get the rest, but let's go look at that division. And Demu this time is going to be not a hungry boy again. And I'm actually really happy to see this for Demu, although it is not necessarily on the map that you would want the huge amount of sheep on. And that's just purely because when you're playing Zushi's Legacy on a map such as Holy Island, you already have quite a bit of food. And your biggest focus is just going to be on winning that water battle. But luckily, if things do go wrong, there is something to fall back on. Now, with Numidan here, going up against Order of the Dragon. Order of the Dragon is wildly good. They are insane when it comes to that early game pressure of keeping up with the boats, because of course they do have that arcane chapelle. Now, Whamenqt Palace would be a little bit of a surprise here, especially because we've been seeing the Archon just give so much of an advantage on these water maps.
Yeah, it's kind of flipped, hasn't it? It used to be the case that HRE would always go Arkin, no doubt about it, or canceling the animation. I would have liked to see that. And then Order of the Dragon was the one that went Minework 100% of the time. Now it's kind of flipped around a little bit. Order of the Dragon, you often see the Arkin, and HRE is the one that so commonly goes the Minework for that steel biting +2/+2 armor on their knights. But yeah, Order of the Dragon really strong on this map. The biggest problem is food, and sort of like Took we've seen as well. When you can get onto a hybrid map, food becomes a completely different story with the fishing on the water. But Jushi's Legacy has also been a classic sort of top pick or top competitor on Holy Islands. And I think we have a pretty good meditation garden there up on
Yeah.
the top left, or even down there as well. I mean, he gets food, gold, stone, pretty much guaranteed no matter where he goes. Pick your poison. It's almost too much choice.
And with this, we know Demu definitely has seen it. Now, going up to the gold here, of course, you're going to have that info, but the question is, what is he going to prioritize? And honestly, with all these spots, ad feels so juicy. Pun intended, but if you can get it here, you get that double gold income. A little bit of stone trickle helps immensely. But then he's got to decide, do I rather want that little bit of extra wood to try and give me the edge on the water? So both spots absolutely wild for the Zushi's Legacy, and I cannot imagine a happier man on Holy Island when you have a civilization that benefits so much from things just spawning on top of each other. But it does look like the Whamenqt Palace is on the
Oh,
menu, and I am shocked but excited. Because getting the Whamenqt Palace just means that we are going to see a little bit more of a sneaky ground play than you would imagine. Now, with the Whamenqt Palace, we've seen people try to survive a little bit on the water, just survive, so that they get that food they need to try and go for a faster castle, for example. But with all that wood being spent, we can imagine it is going to be yet another dock. Now, I think economically, Order of the Dragon does well anyway. He's probably not too concerned about getting the arcane here and getting that extra bit of a boost.
yeah, I'm perplexed. I don't play a lot of water. I'll put my hands up and say that. But yeah, I hear that oh no as well.
Oh
I
no,
think
guys. Oh
we might be in
no.
for actually, do you know what's so rough about this as we still watch the game continue? But what's so rough about this is, as you were just saying, Demu was in a really good spot again, having an advantage, a small advantage, albeit the game has just started. But yeah.
Guys, what a day to be alive. Demu, the man cannot catch a break. He cannot catch a break. That is so tough. Two in a row, and I can imagine what that does to your mental state as well. I know for a lot of people, when they get into a spawn like that, even, it would feel pretty rough just thinking, okay, well, am I going to get that again? Is that even possible for me to get? So I can imagine Demu is just not feeling too great about this right now.
It's not ideal. It also gives us a little bit less confidence going forward, having 2 crashes out of 3 games, or 3 instances, I should say, that hopefully there's not something sort of mismatched or going wrong there on a technical level, which is having an issue with them. So hopefully it's not the case, and we've just rolled the dice poorly twice now. But yeah, it is definitely tough for Demu. I think the good news, if we think about it positively, is
Yeah.
that it's pretty common you get a good meditation gardens on Holy Island. In fact, I think you always get at least a good one. Maybe not as spoiled for choice as he was there. And also the game wasn't too far in, especially with playing on a water map like this. It's just, oh, you make a dock and then you make some fishing ships and you go feudal age. Cool. We're probably going to see the exact same thing again when we get in. So not too much has been spoiled or thrown away. And I think there shouldn't be too much lost for Demu, hopefully, as well. But still, it's got to suck twice in a row now, or essentially twice in 2 games. Having 2 crashes.
We actually had quite a few crashes on Gorge as well yesterday, so I'm starting to sense a pattern here. We're struggling a little bit with when it comes to the stability here, but guys, it is time yet again. Let's go into game number 2.5 of the set again. Now Demu on top.
Oh my gosh.
I had to flip the
On
names
top,
this time.
we've flipped, we've switched, we've flipped. Okay, thank you, Spawn, for at least changing things up. It feels like a completely different game with the orientation of the map flipped. So I appreciate that. That's something we can take away as another positive. And again, yeah, we see the same starts, right? We got both running across to put a dock down right in front of the deep water fish, which is nice from Demo. I think he did scout that, so it's not just luck, but that's lovely to see. And yeah, Numidan as well. I'm now turning my turning my eyes to the meditation garden potential spots, and it's
Oh
not as
no.
good.
Oh
It's
no,
not as good.
Demo, you poor man. You put 10? No, this is too far out. If you put it out here, it's so risky to just get shut down. This feels like Zushi had a 10 out of 10 spawn, and now they just get a 2 out of 10 maximum. Oh, this is awful. Poor guy. See, that would tilt me a little bit. Now, Ben, I don't know, in Twitch chat to you guys as well, we actually are using these maps called EGC Holy Island, EGC Gorge, etc. because they have more stability compared to the usual ladder versions thereof. And also balanced spawns usually. But seeing this even happen on these, it feels pretty tough, and I cannot imagine if you're the guy who just was so happy with the spawn, it must feel pretty heavy. And now, all of a sudden, an Ark in Chapel makes good sense.
If Numidan does go for Ark Chapel, I'll be very sad, I think. Now I gotta say, the procedural generation of these maps, I think, is actually something that is a huge positive and like a really fun thing about Age of Empires 4 is that the map, you have to adapt or react to the map. You can't just go in knowing you're going to get the exact same thing every time. And it forces players both to sort of interact with their own spawn and their opponent's spawn. I think that adds a great element to the game. That said, it really sucks when you're dealing with crashes and you're comparing it not, or you're having to compare it to what you previously had. Now, I don't want to. I'm not biased with against any of these or with or against either of these players. I love them both. However, I am low key sort of rooting for Demu to make a start here, as I do feel pretty bad for him so far this series.
Now, especially looking at that secondary gold as well, the gold is inside the water. So usually you get a safe-ish gold that you can fall back on. And I say safe-ish, but this one's very exposed. But it feels a little bit safer than when you lose that water. Honestly, if I saw this, I would ask for a remake. This is wild. Seeing that second stone on both sides. Yes, this one is on the water on both sides, but there is no fallback. If he loses control of this, it spirals out of control pretty quickly. So losing the water already puts him at such a huge disadvantage. I would be pretty scared here for Demu in his spawn.
Yeah, I mean, the saving grace, I think, for him is one, I'm not sure if that reaches or not, but if he can get the meditation gardens down there in the bottom, gold, wood, and stone would actually be pretty good. and help him out quite a lot. It wouldn't be too bad at all if you were coming in without knowing last game spawn. And similarly, as long as he can sort of secure up a second gold and the game doesn't go too long, it might be a non-factor as well. So it's not too much cause for alarm yet, and I hope for Demu it doesn't feel that way either, even if he has sort of drawn the short straw. But now we see a second dock coming down as we still stay in the Dark Age. And we see, yes, thank you, Numidan. And I think that's fair enough. And I think, actually, based on what he was looking to do previously anyway, probably the right choice for what he's looking to execute is the Minework Palace. And he's going up with 4 villages. So looking to get it up pretty quick with that extra Order of the Dragon building speed. And here we see the Meditation Garden coming out. The greediest spawn for sure, and we'll see if Numidan's actually able to block it. No, not quite. So looking to block maybe that little bit better position if he can get it through there, but actually I'm not sure that matters at all. And Demu does get the blueprint down and can build it up with touching the gold, touching the gold, touching the gold, and the berries. Hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. No stone, but that's plenty good.
I think you and I may have misjudged the situation. Getting all 3 goals in that circle, that is decent. More than decent, I would say. He's going to be a very happy man with all the gold in the world. And also, you have your Imperial officials who's just going to supervise whatever they need. This feels pretty okay for Demu in the end. And you can see in the sheep counter, he did eventually get even further ahead than he was the previous game with those. Now, the second dock from Numidan, a lot more defensive than the one from Demu. Now, with this map being Demu's choice, as well as, oh my goodness, and just like that, the age up happens and instantly a man-at-arms is queued up. Now, the big question is, Demu, yes, Demu knows. He knows, and he keeps an eye on exactly what this is going to be. Tries to see what he needs to be prepared for, but he knows what he needs to be prepared for. And when he sees this, he knows that, of course, my opponent invested in a barracks and not in a military ship.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the reaction. And there we go. We have the barracks meeting the barracks, interestingly enough. Not the... well, I guess against men-at-arms it's always going to be tough, isn't it? And not rushing up a tower either. But great work from Demu to scout that coming out. Numidan sort of putting it at the front of his base, which makes things known for Demu a bit more easily. But now he does know it's coming across, which is great. This obviously doesn't mean that we're not going to be playing on water as well, with both players producing ships, military ships at the same time. But here we go, the first men-at-arms coming across the map. Now, being in range of the Meditation Gardens already gives like just a slight little knockback on the efficiency of those free resources. But with the woodline there sitting freely in the back, that's going to be where Numidan looks to strike.
Now, with the Palace Guard choice, I actually love this from Demu. These Palace Guards, even though they have less armor, they are faster. And we can see that they're catching up pretty quickly. So with this 1 minute arm investment, that means you're going to need another one. And these guys are so expensive. Quickly seeing how they trade out, that poor scout learned a quick lesson in overstepping. Now, behind this, Numidan investing in yet another men-at-arm, but Demu, he's ready. He says Palace Guards are the way to go, and I can see this. You can get us around so easily on these two that you just put them in a very uncomfortable position. And in the end, more numbers will definitely start to stack up.
Yeah, great response. And of course, with each of Numidan's men-at-arms sort of being about 2, or counting for 2, and we see Demu pushing it back with 3. He's done a great job to meet the numbers that he needs to push back. And of course, like you mentioned, the Palace Guard extra speed means that now Demu can turn the tables and come across the map himself with those Palace Guards, where other civs might struggle against those feudal men-at-arms and have to mass archers and spend all that wood to try to push them back, or even go into towers with arrow slits to try to push them back. Demu's matched fire with fire and done a great job to just push it back straight away, and sort of puts a little bit of the onus of, or the benefit of, that mine work to shame a little bit, as the with the extra blacksmith upgrades, or cheaper blacksmith upgrades. Though of course they do have more impact than that. They do affect ships as well, if I'm not mistaken, although less impactful perhaps. But we do see Numidan parked outside Demu's base and forcing him off a lot of those deep sea fish, which is a little bit of a benefit there. If he couldn't get it on land, Numidan's done a little bit on water.
Now, what I like about this is that Nimbudon realized, okay, my land push did not go according to plan, but I can still fight the water. And that's exactly what went through here. Now, with the demo ships, this is where Demu needs to play it perfectly, because demo ships just spiral out of control so quickly. Second one coming in for Demu as well. And while all of this is happening, there's still that push over here. So we're going to be picturing, keeping an eye on those ships, and just making sure that we see if these men-at-arms are actually going to be landing quite heavily.
This is where it gets really tough, right? And this is where us mortals really struggle in these situations, but these pros do so much better, is when you're having to play land and water at the same time. As we see the men in arms get in and maybe mess with some of the pathing. No, it looks like he does get all the villagers out there, but is able to push off gold with nothing there to defend. Oh, burning down a dock is quite a big win for Demo, and you can see now why Nubudan went across the map with his men at arms. But Demu, sort of like I was trying to get to say there, not only are you fighting on both fronts, but you also have to make the decision as to how much you need to produce on both fronts to stay alive and get an advantage. We do see the Golden Curious upgrade come in, which gives them that extra damage reduction at low health. It's a little bit nerfed to how it once was, but still a useful upgrade nonetheless. But with this many Palace Guard, those guys are not long for this world, and we can see at the same time, picture in picture, I love this production, Demu ships are coming across the map.
Now, that's still a pretty scary army that these ships are about to face, and one click of a button and it goes south so fast. But these men-at-arms causing a significant amount of idle time. Ship fight, we're getting some dirty connections already. Springald ships taking a good shot, and yet another one making a very nice connection. But the ships don't go down in the end here, but the Palace Guards are doing their best at keeping their men-at-arms under control. And Numidan's numbers are starting to fall quite a bit here. Men-at-arms trickle, very much not as scary as it used to be. Now the focus for Demu is just going to be staying alive on water.
And Numidan's base, if you can quickly go across, we do have a bunch of Palace Guard in Numidan's base. I saw the Vil counter going up there. He's got 3 so far with this push, although Numidan also got 3 on the flip side. But this is a lot of idle time. These Vils have ran all the way around. A lot of these were on gold before. Now they're just standing still. We might see some garrison hopping, but remember, these are Order of the Dragon villages, so they do have that extra health. But fantastic job from Demu to get that across and get that damage on, be it kills or idle time. And Numidan's saying, okay, I'm going to multitask as well as pushing his boats out across the map. And we see Demu get just a 4th kill there, but they are worth a lot more than the inverse, as those are Order of the Dragon villages. And we see a nice round. That's a lot of Palace Guard dealing with these 2 men-at-arms from Numidan. And great, this has been fantastic, sort of multitasking from Demu to make this work. There's a Demo going in there, getting some good damage. And it's all happening on both sides of the fray here, 2 fronts. And Demu's back, knocking on Numidan's door, not letting up at all. And Numidan is off goal.
Getting pushed off of goal, this Order of the Dragon, already feels so hard, because now what are you going to be making? And the answer is Archer, of course, as my English is trying to find its footing as well. And we can see the water fight is still taking place, but the real focus is seeing exactly how these villagers get overwhelmed. Another bunch of, idle time. But we do see 6 villager kills already, and he has had enough. That crash may have happened for Demu, but it did not crash his skill. He was very ready for this, and you can see prepared something spicy that no Order of a Dragon could have predicted.
Really well played. I think Numidan played well himself as well, but Demu responded fantastically. I mean, he did really well on water, but to scout that barracks and those men-at-arms come out, to quickly build up the barracks, pump out more Palace Guard than Numidan could send over his own men-at-arms, and then turn the tide straight away to then put the pressure on Numidan, where it was his plan from the get to put that pressure onto Demu. So really, really clean, really nice from Demu, and it is nice to see after 2 unfortunate crashes that we do see this series leveled up at 1-1. And now all things are even. We're not going to have any more crashes. Everything is going to be fine. And it's just nice, clean, ethical Age of Empires 4 from here on out.
Why did you say that? You know you just cursed him, right?
I will put money where my mouth is. We're not going to have any more crashes. I'm bringing the good luck. Everything is fine, guys. You can blame me, not Cal, if we get any more.
Okay. That's good. That's good. Because I don't even think Cow is awake at this hour. So guys, don't worry. Cow cannot mess this up for us. Now, while this is going on and while we wait for their game, I wanted us to take a quick look at what was happening on the other side of the bracket. Puppy Paw and Valdi, they're currently playing, and Puppy Paw is up 2-0 right now. So between these guys, there's definitely a lot of actioning happening all around. I'm going to do a quick refresh, and if Demu and Numidan have not started yet, we are gonna go, yes, let's go take a quick look at Puppy and Valdi's game to see where they're at. They're 4 minutes in though, so we'll see if there's a little bit of a delay between these, because we didn't ask all players to start with the same delay. They are free to choose if they please. So yes, these are best of fives for now. Tomorrow will be the best of fives into best of sevens as well. And, oh, never mind, Puppy Paw and Valdi, they did put a nice 5-minute delay on their game. But I'm actually surprised to see that Puppy Paw is taking care of Voldemort so quickly. All of the games being under 20 minutes already. He's coming in and looking commanding. Now, let's take a quick look at the bracket while these are happening. So you guys, especially now that you guys are here, back here, and see what else is going on in this bracket. At the same time, Whamenqt and Puppy Paw, Whamenqt and Puppy Paw and Valdi are battling it out to see who takes that first slot in the next round in the semi-finals.
Yeah, really exciting sets. I think Puppy Paw over Valdi does. I mean, it's obviously Puppy Paw and Wham are the clear favorites for this weekend, and it's tough luck for both Valdi and Cat to be going up against them first series of the day. But somebody has to. If anything, blame Puppy and Wham for not having played the last 2 weekends, right? But I would not be surprised to see Valdi take a game or two, if not bring the series back. He's got a lot of really strong feudal all-ins, and of course, Puppy being one of our cleanest players is very good at defending those. But sometimes that just means those are quick games because they're in the feudal age. I'd love to see if he could bring one of those back. Wham vs Cat, I think, is also a really interesting series, as we saw Cat yesterday pull off a reverse sweep against Myriad, who I would have picked to get through. I thought Myriad's been playing so well, both in Homestead and previously in tournaments as well. So a huge win for Cat. That's going to give him a lot of confidence. You can't be too confident going up and playing against the likes of Wham, but I think that's got to put him in a good place. So it'll be very interesting again to see whether he can pull out some games or maybe a huge upset and get a series win.
Now, with this in mind, you guys have to understand all of these players, they're playing against, or they have this idea of, okay, we had a clear path into qualifying into Homestead. Demu, Numidan, Baltoon, MSN Kiljadi, these players, and even Cat here, would have been really difficult contenders to all make it through to Homestead Cup, and they have 2 massive opponents that they need to take care of now. So we're going to quickly go into the lobby and look at that draft before we head into game number 3. I say game number 3, but because of the 2 crashes, my heart says something else. Byzantines against Aeobids, though. And Aeobids, they've been looking scary with those Manjaniques, especially against the nice little booming Byzantines. But we'll see if Numidan is the kind of guy who's going to slow down and let Demu get a bunch of Manjaniques surrounding his base.
Interesting matchup. I haven't seen this too many times, but on paper, it's a really interesting matchup between 2 civs that just love to get going and would just like to sort of be like, hey, let's not fight too much. Let's get castle age, let's get economies going, and then we can fight a little bit later. And with plenty of olive oil and cataphracts and longbows in the castle age is an insane recipe for the Byzantines. And similarly for Eubids, if they can fast castle up, they can get up with industry wing, they can collect the relics really quickly, they can use all that money into huge tempo and then turn it around, like you said, with Manjaniques a little bit later. It's a really scary recipe. If those two butt heads, I really haven't seen it enough to know how that goes. So I'm very excited to find out. And we've got the most straight up and down map there is in the pool with Dry Arabia, I believe, which makes for an even more interesting recipe.
Now, we'll find out if this Dry Arabia is going to be kind enough to us to not crash today. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hop on in to game number 3 and see how these 2 chads are going to fight it out on, like you said, one of the most standard, tried and trusted maps out there.
Yes, my absolute favorite. I think for many it is. Unless, of course, you don't get any sheep. Scouting on this map feels like an absolute dice roll, which sucks. But it does give you a good excuse if you do lose the game, which I personally really appreciate in a 1v1 game. But we see nothing too crazy coming out to start with. And I don't expect to see too much. Like I said, I think with these civs, they just like to get themselves going. With Byzantines, that's getting your cisterns leveled up. And with a U-bid, that's just looking to get fast up to Castle Age. Presumably with the logistics wing and then the industry wing, although we have seen variations on that, such as the military wing with all those desert raiders. But nothing too crazy. I'm just realizing as I was talking about luck so much in these games, with of course the crashes or the restarts, but also with Demu getting some bad luck so far with those. Demu's actually, arguably, out of everyone in the bracket, had the best luck, whereas all three other players in his bracket that was meant to play yesterday, all three other players forfeited for one reason or another and didn't play. So this is actually Demu's first games of the weekend, as he got a free ride through the first 2 rounds.
Now, Demo definitely got himself a nice little snooze bracket all in the way here, and this means he had his time to prepare. He knew exactly who he was going to be up against. And actually, I know that there are quite a few pro players here who are wondering that, hey, why did we not reshuffle the brackets after people didn't check in? Well, because for a lot of people, they prepare for these matchups extensively beforehand. So preparing yourself, I almost said preparing yourself for a specific opponent, it becomes a little bit more straightforward when you start getting into this. So Demo, while he had some forfeits, he definitely doesn't have it easy all the way through, because you still have to beat almost everyone with only the one spot you're directly qualifying in from the winner's bracket. So this is still a pretty tough play out for them in the end. Now, we do see as these go on, let's go back to normal and take a look at that sheep count to see who won the game here. With the sheep, we see Mr. Numadani. He's coming out ahead. And now I want to take a quick look at how much of a greedy goose this man is before we talk about the Master Smiths. Oh, which is all conversation in itself. But Numadan already telling us that he's looking at investing into these cisterns quite a bit. And we see most players at least going for level 3 before pulling off. The problem is just it gives AUBids quite a bit of time, but with Master Smiths, you don't have that standard old AUBids play that we do see out of them recently.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Numadan scouted this. I was not paying enough attention, I'm afraid, but definitely a clear indicator from Demu that, okay, we're not just doing a fast castle battle where we all get to do what we want and then butt heads. Demu is going to bring it in the feudal age with that Master Smiths. Really goes a long way to get all of those upgrades straight away. And it's something that's sort of changed a little bit in recent times with this game, is a little bit more of weight being given to the melee upgrades from the blacksmith. I think we've seen that a lot, particularly with knights, but it also sort of flow through into just being given a little bit more weight than it previously had, or a bit more value. So with Demu being able to get all of those as soon as the blacksmith comes up, and then to be able to pump up some units, it's going to give him the opportunity to try to then put the Byzantines and Numadan on the defensive and see if he can survive that early pressure and get to where he wants to be, or whether it's going to give Demu an early advantage before he even thinks about going for Castle Age.
Now, you can see he was scouting this and being not too sure what the age up ended up being. Now, this is something I think I need to ask people in the chat as well. Even when you go up with the military wing, it doesn't look different based on the part of the wing you go. So it's not that obvious what this man went for. So this could have looked like a camel, but that's why he stood around and just had a quick look to see if there's a camel popping out. But now he's getting already 2 units. That is not something that most Byzantine players have an answer to, especially this early in the game. As we now see, he's still very much, he was still very much investing into these cisterns, especially building out all the way here. You know that he did not expect to have to fight against this so quickly.
This is the ugliest water, ugliest aqueducts I've seen in a while. To be fair, I think it's tough getting through there in Numidan's defense, but especially those berries don't make it super easy, and it doesn't look particularly aesthetically pleasing, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, if Numidan hadn't seen it before, he's definitely seen it by now, right? And then he's prepared himself with the barracks. The Limitane are out. The mercenary house is there, and I believe we've gone for. I can only assume we've gone for the longbows, although I didn't actually see it.
Not yet.
There we go. Mercenary house is coming in now, so that's not quite up yet, but we now see it coming through as he's reaching the olive oil count to get out that first bunch. And then we'll see the classic Byzantine defense. And he has got the tower up there already with the upgraded arrow slits as well. So he is ready to do what so many Byzantine players sort of cut their teeth on, which is defending against feudal aggression.
And defending against this is one thing, but defending against +1 upgrades, that's going to be a whole other beast. As we now see these archers coming in, and you can see they are breaking that poor villager's back in half. Took an arrow to the knee. Only 3 arrows was enough to already traumatize this poor guy for life. Now, we do see him pulling up a little bit on the gold here, and only having 3, it feels fine, but it's not going to get you anything in terms of upgrades just yet. Javelin throwers are the name of the game here, and I'm actually so excited to see a few javies joining, because we haven't seen javelins unless in very specific circumstances. So already, I'm ready for this, because with javelin throwers, you just get a different style of gameplay already.
Yeah, it's not as common at the moment, is it? We really often see the longbows, but the javelins have always been considered strong and definitely a viable option. I'd love to see Keshik back their way back, but I don't think we'll see those this weekend. But the javelins can really push away the archers and poke and prod, especially in the smaller numbers. And if you can get a couple batches out, where it can get rough is if you start to lose the javelins, as of course you are limited in the amount that you can make compared to the Malian home civilization of them. But in this case, looks to be enough for Numidan to push at least it away to start with. But with his woodline at the front, and certainly not looking at this stage at least to have to run away to his back woodline, it is going to be a big call for him, or an important part for him to be able to hold these archers back with those javelins. But Demu doesn't really care about javelin throwers, man. He just wants to get in there, and we see the ram coming out already, only 8 minutes into the game.
8 minutes is such an early timing for a ram already, and I can feel this pressure is going to be quite immense. Now, we talked about the Aeobits with Manganiques, but this is just an Aeobits with rams, and you can see the priority is Iron Undermesh. He wants to make sure that this does not become a one-stop shop with all those archers just going to be able to break through absolutely anything and everything. Now, with all of these villages being pushed off of gold, he doesn't really have a safe place to retreat to. And the berries he brought in is not enough for that second, or at least the second. The third batch is not going to be anywhere close. But he does have to abandon ship, and the tower will go down eventually. This is just too much pressure for him to handle. And you can quickly see the arch numbers not slowing down. Demu is very much committed to this, and with that, it makes a lot of sense, but the javelin numbers, they are going to start getting scary. They do stand a little bit far forward as the horsemen are trying to make their way through, but the archers are getting picked off. And you can see the villagers very desperately just trying to get a bit of gold as well.
Yeah, this is a big engagement. Numidan really has to be able to hold here, or it could be all over for him. Numidan desperate to get as much gold as he can. You see the Limitane with their shield wall up means they do take less range damage, so they are sort of tanking as much as they can for the javelin. So these archers are teeing off non-stop, but not doing too much damage to any of the units here. And the horsemen just can't connect. Even with the lower attack speed from having the shield wall up, they're not going to be able to get in there at all. And it looks like Numidan, I mean, the javelins, especially with the second bunch having come out, he's only lost, I think, 2 of them. They're not quite one-shotting, but they're doing enough to push these archers back who do no damage to them in reply. And as a result, Numidan's pushed it back. He's secured his gold. He's going to get the rest of those berries for another batch of mercenaries. He's got a few olive oil groves all set up now, and that's a good place for him to be, having pushed back this aggression, which was looking really scary from Demu.
I honestly thought that that push from Demu was going to be more than enough, but apparently those javelins really just showed us the power and why they were meta for a very long time. But now, you taking a look at the gold, we don't see Numidan instantly spending in one spot. And this tells me that he is also keeping his options open. And when I say options open, I mean being able to click up to castle if need be, but he does see the army pushing out, knowing that this is going to be yet another feudal part of the game, and quickly gets that +1 ranged attack as well. Of course, with this type of a push, you have to still be careful. The javelin numbers are not replaceable. The Limitanei, they are still going to get picked off eventually, but the few horsemen you mix in the bunch is going to start amounting to something scary that I don't think Demu is finding an answer for anytime soon.
Yeah, doubling down from Demu, he knows he's got to win it. He's got to win it, or if Byzantine are able to get up to castle, it's all over for him. And it's looking really rough with the javelin count still being what it is. Demu does have the horsemen to counter them, and they will kill them really quickly if he can get on top. But it's just not been the case, and even with Numidan adding his own horsemen in front to tank, he's tanking these archers with horsemen, with shield wall limited A, and of course with the extra ranged armor that javelins have. Well, a couple horsemen going down there for Demu is going to take all the threat away. And these javelins keep coming up non-stop. It's just a shift right click from Numidan to kill everything back. There's more horsemen coming in from Demu, but one goes down, and the others, they just can't get on the javelins. They dive there, committing to it. If they get one down, and maybe if they can get another, they do, which means the count goes down to 4. They're not one-shotting the archers, which is good, but the archer damage, just even with the Master Smiths and getting those upgrades in right away, I mean, the reward or the payoff of that isn't so much in effect anymore as the upgrades even out. And the counts grow so much that, well, there's another bunch of javelins there as well. Demu does have the military lead in numbers, but Numidan's got the position right now.
With that age up, you want to get a way to get ahead. And this was definitely a great job of getting ahead. But he wasn't able to capitalize over this. No worker kills in all of this, even with those huge amount of archers on the forward wood line, like you mentioned. It is just, oh my goodness, man. He's going to be making olive oil for days, and everyone is going to be living a very happy Greek life with the Byzantines just stacking up on all the oil. And already another batch is going to be able to get chosen. And this is starting to get to that critical mass where you need a lot more horses to actually take this down. Because soon enough, these javelins are going to be able to one-shot them as well. Quickly, just taking down whatever they can. But luckily, not focusing all that much. So a few horses do make it out again. And Demu's army is still scary enough for Numidan to have to back off.
Yeah, it is a matter of Demu just having to double, triple down now and try to break through. Numidan is definitely respecting it, making as much as he can. We saw Demu just very briefly on the right-hand side there try to get a raid, and now he's doing it again on the left-hand side, which I think he has found purchase. He should get some bill kills here, but the Aquatoid defense triggering right away. What do Byzantines not have to stop their units from dying? But pushes it away, it will time out, and he will be able to go back in there. He was trying on the right-hand side of the berries in the far back of the base, and Numidan did a great job to see that and push that back with a handful of units. But Demu is seeing this now. He knows he's got a place to attack, and as long as if Demu can get some damage, it's going to put him in a bit of a better position. But the big problem for him now is, as much as he's double, tripling down to this aggression, he just hasn't been able to get the economic damage down yet.
No villagers falling this game feels insane with the amount of time that Demu has spent on the opposite side of this map. But those Limitanei, the shield wall coming in clutch time and time again. You can see the shift clicking here from Numidan on every single archer to spread that damage. Numbers did fall quite a bit here, but at the same time, not falling fast enough. You can see all these archers just trying to make a little bit of damage to go through on these javelins, but the Limitanei, the numbers are finally getting to that point where even the archers are not able to keep up with them. The shield walls just absolutely showing us what really matters here. These archers need to take care of these Limitanei before Demu can go all the way through on top of these javelins. Again, Demu now, he feels the pressure. He knows how important it is to find the damage, because that age up right now meant nothing.
Yeah, quite clever from Demu there to hold his horseman back to bring Numidan as far out of his base as he could before he turned. You could see him picking off as many of the Limitane as he could with those archers, or those struggling to do so, before he would then turn the horseman around and catch him outside of his base. Unfortunately, Numidan, I think, just sheer numbers, was able to not really take much in the way of damage there anyway. But it is clever play from Demu, and we see now his gold has really crept. So we're likely to see both players tick up to a castle age out of this, but I still think that's looking to be, with especially with all those olive groves safe away in the back there for Numidan, going to be very much in his favor, or feeling a lot more comfortable. And you can see he's feeling a little bit more comfortable because we've got the raids coming out across the map with the horsemen in return, and he has found the deer straight away. One of the things about this is, of course, Demu trying to get everything he could out of, squeeze every little bit of advantage out of his push, as he didn't have any towers there, which means that raid is going to do a lot of damage for even just having a couple of horsemen, whether it's idle time or kills, and he knows he has to get something done, so pushing in the front again. Archer's trying to pick off anything he can that sort of overextends, but I mean, nothing that Numidan has is really dying to these archers, unfortunately. He needs to get this Limitane count down, but unlike other spears, that shield wall just makes it so hard. And then with the javelins doing so much damage in return, it's just looking rougher and rougher for Demu with this, I think, fifth push in, I think, maybe in this game so far.
And you can see with all of this fighting going on, he feels comfortable enough to still be that pressure that he felt in his base the whole time. Now, villagers trying to fight their way through those horses, they're getting their shivs out, just pushing them back with logistics coming out. I'm honestly so surprised to see that. You do get 3 dervishes, which means he's going to make a little bit of a more aggressive move to try and get all these relics on the map. But the problem with that is, you still don't have an answer to shutting down the Byzantines. And I think with Ayyubids, he's got to ask himself, how do I find the damage? Because by this point, he's definitely already up. Numidan is so far ahead with this because of the cisterns. Level 4 cistern just means this is not really 54 villagers. This is more like having in the 60s compared to your 58. So pretty even as far as that's considered, but the food transition, everything just feels so much smoother right now for Numidan, and I don't know if there's going to be an answer for Demu as time creeps along.
Yeah, I think we just caught those vills at the bottom there, maybe proving your point, running off to where it is they're trying to find food. And it's really rough. I mean, we've got Numidan set up his olive oil transition, trickling them in, really, not even having to do a transition, but a trickle. If Demu has to switch to farms, that's going to be all over. And he's running out of food on the map. Of course, he can't go for that boar on the right side. He's got those little bit of berries left, and he's got that little bit of deer left, which he's managed to secure. But after that, it's farms, which is not where he's going to want to be at all, particularly when Numidan's already got his set up. They're both going to hit castle around the same time, which means Demu can get his dervishes on the map to pick up, hopefully, as many relics as he can for himself. But on the flip side, this is where Byzantine's army really starts to take off, and we see the first 2 cataphracts queued up.
Now, cataphracts has shown us time and time again that they are not something that anyone knows how to handle by this point. Camel Lance is coming out for Demu, though. He knows that he needs another trump card against this, especially with the amount of horsemen we see here. Those camels are going to feel good. But the problem with camels is there's going to be other camels in this mix as well, especially with all of the oil trickling in. It's just going to take another minute for him to be able to queue up that first batch. With a quick wall coming in, it doesn't feel like Demu is going to be able to raid either for very much longer. And the javelins are so scary, just getting rid of any horse that dares step out. Numidan also not wanting to give him all these relics for free. The problem is just, those are dervishes. They do not die. They are going to be able to pick up whatever they want and drag it back to base.
Yeah, it's going to be a big tell for Demu if he can get these relics in him. I think we might need to switch over to the relic statistics, unfortunately, with the new caster mode. I think he's picked up 2 so far He hasn't quite got the one in his base, which I'm sure he's saving, and then the one on the far right, or he may have just picked up, which might be the third one coming back. And he's pressuring at the same time to look to secure as much as he can. He does have this army count, which is great. His food count is looking okay at the moment, although he is going to have to do that farm transition. But we look at the picture, we've got the horsemen teeing off on the villages, which Demu has not seen, he just sees it now. But that's going to be a bit of eco damage and pushing him off gold at the stage when he needs as much as he can. To get out these camel lances is going to be a nice win for Numidan. And another little bit of a win is that these javelins are doing a great job teeing off on these archers. But man, Demu is not afraid to continue to commit to them. Knows he can't. Numidan can't produce javelins to the same speed as say the Malians can, so is committing still to the archers with his camel launchers, and actually doing a pretty decent job in this fight, as we see yet again in the picture-in-picture those horsemen teeing off on a different gold, but gold nonetheless. And Demu actually turns to fight those horsemen with it as well. No Akratoy there, but still forcing them away and chasing them down. There he sees it, pulls back. As is a really tough position for both players, having to multitask across the board, and Demu doing a great job to sort of pull off and try to get as much advantage as he can, and similarly for Numidan, keeping things on both fronts as well.
And you can see Demu is feeling like he needs to find the damage, and he does, especially with Numidan trying to equalize this type of villager advantage that he already got by just raiding. Now, Demu able to get a few kills here and picked off some really expensive units, but those horsemen from Numidan really showing their power. Now, we get into that awkward phase where Demu needs to start farm transitioning. You see a bunch of villagers already being picked back here to try and get a bit of food for him. Farms being placed down here at the back. This is where Ayyubid slows down significantly. And Byzantines, they don't have that same problem right now.
This is usually where, for most players, you just lose the game. Having to farm transition in a position like this. I mean, it's quite literally 0 food per minute at the moment for Demu, which I don't need too much expert analysis to say is bad. But he has got a lot of onward. He will be able, if he can survive, he will be able to make that transition. Numidan is now coming across the map with all of his army, so definitely picking up on the fact that this might be his timing to go. He's got a bunch of cataphracts, a bunch of javelins, and Limited there to get something going. So we saw a dervish still with the relic there sitting in the bottom left, so that's something that hopefully Demu can see soon and turn around, although gold is not his problem at the moment. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see a market come down, and oh, that is one right there, and to buy some food in the interim. But this is going to be a case of Demu just wanting to hold on before he can stabilize again in this game.
Now, with all of the sacred sites ticking, it's by the book. But of course, getting to decap them is not going to be that hard, especially considering he's got such a scary army. But Manjanique's now coming out on the defensive, and that's usually not something we see all too much. But they're going to be a pretty decent answer to all of this. The cataphracts, though, they don't care about a front line. They go straight for the kill. And with the crossbows, Demu is going to need a ton of them to actually take them down before they collapse on these Manjaniques. The relics, though, let's take a quick look at that counter to see 3 and another 1, I would say, coming in. Oh, no, he definitely realized that the man was standing idly. So getting that 4th relic in is going to help. The farm transition, it's starting to kick in as we see the food now edging towards that 700 per minute. That is purely off of farms by this point. So he has recovered. He just needs a little bit more time for this to work. The problem is Byzantines, they still have that cistern bonus. So in the end, the Byzantines economy just reigns a little bit more superior. Now, of course, with all of the golden ages coming on in, it does give the villagers a little bit of boost when it comes to the gathering speed, so he's not as far behind as a usual civilization would be.
No, not at all. And I think at this point, I mean, we can see that Numidan's food is actually not been that high either. Of course, with a lot of these units just being made by olive oil, it kind of means it doesn't matter as much, but it is still struggling for it a bit. Which I'm sure he would love to have a lot more food than he currently has. So Demu has done a good job to bring that up. Now the biggest thing here for that's in Demu's favor is that he's got the Manjaniques out. He's got 4 Manjaniques out. He's got a bunch of camel lances, which are actually getting a lovely trade in there. And now the power of the javelins all game is at its weakest point. It's at these counts, it's so much harder to micro those javelins to not be overkilling on the range on the archers. And he can't be teeing off against the camel lancers because it's just not going to be having the same effect. So the burden is a much higher on Numidan to use his army effectively. And of course, with the Manjaniques, they're even easier to use than Mangonels. He just has to click somewhere within their army and rain Hellfire, and that's actually going to do a hell of a lot of damage against those javelins, whereas previously trying to fight it with Camel Archer wasn't going so well. So Demu has done an amazing job to hold on to get to this point, and now having made the farm transition, getting the Manjaniques out, he's looking great.
Yeah, those extra sets of farms, as we can see in the tiny picture, not under the rest. They're not very protected either, right next to the TC there. But at the same time, it's not something I think Numidan has an answer to just yet, because Numidan knows the power of the Manjaniques. You have to be careful. This push can be devastating if you just look away for a moment. Now we do see some green dots all around as he's trying to get a bit of a raid in, but finding the damage is going to be quite hard because the camels are in position. You see Mangonel towers doing work, but the villages are slowly going to be going down themselves.
Yeah, kind of surreal to see that 3 grouped up together is maybe not in hindsight where you would have wanted them to be, with the extra splash damage doing so much across the board to villages and the towers alike. We've got pretty similar there in the way of army size, but it does just look so much more dangerous for Demu. And you see the first tower going down and picking up those 5 kills. 2 of them now trying to run away, but they're not going to be long for this world. The towers themselves going down. And Numidan says, I'm not fighting this crap. I'm going across the map. I'm going to try to kill you where your eco is.
Now, the problem with this is he's 18 villages down. He knows that this is his one and only push. The problem is the other push is happening at the same time, and both of them are trying to find the damage they need to get ahead. Cataphracts, while being scary, Demu has more villages to spend. So if we take a quick look at that other side, it just feels like a base race because everything's attacking the TC for some reason. Cataphracts are going for all these villages, falling like flies, and the villager count has been equalized. But Manjaniques, they're going straight for the landmarks.
Okay, yeah, just chaos ensued. We do a little mini base race. We get a lot of villager kills, and Numidan says, actually, well, okay, I wanted to go in and do some damage, but I didn't want to commit to a full-on base race. I'm coming home, which I think suits Demu fantastically. As long as he can keep his Manjaniques alive, he's able to just pepper anything he wants in this space, whether that be the landmarks, whether that be the groves themselves to stop all the food income, or even the production to stop Numidan being able to match him militarily. And now he's just teeing off with the army from an insane distance, and you can see Numidan trying to spread out, looking to take something of a good fight, but I don't think there's any way in which he can come in against this. We've got Cataphracts coming in from both sides, which is good for him. Cataphracts trample on through, do get on top of some of the Mangonels. He's got the Javelins teeing off at the back. Unfortunately on the Camel Lancers, so they're not going to get a lot done. The military count is 2-1. These archers are still firing away, getting as much damage as they can. The Manjanique count is still got a couple there shooting away at the javelins, which are slowly but surely going down, and a bunch of camel lancers turn into reinforcements from Demu's base, and he cleans up everything.
This was such a perfect play here from Demu. He read the situation perfectly, realized where Numidan would be weakest and where Byzantine's always weakest, on the farms and the landmarks. This is not the Macedonian dynasty where you can just sit back, relax, and wait under your Golden Horn Tower. It doesn't shoot. It just allows you to get defeated if given the moment. And this is the power of having the Aeobid Manjaniques. We saw so many villagers dying as he tried to get them down. But time and time again, Aeobids just shows us the power of the push once they're ready.
I mean, that's really, really great play from Demu. He was not in a good spot for most of that game and had to squeeze every little thing he could have out of his economy and his units and his civ to try to stay in there and get some sort of advantage. When Demu wasn't able to get much economic damage done early in that feudal age, I really thought it was almost all over for him. He then managed to find the right time to get castle himself, made a good castle timing alongside Numidan, got the relics, ran completely out of food, still managed to survive switching into his farm transition, turned it into a way stronger economy than the Byzantine had, both on 1 TC, and then was able to get enough of a Manganique count to then go across the map and just win. I I'm amazed. I think Demu played so well that game and has turned around 2 games back to back to really give himself a well-earned advantage going into potentially match point in our next game.
And getting a civilization such as Malians, that doesn't feel bad at all. But Numidan is telling us a very clear statement of Macedonians are way harder to handle. So sniping out the Macedonians, already telling us exactly what we need to know. And oh, the civilization, it's been a little bit of a demon civilization recently. Not something that you get to handle with most civilizations. And Delhi and Golden Horde, I don't think either of those two civs want to be trying to find an answer to them. But Malians, we have seen them not as much as well, because people are just banning them out. So, with the Malians being played against the Golden Horde, not a Dark Age civilization, nothing that can actually go and shut down the Malians' greediness in that early game. But you still need to find a way to shut them down, and I don't know if Golden Horde has the tempo to be able to do so.
It's kind of a similar type of matchup where you have two civs that do want to scale, and once they reach that point where they feel comfortable. So with Mali, obviously, there's that cow boom, get into castle. With the Filani, and you're feeling nice and safe and strong. With Golden Horde, it's kind of similar. If you can get the stone count through, if you can get all your Uvus and get up to castle age, it feels good. Especially if you can save that stone, not having to spend it all on Torgid, and can eventually get that also expensive reinforcements upgrade, even with the small bug that they do have currently, which makes it ever so slightly worse. But it'll be interesting. Yeah, like you say, no Dark Age from either, which would tend to suit either. But you have to say in this case that Mali does sort of have the eco advantage, but Golden Horde's Feudal Age is something not to be underestimated. We do often see either the Torgid Keshik sort of harass into Castle Age, or we see kind of a pseudo 1-1-1 comp with Outer Stables going Torgid Archer Spearman, which is we've seen actually win a lot of games there just flush in the Feudal Age. I'll
Now,
be interested to see what happens.
on Cliffside, though, you have to keep in mind this map is small. So let's then, yeah, go see exactly if they're going to be emotionally ready for that small space that can easily become a little bit crowded when the raiding starts. Now, I want to point out, so guys, we're about to follow and go and just split screen so we can see these two scouts. But what I want you guys to notice is that Mr. Numidan goes backwards every single time. He goes backwards before making his push forwards, and it feels like this is now his pattern. And he's giving that information out to the opponent already. If Demu can capitalize on that type of scouting pattern, it would definitely benefit. Because with you going backwards in your early game scouting, as we see these two meet, you know already where they are most vulnerable. They don't always see your Dark Age aggression if it comes, but with Malians, of course, you just want to be greedy, get your gold, get your houses up before doing anything else. And especially against Golden Horde, that doesn't really feel too susceptible in that Dark Age.
No, and we see already with similar scouting patterns, the sheep coming through to Numidan, or at least an early advantage. I'd be so interested to hear from the pros what their thoughts are. I think you raise a really interesting point about what they look to do both early on in the series, but then as the games develop and they learn a little bit more about the tendencies of each other. I think Numidan's got a bit of an edge each of these games, or for the most part, I should say, especially if we include the crashed games as well. But it's not been too much of a game changer, at least I don't think it had that great of an impact in our last game. And I don't think we're going to see too much impact from anything in this early game, as, like you say, both civs, both players are just letting each other scout and get their Dark Age up, and we'll start interacting with each other come the Feudal Age.
Now, taking a look at the spawns, you have to ask yourself which person is going to be a little bit more susceptible to that type of pressure. What I like about Demu spawn is he only needs to defend one side, but that gives you the other problem of you are vulnerable if you get pushed on just one side. So Numidan, he sees this. He sees that, hey, double gold, I'm possibly going to be able to do something about this quite easily. Numidan, he doesn't have that same issue. He gets to go fall back, but usually when you're up against Sofas don't really care. They'll just go run to where your villagers are, and they will raid you into oblivion. Cannon the Tor goods being the weapon of choice here, and we have seen a lot of building carts recently, but Cannon the Tor goods time and time again, it just is the favorite, because of course with that cheaper cost on your Cannon Tor goods, it just makes them so much easier to spam, especially when you are in the feudal. Now, what I would have liked to see, and what I really want to see, is us getting some building carts in a game against the Malians, because it provides that early tempo you need to really shut them down for being out here, just putting houses so far, exactly as the Civ does, and getting the control of that second gold already.
Yeah, and saving the wood cost is a huge thing that the building carts gives you early. It means you don't need as much wood and you can prioritize getting the second Uvu and the fortified outpost early, which is 300 wood, which means that for the Golden Horde, that early feudal, it feels just like you're trying to squeeze every last little bit out to get yourself going and have that tempo, which is what the building carts does give you. Now, the Khan and Torgoods does, like you said, like you get the Khan and the Torgoods out there a bit quicker and cheaper, or you can keep making Torgoods as you do have to wait for that stone count to rise before you're able to get them out. Now, the thing, talking about spawns again, yeah, this is going to be either you defend it well for Demu and you're sitting great. Maybe I think maybe one or two houses down if the spacing is not quite favorable for him. But for Numidan, he's got his gold in the back. He's got wood lines so he can easily wall. Being Golden Horde, not Mongols, he can do that. And he's got deer sitting in the back, which is really safe for him to go and take, which is a huge boon to Golden Horde, as it means they can delay those stockyards just a little bit more in favor for some aggression. Very nice from Demu there, seeing seeing Numidan going out and getting his second Uvu. Not being able to get that right away does feel kind of bad for the Golden Horde, especially if you are looking to make a lot of those Torgoods in Feudal Age. But it was just a scout. I'm sure he can get back out there shortly. And we'll see if he does look to add in more aggression. But for now, we see it's actually Demu with the first extra production building, which is the stables.
And getting the stables here, it makes a lot of sense. You want to get that scout to be extra spicy, make sure that those raids that you're planning to do, they are gonna be annoying to handle. And what I really liked about this is he instantly went for the double broad axe. So he went for the double broad axe to make sure that he has that wood income to transition into anything he needs, but then going for the cows right after. Because usually players ask themselves, am I supposed to go for the 3 cows opening, instantly get that bonus, or is it just more important to get this over time? Now, with the 3 houses out here, Demo is being conservative. He knows the difficulty of handling the pressure once it arrives. The spearman being the follow-up here, and honestly, I have no... Oh, there we go. I was about to say, where are these spearmen coming from? But getting the spears... You want to be able to go and shut this down, because this is already so greedy from the Malians, and you need to find a way to stop it.
Yeah, and going all melee for Numidan means, one, he's got the spearmen to stop the scouts and any potential sofa, and also it means he's going to have all that extra torch damage. So if he can get a military advantage in feudal, he can pressure both of those pit mines right next to each other. So it is a little bit sort of all or nothing potentially for both of them. But for now, we just see things ramping up ever so slowly. Demu is only committing to some warrior scouts, so not putting a lot into this. And as soon as he sees the spearmen, I assume we're going to see some kind of reaction from Demu one way or the other. But we see now the cow count rising, which is going. There we have it. We got the 1-1-1, the barracks and the archery range.
And you see with the Khan in the base, he's still just responding to these scouts. And I like this about Demu. Just going for that Pierce scout composition tells us he is looking at spending every bit of resource he can into the cow economy, because 75 gold per minute, it starts adding up. This is a villager at 1.9 villagers that already comes out. So let's say 2 villagers per camp. It means he's already quite far ahead. And with the food running out, he needs this. Now, the problem is there's going to be pressure. And I was going to say, there's not a lot of food left in Demu's base. Because initially, Numidan, again, was the man who got all of the sheep. But the pressure is now on. And Demu, with all of this, he's got some cows. He already got a ton of gold out of this. So he shouldn't feel too bad about just letting the gold trickle come in and then trying to fight this.
Yeah, roles reversed from last game, isn't it? Numidan on the Golden Horde is the one that's going to look to pressure a sort of asymmetrical economy of a Malian, kind of like a Byzantine, which they look to get their own unique resources going. And in this case, it really is for Demu, securing these pit mines, getting that gold, getting that cow boom going. And if he can secure that, he's going to be in a fantastic position. For Numidan, it's not a super huge commitment still. It is still macroing for feudal, absolutely. Oh, we see the archery range go down now. So it is going to be every unit under the sun for Numidan coming across. So we've got the spearmen counts, but now we're going to see the archers start to really ramp up, and our first Keshiks are almost on the field as well. So Numidan wants these pit mines, and with a little bit of the food eco out to harass as well, it does give him some choices to do some damage.
Now, these scout numbers, they're pretty scary. Even though they're not going to win in a one-to-one fight, it still is so annoying to just lose all this little bit of HP on your units, especially when you know you're going to be needing to dive at some point, because that's what we see time and time again from any opponent who plays against the Malians. There's that timing where you're aging up and you know that economy is about to explode. You need to go and shut them down. Now, there's still a ton of food here in the base. As we can see, Numidan is capitalizing on the fact that he has the map control for now. And Demu is the one who's just reinvesting in more and more cows, but with very conservative numbers, as he's ensuring that he keeps the Donzos and the Archer numbers up properly.
Yeah, no one looking to blink just yet, knowing that if they pull off the gas at all at this early stage, they could get ran over. And I think you're like on the money, right? With how it feels to play Malian, is that you know if you commit to that age up too early, that dive is coming, and that could be all it, or one way or the other, that could be the game. So it is something that you really want to be sure of, and I think Demu has shown us this series. Like he's playing this very methodically. He is making sure that any decisions he makes are based on scouting information and making calculated risks. And in this case, he knows pretty clearly here that Numidan is committing constantly to feudal age and is not looking in any way to stop producing pretty much every unit available to him. The only thing being the bottleneck is the food for Numidan, which will be the big thing to keep an eye on economically. But for Demu, things are a little bit simpler. It's those pit mines, and it's adding the cows, which is looking really healthy.
The cow numbers definitely put you in such a good spot already. Getting into this level of cowship, you are in such a good spot to just take a fight, replace. It doesn't feel the same as the Castle Age, of course, but you still have enough units to get you or keep you from dying when that dive eventually happens. And it looks like Demu, he's starting to feel that emergent pressure that's about to take place here from Numidan. Numidan trying to find that way around, trying to find a bit of damage here, but Demu already getting those blacksmith upgrades behind this too, adding that extra bit of production building and switching into a Musafani composition. And I'm kind of liking this.
Yeah, Mustafadi really only going to struggle against the archers, which is not the hugest count at the moment. As we see the clash, Torgud's up the front. They are fantastic tanks. Don't do a lot of damage, but take a lot. But we see probably a better surround here for Demu. The Karash in there giving a nice armor bonus, and I think Demu is taking this fight just before his ranged armor kicks in as well. So there's plenty of damage coming across onto his army, but the numbers are in his favor. And keep in mind, these Torguds, they don't do a hell of a lot of damage. When the Khan arrow comes in, they do ramp up a bit more, but in this case it's a rout. And we even some Sofa got mixed in there, which are fantastic value as well. And these archers, Donzo and Sofa, are pushing back everything. This archer count already wasn't enough for Numidan, and it's even shrinking further. And it's a scary looking army for Demu as he looks to take, or after taking such a huge fight, this could be his chance to tick up to castle.
Now Demu winning a fight as Feudal Malians, you can see he's slowing down, but not stopping the ball from rolling. Already making a handful of sofas here, while still ramping up those resources to get to that castle age. Now, it could just be that he doesn't want to queue up too many sofas from the same stable, but now he has to be careful here, because of course the Keshiks, they are not going to take the same amount of damage as his other units did. Now, with the sofa numbers, we do see that extra stable here at the back, just adding a bit more, but the cows, they are still being eaten. There's not enough pens for all the cows to just stand in. They are the food source that Demu is sourcing from. He needs to find a way to get those cows into the pen and get to castle, but he does it safely. Because again, we've seen this from Malians. This is where they get dove the moment they age up. Demu doesn't want to take any risks in all of that. But the Musafadis, they are going to be a little bit harder to handle for Numidan when the time comes. Because a lot of players, they tend to forget that those things just go behind and snipe whatever they feel like. So, especially when you're floating this much gold, you do get to make those units that handle the Keshiks pretty well.
Yeah, it is. In this case, it's defensive Mustafadi, but it's defensive anything. As Numidan knocks on the door, he knows Demu's going castle at this point. He knows he's got to come in and find his window of opportunity. And this is the moment that we've been talking about for probably the last 5 minutes as to whether Numidan can get any damage, any value here, as Demu looks to go up and secure his castle, which is already 3/4 of the way done. Numidan does see it. There's next to no army here, though. He just doesn't have enough after that. After the end of the last fight went so poorly for him, the archer count is a little bit, but that's almost as many Sofa as it is archers. And the Mustafadi there hanging on as well, and these archers are tearing off. Good micro to pick off as many archers as he possibly can, and Demu does reach the castle age. Now in Mali, their veterancy upgrades are cheaper and faster, so we'll look to see those come through soon. A little bit surprised to see Demu looking to take this fight, but that's how confident he is with not wanting to, or not needing to pull back before he gets those upgrades in. They will come in very, very quickly, and even without, it looks like he is winning the fight.
That is the best feeling as Malians, the fact that you can take a fight in Feudal and make it look easy. You were the one who just spent all those resources in aging up, and you see Numidan, he's trying to get a handful of Keshiks out more. He knows this is his last chance at qualifying for the Homestead Cup, and Demu feels strong and ready to take down the man who is fighting for that spot to go up against Puppy Paw after this one too. Now, Numidan quickly just trying his best at picking off every unit that can do a bit of damage to the horses, and getting the Donzo down too just makes this a little bit better for him. Demu now extending his welcome a little bit too far, plus the range attack gonna be coming in, but it takes a while. And you can see the Keshiks, they did buy him that bit of time he needed. Now the archers are going to be falling like flies pretty quickly here, and you can see Numidan is not planning to invest any more into that just yet, because with the composition switch, we already know what's going to come out of Malians. Castle Age Malians means one thing and one thing only, that's Sofa Archer.
Sofa Archer, and it's incredibly hard to stop at the best of times, but especially when you're in age down and struggling. It just looks like he's going to look to go up to castle and meet it, but the two things to keep in mind for Numidan is one, that castle takes about 12 minutes to kick in, and the other thing is that his food is still on the map. And now if Demu can take a second to even look through the fog of war, he will notice that those deer are being eaten, and have been for quite a while actually. And now that Demu is able to get out of his base and onto the map, and especially with the mobility of those Sofa, it gives them plenty of opportunity to go shut those down, or anywhere else that Numidan's economy might be exposed. But Numidan, he's hanging on, he's got to buy himself some time, and he's got some cavalry to try to do that. So we see the Keshiks and Torgood coming in to see if he can pick up some eco damage while he's got the chance.
And getting some eco damage at this stage, it's not about you doing actual eco damage. It's about you keeping your Malian opponent in his base to buy yourself some time for that age up. Quickly trying to rush up a few fortified outposts here as well. You can see the man, he knows this imminent danger is on the way. And with no wheelbarrow, these villagers are running so slowly, trying to get to safety. Archers not even doing a bit of a tickle against these sofas. They are so strong and they can take any punches that this feudal little army is going to be throwing at him. So Keshiks will still be the main investment here. And it makes a lot of sense. You want to keep your opponent on his toes. And, oh, I love this. The fact that Keshiks can heal up while attacking, it pays off quickly to just attack a nice little cattle ranch.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd be wishing he had a few more, though. Unfortunately for Numidan, it is very much on the back foot at this point. He had the aggression and trying to get as much damage as he could for most of this game, but now it's the case of just himself holding on and trying to survive into this castle age, as those Sofa from Demu are just running around getting the damage. And I think those Sofa on the sort of bottom left side of the map, and finally, maybe if he doesn't turn away, going to find those deer on the bottom side, which I don't think have anything defending them, but he actually does pull away. He's not going down there at all. So somehow Numidan getting away with one there. And still on the aggressive himself with his Keshiks, I see on the minimap running away to the east as well. But behind all of this, Demu's economy has been insane. His unit count, his main army has just been growing, and we see poison arrows finishing up now, and with some Sofa and archers in the front, even as Numidan ages up and starts to get his upgrades in, he's going to have a hard time holding on.
And that collapse here is looking scary from both sides, but Demu's looks so much scarier with all that food income just skyrocketing. Sure, the stockyards are set up, but stockyards need workers, and there's no space for workers to hide even. Villagers falling like flies, and those Keshiks, they are able to find a few villager kills here at the bottom. But it's not just about the villager kills. Those cows are still living their best life. A bunch of villagers just running for their lives here to the left. This is a push that cannot be shut down because these Sofas, they've got 1,000,000 armor, and a little bit of TC fire is not doing too much to him at all.
No, it's going to feel good for a Mali player to be burning down someone else's food structures underneath their TC. And it looks at this case, you know, Numidan, it's the last game. This is match point. So I can understand him holding on and trying to get what he can, but alas, it is too much. Demu has done it 3-1, beating Numidan and advancing through to the next round.
Now, getting a sweet, sweet victory like this for Demu must feel amazing. After all those crashes, it was off to a rocky start, but Demu made it look convincing, taking Numidan down 3-1. That's nothing to scoff at. Now, Demu, for a few weeks, he's had a little bit of trouble being here for the full weekend. So I'm really happy to see that Demu, now that he got his schedule in order, he's able to sit here, play it through, and show us why he's higher on ATR, after all. Especially considering most people were hoping Numidan would be the next one qualifying.
It's funny you say that, Whamenqt, because I was tuning into Demu's stream last night, and he was telling a story. Sorry to air his dirty laundry. I hope he doesn't hear this afterwards, but he did say it on his stream that he's been nursing a multi-day hangover this week and has not been feeling his best at all. So I assume now it's not hit a third day and he's feeling his absolute sparkly best. And it seems that way in this series, at least. Really amazing games from Demu. I was impressed, especially those last couple. It was looking like it could have gone anyone's way, especially after losing the first map. And we weren't too sure what was going to happen on water, with Demu picking that as his choice. But then pretty comfortable for him eking out these last two games. And yeah, it gives me a lot of sort of confidence, or a lot of extra excitement to see Demu come up against one of the absolute favorites, Puppy Paw, in the next round.
Oh, I'm so excited to see Puppy Paw and Demu facing off. And I think both of these guys, if there's someone who can take down Puppy Paw, Demu might be the one. I hope, like you said, the hangover has worked its way through. But before we get to that, guys, we are going to get a little bit of MSN and Kiljadi. And before we get to that game, we're going to take a short break. So boys, we will be right back. Get your popcorn, get your tea. We're going to be here for another while and another best of 5. See you in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hopping straight into the game as we are catching up. We see our first matchup here is going to be Kiljadi on the Byzantines. A pretty scary combination, I would say. And MSN on the more standard old Chana.
Yeah, another interesting matchup, and a very interesting matchup of players as well, right? With MSN picking the China, we've seen him play this a lot. Definitely a comfort or a pick that he sees as being incredibly strong. Kiljadi on Byzantine is one he is certainly familiar as well. So coming out the gates on a pretty standard map with a pretty good, strong Civ matchup is a nice place to be. And I'll be interested to see for MSN whether he comes out the gates blazing, as I expect he will, both in this matchup and being MSN.
Being MSN. He's definitely an expert at being MSN. Oh my goodness, this man, he's a sneaky little goose who will be able to outplay most people. Now guys, finally, after Whamenqt has sped up and slowed down the game, we're ready to hop into our split screen. Let's take a look at these two scouts and these two players to see them shining in their glory. MSN there on the left side, running around with a ton of sheep. Kiljadi, he did drop off that first batch already, but right now he's trailing behind the young lad's scout. So he's not going to be picking up any more after that.
No, and I am. That's a fantastic photo, I think, and I think Kiljadi is not looking too impressed with him either. The young buck. To his credit, I'm sure MSN is only a young 16 or maybe even 15 in that photo. He's almost a fully grown man at 17 years old now. But no, it's looking a little bit sad for poor Kiljadi scout there. We've been following him for a while, and there's not a single sheep following him.
That's the beauty of dry raid. You just cursed it. He gets the scout. Lucky old man is going to be eating tonight. So definitely not feeling too bad. But guys, it's time for us to find out what these landmarks are. And let's go see Imperial Academy. What a surprise. MSN not rushing this up though. And of course, I like this. He's not under the rest. Kiljadi, Grand Winery. What a surprise. With also 2 villages. Not trying to get there quickly. Pulls a few, I was about to say pulls a few more, but no, not at all. He's just going for a good old wood chopping. Not too under stress about anything here. Now, thinking about standard Byzantines builds, usually we don't see 2 on gold. We don't see 2 on stone in that split either. Kiljadi is making his own build here. And 2 on stone, it gets you your 3rd cistern eventually. It takes a little bit longer, but 2 on gold, also not necessarily what you get for your optimal upgrades. But again, aging up with 2, this man, he's focused on even numbers and not going to be deviating from any of that.
Yeah, I think from MSN at the least, we can expect to see pro scouts and probably a bit of feudal aggression to not let the Byzantine get away. That's awfully under the TC there. Oh no, he already got 3 sheep and then they're gone. I hope he got some home, Kiljadi. Can we check on that? Can we get that sheep counter back up after that? Oh no.
Poor guy.
That
Grandpa's
feels
gonna
awful.
go hungry.
Maybe we're praying for that game crash now. I'm not sure. At least Kiljadi, maybe. That really sucks. I mean, it doesn't happen that often these days. In the first couple of years of the game, we were seeing it every other game. Not so much these days, and good reactions from MSN to pick it off, but it really does suck for a Byzantine. It does mean that food is going to run out all the faster, and it does mean that MSN on the Chinese gets even more food, which means when you combine that with the likes of a pro scout, you just have so much eco that you can pump into that such fast production to send just waves and waves of units across the map, and it's really tough for Kiljadi to hold on with his berries both at the front and vulnerable, and then having nothing to run back to under his TC.
Now the reaction, I was about to say the quick reaction. The reaction from Kiljadi on the Byzantines going for a nice little barracks against the horses makes a lot of sense. We see this again and again from people. You get that horseman or 2 and then go for your pro scouts. But this 1 horseman is going to be enough, says MSN. And scouts, they will just go and snack whatever they feel like. And the fact that they're going this way already, let me take a quick look here. If I select the scout now, we can see where he's heading, and he's heading to the opponent's deer. So already having some very optimistic choices here to go for the opposite deer instead of his own. So this is not just about him getting the food, this is about him denying the food. So going out this far to try and get a few deer is definitely saying something about his state of mind after getting that scout kill already. But state of mind might be a little bit overconfident as that horse gets impaled and needs to back off. Kiljadi, he's investing in more and more spears.
Yeah, for MSN, actually, this is quite smart after getting all the extra sheep. He knows that he's not in a rush to get the deer back home as much. So he sent a couple of those scouts across the map to get rid of Kiljadis. I actually thought for a moment he might be going there to the closest deer back, if anything, just to lame them and spread them out. So it's something that would be denied from Kiljadi. But in the case, for the most part, Byzantine, they don't want to go on those deer anyway. They do prefer to get their berries. But in Kiljadi's case, I mean, he's got his first berries out in the front and exposed. He's got his second berries, but who cares about berries? We've got something far more interesting. Those Royal Knights.
That is such a crazy play here by Kiljadi. Finding already going out on the trade post is pretty brave. The problem is, you go out on the trade post and your opponent, he's gonna know you're on a trade post somewhere, and he's also gonna know where you aren't. So this is something that gets shut down pretty quickly. So he needs to get the value of this so fast. Villagers already moving out very conservatively at that. Getting a tower out here too. It tells you Kiljadi, he's scared of what can happen with MSN's army. And MSN's army is already looking pretty feisty with archers and horsemen in that composition. Now the horsemen are standing at the ready, looking for an opportunity to go and attack. But these French knights are going to be quite a surprise. He should be able to get at least 2 out before Mr. Kiljadi, or before Mr. MSN knows something is up.
Yeah, and he doesn't know it yet, right? So this is something where with Kiljadi, it's going to buy him a lot of time. When MSN sees these knights, he's going to be like, oh crap, I've got a bunch of horsemen and archers, and that's it. He might pick up a kill here, MSN. Oh, cancels the attack. Oh my gosh. That feels awful, but it's okay. It's okay. He is going to feel just fine coming across and denying the gold anyway. But with those knights, and obviously MSN not expecting it, as Byzantines will not typically have those royal knights coming out, it does mean that he's going to have to react with a barracks and spearmen, and it does mean that Kiljadi is going to get that little bit of extra time to get his economy going, which especially after losing the scout and the sheep early, he needs every little bit he can get. And MSN's army is already looking scary enough, but these royal knights are going to make all the difference, or they could if Kiljadi can pull this off.
Now, it gets revealed with an engagement against the scout, which is not, I think, the engagement he wanted to reveal this in. Now, towers are getting upgraded. As we can see, Kiljadi is under a bit of siege. Now, with this gold already being shut down, this puts him in a pretty peculiar spot. He does have a safe-ish gold here to the back that he can fall back on. But by this point, you're now just trying to survive. You know your opponent has invested so much into the feudal already. You are Byzantines, you don't mind playing the feudal, but this is also a pretty scary one, because that army is massive, and for some reason they're looking at rotating. And this could just be because he saw those royal knights. He knows that this is not going to be an easy situation to fight against.
Yeah, it does change the equation for MSN a bit, knowing that the Royal Knights is going to make a straight up engagement all the more difficult, so not looking to make any type of dive right away. I'm not sure on his vision yet if he knows that the mercenary camp is at the bottom. Presumably seeing the Royal Knights, he's clocked onto that, or whether those the berry villages are out there all exposed. As a result, Kiljadi is getting a lot of extra olive oil in. Now making his 3rd round of knights has got to feel pretty good and given him a lot more control on the map and in raiding than he otherwise probably would have been looking to have traditionally as Byzantines. And it does look like now, he didn't know the trade post was there directly, but I mean, there's not really anywhere else it could be. So he is coming across now, and there is only that one tower with the arrow slits defending it, so Kiljadi does pull the villagers away.
Now we do see the knights are looking for a little bit of damage, and no damage was found. Scout does pay the price though, and the rest of these knights, they are not feeling too confident about diving in under the TC. Pretty smart move here by Kiljadi, but you have to consider those knight numbers. He's already up to 6. The problem is MSN is prepared for this. Already having 9 spears is going to mean that Kiljadi is the one who's going to need to micro this perfectly. And already trying to get a little bit of a charge here on the scout. You want to shut down this scouting. The problem is just there's 5 more scouts that you have to handle. And now the pressure is not just coming from one side, it's from multiple. MSN, he's not looking at giving Kiljadi a moment to breathe. Kiljadi, though, he knows about this. He sees the army, he sees the horsemen, powers everywhere to just ensure he's not going in blind. With the archers being moved this way, he's going to know something is up, and there's already 26 of them. Kiljadi doesn't have much against this.
Yeah, actually really fortunate for Kiljadi there that that tower vision does see the army. Does make things a bit safer for Kiljadi at home and just knows he has to defend this position. We didn't comment on it, but we did see those 2 archery rangers come up from Kiljadi before, which has seen him grow that count to 15 archers. Not something we're used to seeing for Byzantine, as they tend to go into those longbows, but obviously opting for something a bit different this game with the knights. And as a result, you've got a strong 1-1-1 comp from Kiljadi's Byzantines. And you've got the same thing from MSN. But the thing about China, as much as they've got the economy, which is fantastic, they don't have any real benefits to their troops. They're as stock standard as they can be. There's just a hell of a lot of them.
Now, Kiljadi also already thinking about his own little farms. That food transition is going to be so critical, as we remember there was a little bit of an imbalance here. So MSN's army, while being really, really scary, he needs to be careful not to overcommit, because the moment he does, this can spiral out of control so fast. The food that he's gathered feels great, but it does look like he's about to take a little bit of an engagement here. The archers getting a decent shot off, but the archers from MSN is just so much more. You see them backing off. Limitane trying to just peek, but quickly getting told why that is not a good idea. Now, getting straight under that TC, and that's where things usually spiral out of control, but the army is massive. MSN now at double. Of course, not double value, but pretty close to it.
It's a lot. I mean, it is a huge, huge advantage. And he's also leading in the economy, or particularly the food economy, which is something that Kiljadi is going to struggle with, like you said. And he's struggling even more, as we see with these olive groves being out the front, as the Grand Winery needed to be out the front, as that's where the berries were. It does make things a bit rough. And with that rough food eco, Kiljadi is still macroing to castle. But not having a lot of safe or numerous resources behind it. So it looks like maybe this is the fight for him to take to survive that, and we do see the engagement from both sides with the knights, but there are spears on both sides as well. The horsemen from MSN unable to really attack anything at this stage. They now get onto the archers, which is big, and it's MSN's huge archer ball, which is really making a difference here. Just being able to fire away at anything he can, including every single one of the Royal Knights. And, well, it basically was double the army value, and it's even worse than that now coming out of the fight. That tower is going down. These 2 extra knights just come out of the mercenary camp, but they're going straight to their graves. The archer count is next to none. The villagers are going down, and MSN has got one clear path into the rest of Kiljadi's economy.
This feels like a castle age into GG, with 5 villagers going down. It doesn't feel as bad for the Byzantines usually, but that's where the attack needs to stop. And you can see Kiljadi just thinking about getting a stable or 2 here to make a cataphract. But the question is just if cataphracts are the miracle answer that he needs. And the problem is, I don't think there's anything a cataphract can do against this huge amount of archers, because behind this, MSN is also thinking about his own castle age, so not looking to overcommit the moment this age up hits. But the scouts themselves still pro-scouting, and you can see poor little Kiljadi moving out here, thinking about getting himself a deal or 2. But these guys, they have something else in mind. We will just yoink every bit of food that you had your eyes on and quickly take them all for himself.
It's so rude. I mean, Emmett said maybe being kind, not doing it earlier in the game, but maybe even ruder doing it right in front of Kiljadi's face. And even though he doesn't bring them away, even though he doesn't bring them to his base, he brings them away from Kiljadi. And that means they're all going to be spread out and essentially useless, or at least inefficient for Kiljadi to gather. Now, Emerson, he's still doing a lot of damage around this, but behind it, he's going castle. He's not taking any risks. He knows that behind this, he's in such a huge advantageous position. All he needs to do is not make any big mistakes, and he can choke out Kiljadi from this point.
And you see Kiljadi putting a few farms around, but forward farms, they just don't live the same way as backwards ones when it comes to any type of pressure. And Kiljadi, he's getting his first knight, another set of knights, sorry, those are French knights, he's getting some French knights in queue. He managed to get these for free. They are coming from the Golden Horn Tower, as he hasn't chosen a contract just yet, so the Royal Knights coming out all for free. So in the end, definitely paid off for him to get that, but he just wasn't able to find that damage. Now with that single cataphract, he's hoping for a miracle. But we see the veterancy for the archers are going to be hitting soon, and then turning around and doing damage is not going to feel as bad. I'm actually surprised MSN hasn't turned around just yet.
It is kind of wild watching a 70 population army run away from one that's less than half its size. But like I was saying, like MSN really is trying not to take any risks here. Maybe this is a little bit of an overstep though, and he could have turned this around. And now he goes with especially the archer veterancy coming in, which means the cataphract's got no chance. These archers are going down in mere seconds, and this army is going to get erased before it can potentially run home. MSN very much in the driver's seat and just looking to find that final nail in the coffin as he pushes across with fully upgraded units. Kiljadi there, like you said, really making the use of his knights, his heavy cavalry, by leaning into those from his Golden Hall Tower and using the olive oil and then adding the cataphracts as well. It's really, really strong army. He just doesn't have much of an eco to support it.
Now, that being said, let's take a quick look at the relics. Kiljadi is the only one who's made his way out to the relics already. And MSN, he doesn't have a monk out yet. This is something he's purely focused on making the units he needs. And with seven knights, or in this case lancers, they are going to be pretty hard for Kiljadi to handle. He's got the archers, he's got a handful of cataphracts, but when you have 9 lancers, you know you're feeling pretty confident about anything you're about to face. And Golden Horn Tower is not researching a thing, because of course there was no contract chosen.
It was destroyed. The mercenary house was destroyed. So it made one batch and then it's not making anything. I didn't actually know that's how the interaction worked, to be honest with you. But that's really unfortunate to not see anything come out of that. That's a wasted landmark. So Kiljadi is just gone from bad to worse, and this is a game where, as Emerson pushes on the front door, he's probably going to look to forget, but he is holding in there. Garrison TC, and then able to click on, at least for the most part, onto the archers to get some damage done there before he takes the ultimate fight of the game. But it is more than 3 times the army count from MSN here, and there is only that handful of cataphracts left, which is the only thing of any value for Kiljadi. Running in now, the archers are teeing off on all of the archers in the back. It is just those knights and cataphracts, but it's just an absolute swarm from MSN as he pushes through and gets every unit which is coming out, including those poor cataphracts which are coming out of the back and then running directly into spears. MSN still got the wherewithal to take those archers and click on the archers in the back. The last of the cavalry goes down. We do see Kiljadi actually pick up contract, and now we see camel riders coming out and javelins, which is something for him, but it's a military count of 56 to 2 at the moment, and whether he gets relics or not, this one is looking all over.
Oh, Kiljadi, he had an amazing civilization in his pocket, but there's a reason China gets banned again and again, and we see it right there with that pressure. Kiljadi has just learned a lesson in how to not survive against China, because the amount of units that MSN was able to pump out, I have no idea. I had no idea China could do that. Not to that scale.
Yeah, credit MSN for the game plan and the execution as well. I think we knew early on, I think Kiljadi was well aware that this was going to be a matter of getting pro scouts and China looking to put some pressure on and feudal. But especially with losing that scout early, losing those sheep early, and even before then, getting beat on sheep count, it just was from bad to worse from the very start of the game for Kiljadi. MSN was in a great position, and who did a great job to slowly, but very surely, choke Kiljadi out and take a 1-game lead in this series.
Now, MSN, we see him coming in, taking down players at the top, and then quickly slithering away into the darkness just for a little bit. So MSN, being the young kid on the block, you still have to see that gameplay get to a point where it levels out. This is something we saw with Puppy Paw in the early stages as well. Puppy Paw, I remember when he was one of the newer players coming in, he was absolutely dominating in the one round. And then the next round, you would be like, what is this man doing? 6 months later, 1 year later, he's at the top of the top. He's one of the favorites to win some tournaments as well. Puppy Paw, I feel like this is what I see in MSN. MSN is sometimes showing up at such a high level, but he just hasn't reached that consistency just yet. But seeing this kind of performance, I am really excited to see where this kid goes. But we do have our second matchup as well on Holy Island. And guys, Twitch chat, let's just all prage that we don't get another crash on this map. But with MSN being on the French, I am very worried for Kiljadi. House of Lancaster is not what it used to be on this map.
No, it's really not what it used to be at all, is it? At least on water, I mean, as long as you can get all of your eco at home under the manor, economically it's not awful. But I think he would have preferred to play Jushi's Legacy on this map for sure. Similarly for MSN, I mean, HRE and French are both great picks. We've seen French be a menace across the board, so maybe at least this is something for Kiljadi to be like, okay, if I get getting French away on the water map, maybe it means I'm not going to have to worry about it on another map. But this does sort of set itself up to be, at least in my opinion, MSN favored. But I'm never one to count Kiljadi out. He has beaten the best of the best numerous times. We talked about MSN's inconsistency, or maybe his building up, his ramping up. But Kiljadi is one that has always been knocking on the door. And I think he'll have a point to prove after that bit of an error in last game. And if he could do it with House of Lancaster, I think that sets him up pretty well in the rest of the series.
And let's go see how this one plays out as Kiljadi is ready to spice things up in game number 2 here against MSN. Now, we're already opening the map and seeing something a little different. Kiljadi, he's building a little different than we usually find on Holy Island. Now, House of Lancaster, they are very much known for their early game shenanigans. This is no surprise to anyone. But getting your spearman out here, you are going to need to find your value. Now, with MSN getting his deep sea fish spawned all the way here in the corner, it does mean that this is going to be a slightly easier place to wall off. And honestly, if we get a little bit of walling off action, I am ready for it. We've seen so many crazy plays on all of that. So, Kiljadi, where is that first spearman off to?
Yeah, good reaction, or a good foresight, I guess I should say, from MSN to sort of expect this to come out. And we see the wall blueprints coming up already, which is really nice. Just preemptive, it looks like there. Oh no, just need to finish the dock as well. But that's very clever, and it's the absolute furthest away point. If that scout goes, no, it's all fine, it's all fine. Oh, it is MSN scout at least. Maybe it would have been fair if he could take that down 1 for 1. But in this case, it is as far away this dock as humanly can be, and it gives them all the time in the world for MSN to build up this wall. So that's going to be something that's a little bit difficult for Kiljadi to deal with, and we'll see how much he commits to this. In this case, we see 3 spears queued up, and I'd be interested to see whether we see more than that. But for now, it's just a matter of whether Kiljadi can get anything going here.
Now, what's interesting about this, I'll show you guys with a picture-in-picture. We have a lot of villagers on food, so it feels like he's really planning to stay here for a while, but I was about to say, if he sneaks through, that was so close. But Kiljadi now, he sees, okay, I'm not going to be able to do this. MSN quickly reacting by going and getting all the gold he would need. Foregoing the idea of, hey, I need fishing boats, fishing boats, fishing boats. He knows what's going to be the next target and is already prepping for it. So MSN reading this man like a book.
Yeah, it really goes to show that he didn't actually scout it, right? It was very reactionary to seeing the first spearmen is when those gold villagers went out. And we see a full commit, really, from them. The 7th spearman is being made. He hasn't sent any across to this gold, probably thinking to himself, well, I'm not going to be able to deny the age up anyway, if I really need to deny the economy. But the difficulty is here is that Kiljadi does not have his own fishing behind this. So it is going to be a matter of him needing to get the value by putting this away. And as we see all those spears come across the map, there's 8 on the field, but only 4 have actually made their way across, which goes to show just how far away this dock actually is from Kiljadi's barracks.
Now, this wall, oh, I was about to say, this is a very strange wall, but it does make its connection. And MSN is pretty stubborn about keeping this thing alive and adding another segment. But he needs to be careful with these. Very often when you try to build like that, it can easily bug out and your wall will just be in complete shambles. So probably better off trying to repair it, but he's just trying to get every bit of resource he can, with the villager on fishing as well. Of course, you are in a spot where eventually you're going to be denied off of some resources here. And with the School of Cavalry coming up with 7, he knows this is not going to be something that he has access to forever. 2 wood or left in that little inventory of his, but it is running out. The villagers' time is running out as the spears have their mindset on burning through this and shutting this down completely.
Yeah, he will eventually get there. A commitment of 9 spearmen. And we see that that poor villager does finally go down. But did their job valiantly, for sure. MSN will be honoring them after this game, I am sure. But yeah, Kiljadi, I mean, is that a dock he's building up on just below this? Or is that my eyes deceiving me?
That is not your eyes deceiving you. It is real. I know it sounds traumatizing, but no. And he's going for a fishing ship pretty early on. Makes sense. He's got the wood in the bank, sir.
Yeah, he's got 9 spearmen to secure. I mean, you can secure up water in a couple of ways. You can make boats, or you can make a bunch of spearmen and stop your opponent from being able to make any docks themselves. And of course, MSN has now got the School of Cavalry up, which means he can make knights. But knights against 9 spearmen, he's going to have a bit of trouble getting any damage on that side of the map, which means he's got to go do it on the other side against Kiljadi, who is going to be able to get up his gold, but he's still got that barracks. He still can produce spearmen. He's going to be able to defend, and it's going to be a question of how MSN can turn this situation into either all-inning on land or securing his water another way.
And you see with Kiljadi pulling back some of his spears, he knows he needs to leave a specific amount here to just stop any other redocking. At the same time, there's a Royal Knight on the way, and the follow-up with the archery range already, MSN knows what the counter to spears is, and he's making it pretty fast. So with this, MSN is asking himself, okay, where can I grab back control of the game? Am I going to be okay without having the water? And honestly, I think by this point, with seeing that the double dock now, this might be a little bit greedy from Kiljadi, because with the double dock, it means you can produce from double docks. So he needs to be very, very certain to not just lose control of land completely and let that slow trickle come on in. But the archer already moving out here to try and snipe a few spears so that he can maybe think about getting control back of the water. But the dock blueprint is placed. It's just not going to be free.
No, but I think he should be able to get it up there as another archer to come across, and it doesn't really matter how many spearmen Kiljadi is going to have on that side. He is going to be able to get that back up. But then it still runs away. Still runs away. So waiting for the archers to get there. So at least getting some I guess idle time, running back time from out of MSN before those spearmen go down. So that's some value that they're able to get before departing this mortal coil. But it looks like MSN will then get or be able to get a dock up. And the question will go back to water, which we more traditionally see, with ships being the thing that either denies or not the water. And there you have it. The first one is able to successfully deny it. And that's huge for Kiljadi. That's huge, as now we see MSN's wood bank be climbing without having anything to spend it on than archers. Those fishing ships having to run for their life, and Kiljadi now being able to turn that initial aggression into being able to get that water economy.
Now, with the two fishing boats, they're dead in the water, not going to be doing anything crazy this game, but MSN knows, okay, I just need to win on land. Not going to be risking any other things too close to where the danger was at, but he knows that, hey, maybe Gramps doesn't have vision everywhere. And let's go see how that one will play out, as he still does not know about this, but the scout is there. He's just trying to find where any shenanigans might happen. He's just blissfully unaware of what is about to take place, and what's about to take place is just a standard old extra dock.
Yeah, at this point, MSN trying to find a way to get back that water presence. If he's not able to, I think understanding that this could really get away from him, and being able to successfully sneak and bring those two fishing boats home, which is fantastic work from him as well, as they would have had 2 full loads of fish in that time. Getting a second dock up now, if he can keep this hidden for long enough and be able to get enough presence to defend it against the land army of Kiljadi as well, then perhaps he could wrestle back some semblance of control. But as it stands right now, I think you'd much rather be in Kiljadi's position.
Now, MSN, he's got the sneaky situation on his side. He has the element of surprise, and this is something that Kiljadi is not going to be aware of anytime soon, as we see the scout trailing that way. But is he going to go all the way through? It does look like he's clicked all the way through, so he's going to spot this and going to be able to start answering to it. But now, as we see, the villagers, they're falling every now and again. He knows about the docks now. He knows that there's pressure, and quickly use up a ship himself.
Yeah, it's a question of whether who's going to win on water or land. Kiljadi able to push this back, and if he can successfully get a wrestle of this, he can aggress onto these 2 docks, and that could be all she wrote if he's able to get those docks of MSN reduced. But thankfully, like you mentioned, MSN has been able to get his first 2 military ships out, a galley and a hulk. And Kiljadi still, though, pumping out of his 2 on MSN's side of the map. Got a pretty decent fishing eco going with 8 fishing ships, and now producing plenty of military to try to deny MSN any type of control of the water.
And having control over his gold is the critical part here, because of course they don't have the option of horsemen, they just have the option of hobelas, which cost gold. So at some point you do run into an awkward situation when the raiding gets a little bit heavy. MSN, though, he's investing more and more onto land, and it feels like he just feigned that bit of aggression on the water to get Kiljadi to invest. And Kiljadi is taking the bait. He's getting more and more ships to try and shut this down. MSN says, well, I could just continue. Gets +1 ranged attack as well. And all of a sudden, those archers are going to be doing a lot more. But the hobelas, it feels like they don't really have an answer in this composition that is so heavily focused on archers.
Yeah, absolutely. If the hobelas combined with the 4 Lords of Lancaster out now mean there's so much tankiness and health there on those units that can defend quite well against the French's archers, but it doesn't really have anything to go and kill those archers, as the hobelar don't do quite as well of a job of that as regular horsemen do. And we still see quite impressively MSN sort of pressure Kiljadi into that defensive position on his gold. And he's also been able to secure up that dock position for a while now, though it is worth noting both players haven't reinvested into any more fishing ships since this was sort of established. So it is purely military now, everyone investing as much as they can to try to get control, in this case on land over Kiljadi's gold, and on the water trying to fight over MSN's docks.
And we can see with these knights trying to find their way through, we have a situation here with the boats, and there might just be a connection. So we'll keep an eye on both of those. But the water fight, this is where things will spiral out of control quickly. Because Kiljadi getting both docks up there on the other side, if he can get control of the rest of the water, this will become even harder to deny. But right now, those knights, they're not too sure about what their next move is, but one of the hobelas is their next move, and MSN, he's had to resort to some other food sources. Luckily for him, Kiljadi is purely focused on one place. The scout, though, he might switch things up a little bit.
Yeah, and credit to the players as well for finding the time to go and scout the base while trying to manage things on both water and land, as it's been a very aggressive feudal age from both players, and the map weirdly split in such a way that makes things very precarious if you look away for a second. MSN trying to pull a demo ship in from the side. Definitely a valiant effort in this sort of disadvantaged position, but Kiljadi's demo's coming, or thinking about coming down the front, but that one doesn't quite continue its attack move. And on the other side, we've got a bit of a skirmish on the land with the Knights taking a fight into, I think, a couple of spearman hits, but now being pushed away. But that is quite a lot of army from Kiljadi. If we look at the military count, it's an incredible amount of army. And like I mentioned before, with the Lords of Lancaster, the health bars are really high for all of those units, which means being able to stand and pressure or deny a gold can go a long, long way towards getting that bit of idle time or economy. And economy is really the thing that MSN wishes he had, now that it looks like he has lost all of his presence on the water.
And losing the presence on water just tells you, hey, now my opponent's not going to be investing there anymore, but he's not going to have that food economy either. So MSN now, he's going to get pressured on every other angle of this map. And you see that archer mass just evaporated during that fight. Hobelar's now going to be fighting against villagers, and with their lack of melee armor, this is a reasonable decision. But the Lord of Lancaster, he makes this a lot harder. Archers just doing what they can against these spears, but the knights, they need to find a connection. The villagers in shambles right now, just running for their lives. Some will fall, but the knights are there to support. Spearman numbers, though, still so scary as the archers just cannot keep them low. Villagers have their shivs out, trying to make this fight a little bit more plausible for MSN. But Kiljadi shows us why he chose this map. Grandpa had something up his sleeve.
MSN finally cleaning up the army, perhaps winning the battle but not the war. There were plenty of villages that went down there. I want to say maybe 8 or so he has lost, although many of those, of course, will be fishing ships. I think he had at least 4 out there, so maybe that math works out. But MSN now with very little economy, not having any fishing going for him, looking for the all-in, committing anything and everything he can towards making units. He did win that straight-up fight. Maybe he can go win another, but he's going to be severely disappointed when he gets across the map and something ticks up on his screen right about now.
After winning a fight, you might feel like, okay, great, I've killed a significant portion of the army. I can probably take this. As most of the army here from Kiljadi is all on water. So with the water army, you're not going to be able to respond to these knights. I would say so, but never mind. The ships have something else to say about that. They do respond. But, of course, there are going to be some open spots where raiding is going to be possible. But Kiljadi is getting his own knights, and these knights, they're going to take a while to get here. But MSN, he's got a very small timing, and he needs to make this work.
Yeah, I think even the timing is quite generous, isn't it? It's a bit of an uphill battle to try to push into a Lancaster, which has a white tower up and going. Coming across to scout, Kiljadi will know if he doesn't already realize that this is very much all in from MSN. He just has to hold on land, and his eco will carry him through. The knight coming in across and trying to dive in. It does get trapped. Nice little micro there from MSN to pick that off. In fact, and Kiljadi not even getting it to attack. Now it does, but not getting any value out of that one, which he needs every little bit he can. Diving in here to get some eco kills, which is another little bit going for MSN. So able to turn what looks like an absolute nothing situation into at least a little bit of value. Kiljadi's eco still ticking along though, even with that bit of idle time, and he is still making plenty of knights behind this, which is going to make it really difficult for any straight up engagement from MSN.
In MSN, he's making a lot of knights. He's able to find some pickups, but the problem is he's not able to get far enough ahead or enough kills to really make up for this fishing ship situation that is here on the water. Because with the 2 docks, he's having a pretty great economy. The thing is, if MSN can keep this up, gold is about to run out. Things are gonna spiral out of control eventually. Your French knights, they are able to keep up with the normal knights in castle most of the time. But with him having water control, he feels a little bit more comfortable going straight out on the water, gold, and making sure that he does not have this constant pressure in front of his base. The food is going to run a little bit low on the rest of the map as time progresses, so MSN can't stay in this position forever.
No, but at least for now, the eco from MSN is looking good. The income is looking good. It's just a matter of how long that is going to last before the map dries up, or at least the land of the map dries up, and he's got nothing left in the tank. The thing for Kiljadi is that his knights, well, he only has to make knights. Really, it's going to counter everything. Weaker knights on the feudal age from MSN, and of course, those archers. So it is a very simple game plan here for Kiljadi, as long as he can keep hold of the eco and not lose too many villages himself to this all-in. But otherwise, it's looking pretty good for him, and we see him come across with those knights on one side of the map, trying to get as much eco damage, and then we see, oh no, Emerson pulls off these ones, and these 3 are going to get all the freedom in the world to tee off on these villages. At least a couple go down, and we might see a couple more as well, with it only being archers so far to stop them. It is looking really rough for the young guy.
Now, Kiljadi doesn't have +2 range defense just yet, so the archers are doing okay against this. But you can see, this is just a night raid after night raid after night raid. On every single angle, Kiljadi is trying to equalize the losses that he had suffered. And another dock would not be the worst idea for Kiljadi, as he's so far ahead already, but with all the resources he's got in the bank, he's not thinking about that at all, just making sure that he gets more and more knights. Now, with these amount of knights, you start to question yourself, what is MSN going to do in the long run? Because now they're starting to equalize in numbers between French and the House of Lancaster knights, and in the end, your Castle Age knights will prevail.
Yeah, it's running out of room, running out of options for MSN a little bit here. He's doing a really good job, to his credit, to defend where these raids are coming in and to keep his knights as much on the aggression as he can, to see if he can pick up any little bit of pocket economy or economy on the map that's not sitting there safely under the white tower. But as things go on, as long as Kiljadi can maintain his position without losing a lot, he's going to be feeling a lot better than MSN is. The biggest thing for MSN now is securing up his gold, as it's all dried up. He's got 2 mining, and I don't even know where they are. Yeah, which is not exactly where he's going to want to be, looking to mass as many feudal knights as possible. That makes it literally impossible. I think he's not been producing anything for a while now, and that means that count is not just a bit even for Kiljadi, but ramping up so much more heavily in his favor. And the Lords of Lancaster, at least one of them, is coming through now. I'm surprised not to see the rest of them joining as well. Still waiting to be queued up. There we go. He's clicked the button, and now it's looking very, very difficult with MSN pulling back and looking to take one last big engagement, perhaps. Coming in, those feudal knights, especially with the charge, they do a lot of damage. But remember, these are Castle Age knights from Kiljadi. They don't have much in the way of other bonuses, but they are Castle Age, and they do have some extra health from that one Lord of Lancaster. But now Kiljadi even teeing off on the villagers, and that's going to be it. He has ground them down. Kiljadi evens it up 1-1.
Now, Kiljadi coming in swinging. MSN not really expecting that cheeky play here from Kiljadi on water. And he was, with the Spearman investment, you would think that, hey, this is going to be very expensive, but it paid off so well. MSN making an amazing step towards trying to get control of it again. But Kiljadi, scouting it, he knew how to respond. There was that timing at a moment where it was about military on the water versus military on land. And for a moment, it felt like MSN had an opening, and he definitely used it. But you have to keep that pressure going. And he wasn't able to do so because, of course, the White Tower shoots rockets and it feels impossible over time if you just keep diving into it.
Yeah, at that point it was looking like there's not too much of an option left for MSN. I think he did really well to get into the wood line and with his archers get a couple of vill kills there at the front, even with the White Tower looming. And I think also right at the start, I mean, I don't think he expected quite the commitment from Kiljadi, or at least maybe not knowing quite how much he needed to react to it. But we did see him get those walls up early and build his dock at the furthest away point, expecting some of that Dark Age aggression. Just didn't quite pay off for him, and Kiljadi was able to sort of make him pay and eventually establish that water control in the feudal age. MSN tried its best to sneak something in there to not give up water too early, but it was too little. And credit to Kiljadi, he sort of ran him around that game and looking very confident, very comfortable as we tie up as we go in with a tie series into our game three.
Now, looking at the draft here, because we didn't really get a moment to really digest it, and we still have 4 minutes on the clock before we hop on in. So I wanted to point out that we got a little bit of a different ban here. Golden Horde actually getting banned here. And I am shocked. MSN, he plays Golden Horde, right? But banning this against Kiljadi, you must either respect the man or respect the civilization. Golden Horde, it feels like a little bit of a dark horse. The one moment they're dominating, the next moment they look like they're just falling flat on their face. So finally getting a little bit of diversity here too.
Yeah, it's nice to see a little bit of difference in the bands, isn't it? We've seen Sengoku and Ottoman almost just automatics, right? They may as well put them in there before the draft even gets done. But Golden Horde being banned is an interesting one. I think we've seen a lot of the pros speak about them in their tier lists as saying they are a good civ, but they're not that great. But also at the same time, when I play it, I seem to win with it, so I don't really understand them. Which I think is kind of the feeling, the vibe of the civ. They're a very, very strange one, and maybe there's a good reason why MSN has looked to knock that one away. I'm not too familiar with Kiljadi's Golden Horde, but we've seen some players. Vortex is another one who've done fantastic job on that civ. On the flip side, Macedonian, I mean, that third slot is really what do you just not want to see? And people have been fair enough with their disdain of the Radari and the Macedonian units, and it's hard to argue with that one.
Now, seeing the Macedonians getting banned is no surprise after we've been watching these games, but getting it sniped as well, MSN respects that too. He's not looking to go up against it, but surprisingly allows Japanese to go through. Now, I can see a lot of players switching up a little bit of how Japanese is played, but we see them being strong in feudal as well. The problem is, can Golden Horde do that same level of pressure? And are we going to get, again, the Khan and the Torgoods? Because the top of the top players have been showing us a little bit more play around the building cards because of what we talked about earlier, that momentum that it gives you to actually go out and do the damage early on. You don't spend the wood, you don't have to spend your villagers' time to just chop down. You just get to make units so quickly. But at the same time, Malians, it gets sniped too. So MSN, he's gonna have to work to be able to play that civilization. And looking at the rest of his draft, I don't think he's gonna be getting Malians out anywhere else.
Yeah, it does look a little bit dicier now that you sort of come out of those first two games and see what's left. You do feel like Kiljadi's maybe got some of those powerhouses left. And I think even in this matchup, you would favor the Japanese quite heavily. Maybe I'm wrong on that, and I'm sure chat can correct me with their more expert opinions. But the Japanese are a civ that loves to go into the Dark Age. Cliffside is a map which loves to see early aggression, and the Golden Horde are one that takes a while to get going. So yeah, this might be one actually where we see building carts to sort of wrestle back some of that tempo. But I think Japan sort of have every opportunity available to them to choose however they want to. And if ultimately they do want to get up to the castle age and get onto their mounted samurai behind that Dark Age aggression, I think it's really hard to stop them with the slower pace of the Golden Horde. But if there is somebody to turn up the pace, it's our boy MSN, and I'm looking forward to seeing if he can do it.
Now, Kiljadi, he heard you here, and he was like, turn up the pace? Actually, hold the phone there, sir. I'm the one who's going to be rushing in Dark Age. And on
That
Cliffside...
gold spawn.
That's what I was about to say. The problem is Cliffside is really tiny. And when you have a forward gold like this, the gods are looking down upon you, and MSN, he is cursed.
That's just rough, isn't it? I mean, it's the first thing that comes to mind as soon as the game starts. The gold is right there, and then to top it off, the stone is pretty vulnerable as well to Kiljadi being tucked away there on the left. It's not much of a rotation for those spears to come around. So it could be possible here if Kiljadi commits to it that he could push off of gold and then also have enough time to burn down that Uvu. Which, if that does happen, is next to a worst case scenario for MSN. The good thing for him is he does recognize it early. Oh crap, my gold's in a bad spot. I'm going to go and get all of the gold I need straight away. There's no way this villager dies, does it? No, he's away and he's safe. MSN knows exactly what he's doing. And with this, he will be able to get his gold in and will be able to get his age up. But it's all a matter now, I would assume, whether that Uvu is going to last as well.
Now, this Uwu only at 1,750 health. It is going to take a while to burn down, but at the same time, with Kiljadi just investing so many spears, he is definitely going to shut this down quickly. Now, MSN, with 9 villagers on food, he'll get there. He'll get to the age up, but then you have to ask yourself, is the damage not already done enough? And I think this might be the one instance where you tell yourself, hey, even if I went for the Khan and the Door goods, building carts might just be better for the tempo here, because for MSN, when he starts that age up, of course, it's going to take a long time no matter what. You still have to get the resources to be able to make the units. So we'll see if he's still committed to getting the Khan and the Door goods, or if building carts is just going to give him a clearer answer. Now, it does feel a little wonky because you're paying 100 gold per set of villagers. And this does quickly stack up. We can see here the TC being idle for 10 seconds. It was 1 second until very recently, but because of that cost, you only having 2 villagers on food early on, it meant that your TC was going to go idle, at least for a little bit. Guys? Wait. Am I still here on Discord?
I still hear you. I still hear you. I'm hoping... By all accounts, this is a tech issue on your or our end and not the game. I guess we will soon find out. I'm not mentally prepared for there to be another game crash.
Don't worry, don't worry. The other game is, or the other side is still going, guys. While I load this one up, I will put, give me 1 second, a Whamenqt on the fly. She is going to be putting up a nice secondary... Hold on. Display, no, wait, there's a button here. And create new, this thing. Ha ha ha! Ladies and gentlemen, secondary production PC coming in hot. And this one, it will be necessary because it was going at exactly the same time. So I will get the other one up in a moment, but for now, Mr. Ben, take over and take us through.
That's amazing. I love this. I mean, when everything is going not your way, still coming in clutch and getting us the game, especially when things were getting spicy. And we do see the building carts coming in. And if there was ever a time to get it, this was that. Especially with not being able to use the Khan and Tool goods for anything and needing all that extra wood to rebuild one Uvu, let alone make his second Uvu, and then have production to push back those spearmen. It makes all the sense in the world to get this and then hopefully be able to take some of that agency back and push on to Kiljadi's side of the map. On his side, we see whether he looks to go for any fast castle or whether there's going to be a commitment to a bit more wood. But it looks like at this stage, I think Kiljadi might be looking to just get himself up.
Now, with Kiljadi, having this many villagers on that storehouse, you usually get a little bit sus, but at the same time, that tower investment is telling us a very, very clear story. And it's, hey, I need this gold and I'm not going to have this gold forever. I may have been in your base, but I know you're coming to mine, especially with him definitely going to be up against someone who has a nice little Khan that can just sneak in and out as needed. Now, with everything, or with all those spears, you do have a response to this type of early aggression early on, but you have to keep in mind, this does take a while for you to really get your value up. And yes, guys, you are going to hear the double game sounds as I'm trying to catch up to the live game, but at the same time, we are now going to wait and see if MSN is going to be able to sneak on out and find some damage himself.
Yeah, Nemesis really has to. There's no chance for him to try to find a similar castle timing. The Golden Horde is just too slow for that. But the good thing about the Golden Horde and MSN's position is that he does have plenty of opportunity to put some pressure on, making use of the Khan and Torgoods, which he can still get even without that age up, just a little bit more expensive, and kind of force Kiljadi to have to respect some of that pressure. And we do actually see Kiljadi. I thought it was going to be as quick of a castle as he could, but deciding that's not the way, and actually making use of that barracks to keep making units, in this case samurai, and put a few more of his villagers onto wood as well. So it's not going to be perhaps the fast age up and see if MSN can all in or not. We've got a little bit more going on.
Now, with that, you have to keep in mind that this is still a nice little thing from Japan. With him having the barracks, with you rushing, it feels like you didn't invest all that much to... Ooh, hello there. Those aren't samurais, those are Onobugeishas actually, Ben. I also didn't notice, but there is a samurai in the mix. He does know the value of the armored units. Also going for a stable here. This gives him the option, because he had that barracks. And he's also hiding his strategy, making sure that he puts all the military units that are not standard spears in that TC to hide what he is cooking. MSN though, he's going for the archers, and I love this. The archers are a natural response to spears and your Onobugeishas. Kiljadi, he knows this, so opts to go for a few more samurai to make sure that this is not going to be an easy fight for anyone.
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting that either. The icons have always confused me since Japan came out, and I think even that samurai that was queued up may even be cancelled, as we see it's Horseman Onobugeisha coming out here, which is an interesting choice. The speed element makes him very, very strong, and if you can overwhelm with a mass, it doesn't really matter how many archers MSN has, even if they are the natural counter. If you have so many, and if he gets caught out on the map, just the pace of those Bugeisha can chase them down. But in MSN's case, he is going to have quite a varied army with something of that 1-1-1 comp. Or I guess if you add Karash and Khan, maybe it's more diverse than a 1-1-1. But it is going to be plenty to deal with this. We'll fight this straight up. But if Kiljadi can hide it and come out with a huge mass, it could be something that fully takes MSN by surprise and knocks them out with one fell swoop.
And we're taking a quick look at the vision here of MSN. So he's aware of the stable, he's aware of the barracks, but from his perspective, his opponent hasn't made that many units. So this might just come as one of the biggest surprises for him when those eventually do pop out. And we can see the Bugeishas standing at the ready. The Bugeishas actually going to be giving him a false sense of confidence if they're standing alone. But I'm noticing now, we're just getting more and more Bugeishas. What happened to our samurais?
Yeah, I think it was a mistake. I think it was cancelled when he saw it. So we're only going to see Bugeisha now, and just a handful of horsemen. Now we do get another horseman queued up, so looking to both raid that and add something to a straight up fight. Very, very cleverly, Kiljadi is still keeping his Bugeisha away there. He only saw Spearman did MSN as he poked in with those Khan and Torgoods, looking to get as much scouting information as he can. And he's really not able to see a lot from what Kiljadi's doing, other than being able to poke the gold and see how many are on there. But the thing is with Kiljadi, he's got a lot on gold, sure, but he's turning that into Onobugeisha, not into an agent.
Now, on a Geisha, they're great. They're really, really nice. But if your opponent is ready, and with archers, if MSN is not surprised, he should be able to kite backwards. And with him already standing here at the back of the base, it feels like he's aware. There's a reason we call these the Bugattis, because they run so fast. They're going to get on top of your army and take down anything and everything that dared leave the base. But we do see a double follow-up here with 2 more barracks in queue, and he's just getting more and more Bugashas with a handful of horsemen as a helping. With the food, though, you have to keep in mind, MSN is out on the map. He's snacking out here without much protection, while the thing is, I feel like MSN is still, yeah, he's capitalizing on that early sheep. It's not like he is going to be able to transition once these horses start raining down upon these external resources, because MSN is going to be completely out of food by then.
It actually does feel really rough for Golden Horde if you're not able to either get on the map and secure up those deer or boar, or to be able to get at least a couple of stockyards in by now to have that really efficient food running. So MSN on the berries and soon to run out is a really precarious position, and it's really clever from Kiljadi to be on the map actively with just even a handful of horsemen, 1 to get the information and 2 to potentially get a little bit of damage or idle time. It's going to set them up really nicely to see exactly what's coming out, as I'm sure both these players at this point, with MSN not pressuring, he must know that there is a lot of army there that's going to stop him from going out too much on the map. And Kiljadi's going to know exactly what MSN has at home, especially economically at this point, to know whether he is in a good position or not. So it's really clever posturing from both players, and a lot different of a game as to what I was expecting coming into this matchup.
When you see Japan, you smell Fast Castle, because we know that they just don't have a response to this, but this is already a collapsed horseman. Not all together here from Kiljadi, so his army being split up, this could be a little bit harder, but the horseman providing that bit of a front line that he needs. Bugeisha's kind of melting away, but the archers, they are spending their strikes on the horsemen, and the horsemen coming from the back as well. Absolutely devastating here. The spears providing a nice sense of a front line, and as these 2 armies collide, we see the Bugeishas going around as well, and this fast army is able to catch up. Archers, they are gonna need to play perfectly to get out ahead, but it just feels like Kiljadi's army is so scary with all the upgrades already in there for them. The Keshiks just, oh, not the Keshiks, the Dorgoods just getting them into a little bit of a choke point, and it looks like the archers will prevail after all. Kiljadi, he lost a significant portion of his army, but he's not ready to give up just yet. Keeps pushing, but the Dorgoods are absorbing so much of this damage, while the real damage is being done by all these archers.
Yeah, fantastic micro from MSN. The thing with Kiljadi's army is that there was just nothing to pick off the spears and Torgoods from a distance. And as long as those spears and Torgoods could stay alive, which they were doing such a good job of, then those archers were able to tee off on the Bugatti and the spearmen, which meant that it was really a case of that fight going better and better for MSN over time. As long as he didn't lose that spear and Torgood count, which didn't look too scary at all, he was able to maintain the archer count and get so much damage done. And behind that, Kiljadi was going for castle. So turning in that aggression into a castle age meant he was behind on resources and what he could have added to that army. And now MSN is able to take a win, having not invested anywhere near the same amount of money himself into anything other than military, and come across the map. And when he sees this go up, I'm going to expect him to be diving on into what Kiljadi has left.
And Kiljadi, he might have a few towers to protect him, but the problem is those samurai are going to take a while. We do see the first Shinto priest not instantly going towards the stable, which means this is going to take forever to get on out. Now moving in, quickly changing the production speed to 16 seconds per unit, but still, there's so many units. Even when you have one, you're going to need to wait for a handful more, and a handful, they're not coming. You only have 162 gold. You are stuck with 2 mounted samurais and a dream.
Yeah, not being able to secure up enough gold at that time is just going to be a huge detriment for Kiljadi. Now coming out with the 1 mounted samurai that he's got out already. He's doing a fantastic job, actually, but the rest of the army is still falling pretty quickly to this huge archer mass, and the Torgets do such a great job of tanking. The Karash adds that extra armor, which makes them so tanky as well. And it doesn't really matter if there's not a lot of damage that comes out against these Mounted Samurai. The peppering will eventually take them down. There's even not a lot of fire damage there from the torches, but that's eventually going to take that tower down. And as a result, MSN has got free reign in Kiljadi's base, even though he's Castle Age, a military count of 36-1. And Kiljadi really struggling with gold, buying it now to try to get some units out. But again, going into Onobu Geisha, interestingly enough, as well as that Mounted Samurai, meaning that it's got to be a really tall task to be able to turn any type of damage onto MSN's army. He can stay feudal for a while.
MSN is just going to be able to keep on pushing, find wherever the resources are coming from. And some of these are very vulnerable. The problem is just, of course, he doesn't have God vision. He's not going to know exactly where those villagers are hiding. But some sneaky vills are trying to make their way out here. The problem is that's only 3. And with you investing this much, it doesn't feel like that is the amount you will need. But with the archer numbers, he has a natural counter again, the Onobu Geisha. So it just feels like constant play here from Kiljadi into his own death, as he's just hoping that these the pair of Mounted Samurai are going to be able to perform miracles. But MSN, he's not looking at going for a rushed age up. He spends every bit of resource he can as the wood is coming in by getting spears, because he realizes, I've gotten a counter to most of his units. Let me just get it for the rest of them as well.
Yeah, even with just Spear Archer, he's got some counter to these units. The biggest thing is, like you mentioned there, just what can he attack? Kiljadi taking a bit of a risk, but a calculated one, to pit a lot of his villagers on the map. The gold in the far left, and of course, chomping up as much of that food as he can up top. Every Mounted Samurai that he can add is going to be huge, and the Onobu Geisha as well make it a difficult army. I'm not so sure Kiljadi wants to fight just yet, though, just as he sort of has secured up some of those resources. Wants to buy as much time as he can. But MSN's army is huge. There's all these Torgut coming in, which, I mean, they're basically free, aren't they? And in Spearman, Karash, Archer, it's a really scary point for Golden Horde. Even if they don't have a lot of those stone upgrades, they've got a hell of a lot of units and good upgrades behind them. And we'll see now whether he can take the fight or whether those Mounted Samurai are going to be enough. The Archers looking to tee off on all the Onobu Geisha, and even though the veterans, they're killing them so fast, the Archers are on the Mounted, the Spearmen are on the Mounted Samurai, which is a great job from MSN. And those Torgets are tanking up a lot, actually. Those Mounted Samurai are really not doing much damage at all, and he cleans up the entire army again. That was really Kiljadi's chance to bring anything out of this situation, and now MSN's got free reign of the base, and we could be seeing GG any minute.
MSN definitely reading every part of this game just right, putting that pressure up non-stop. And the Daimo Manor, it might be producing villagers, but they are just produced to quickly die shortly after. Now, the DC fire is going to help, but you're going to need a lot more help. Oh, he says the villagers are the help here, and he fights back, but every villager falls like a fly. And the TC firing away at the archers, but he needs a lot more. Kiljadi, not ready to back off, has a few more Onobu Geishas in queue, and he says if it doesn't work, it will work eventually. Now, with yet another one coming out, but quickly getting damaged to so low already, he has one last hurrah in him, and he's gonna try to make this work, but with 0 villagers on food, this is tragic. We see the berries are running out here at the back too. Mounted Samurai at the front trying to perform miracles, but the Spearman numbers are just too supreme here from MSN, and he takes game number 3.
What a lovely game. I mean, really well played by MSN to, first of all, manage that Dark Age situation, which was certainly not in his favor. And then be able to make the right calls in Feudal Age. We were really unsure whether Kiljadi's Onobu Geisha Gambit was going to pay off, or whether it was something that MSN was going to see, or whether he could react to. And for whether he saw it early or not, he did keep that archer count really high. And when it came down to that ultimate battle, we can see there on the military count right there before Kiljadi's Castle Age, he was able to take such a huge fight, just constantly microing back and killing Geisha after Geisha and not taking any damage at all. And then behind that, Kiljadi ticked up to Castle Age. In that case, it was just a matter of MSN to close out the game, which he did a really, really fantastic job of. So amazing game, 2-1, and we're ready for game 4. I'm loving the series. We knew it was going to be a good one. These two, the oldest versus the youngest, the battle of styles, and we are getting a treat so far.
Now, Kiljadi, I am so surprised in the decisions that he had made with those honorable geishas. At some point, when he went into the samurais, I could see this working. I could see how that Archer Mass was just going to be completely overwhelmed by having to micro and deal with the honorable geishas that are in between that mix. But stopping that production and just going for the clear honorable geishas, that was pretty brave of him. But we do have our next matchup, guys, and we see Macedonians sniped out yet again. Macedonians will not see the light of day. Malians neither. But Delhi and JD, and honestly, this might be the matchup that Kiljadi has in his pocket. We know that JD does pretty well against Delhi, purely because of the knight supremacy and being able to shut down that feudal aggression that Delhi loves to do.
Yeah, this matchup has changed a lot over the years and the iterations, I guess, of the meta. Delhi used to have a really good feel in this matchup, or thinking against French or French JD kind of being very similar. But we've seen the sort of power of both French and JD in this matchup be a little bit more in their favor. I'm not ready to count this one out yet for MSN on the Delhi. I think it's a really good civ of his, and I think he showed us some awesome play so far. Will be interesting to see if there's anything from Kiljadi that he sort of throws in that's a little bit wild, as we've seen a few things from him so far in both, especially that House of Lancaster game, and then also even with Japanese. So very interested to see if he's got something in store for us with Jeanne d'Arc, or whether we're just going to see a hell of a lot of knights.
The way you say it as well, I think a lot of us are asking us, do we finally get to see a diverse composition coming out of someone like Kiljadi? Him and Baltoon, I feel like they're both players who are very comfortable going for just knights. So it does feel like something spicy coming out of the men, but MSN, he's someone who will respond to this. He's not scared of switching to spears if needed. A lot of players feel a little bit allergic to that when they are playing the Ghazi meta. But guys, before we head on in, let's quickly take a quick look at the brackets to see what is cooking over on the other sides as well. Now, you guys, looking at this event, there were a lot of upsets, a lot of surprises. Whamenqt coming into the last qualifier to just make sure it goes down swimmingly. In their favor, of course. Now, the first few weeks, it was pretty rough, but for this one, they are feeling pretty good about their chances coming on in. But it's been a tight competition for a lot of people. We saw Numadan putting up a good fight. MSN, now Kiljadi, definitely not wanting to go down too quickly. But at the same time, it is going to be an uphill battle from there on. Now, as you guys can see in front of us, Saturday is highlighted. There we go. There's the English. Pretty clearly, with us still having our semi-finals hereafter. Papipo versus Demu and Wham versus we will see. So after that, we do have a double elimination, and it is a little bit different from previous weeks because we wanted to make sure that players do get that fair shot at that second spot anyway. Of course, since it's only 2 spots, it is going to be a lot tighter. So yes, I am honestly just so happy to see the lineup we have from these players, because for a lot of you, you might be thinking, oh, well, it's just a local cup in Serbia. How did you get this roster? Well, we have no idea. It was just apparently the players all came together and they were like, hey, let's go and dent everyone in. So I'm really excited to see what we got out of it. But boys, this is crazy to think about. And I'm so happy we have this much of a lineup. It's pretty scary.
It is scary, and I think it got even worse this week, right? I mean, final boss energy, Puppy Boy and Wham coming in, being like, I'm not so sure. Am I going to compete? I'm not so sure. Oh, last week, one chance to qualify. Yeah, it'll be all right. Let's have a go. And then these poor rest of the players thought they've been trying so hard for 2 weeks, and then all the rest of these top players get qualified and they don't have to worry about them anymore. And then they get the news that Puppy and Wham are both playing, and there are 2 slots left. It's rough, but it's also, like you said, it's really awesome to see the caliber of player and competition that are rising to meet them. I'm really excited to have seen Demu come through. Really excited to see this battle off of Kiljadi and MSN continue. And Cat, I think I saw there, or Whambit Cat was it. But there's, yeah, plenty of great matchups to come. Even if eventually maybe Wham and Puppy get through, we're still going to get plenty of great sets before that maybe happens.
Yeah, I am really glad to see everyone joining in. And after the prize pool increase, yes, now the prize pool increase definitely helped our case. But guys, if you want to stay up to date with the tournament, I'm going to plug it in right here. Please go check out the site to see exactly what is cooking and where things are heading. Every bit of support that you give, you will see it going to our specific goals along the way. And you'll get a little bit of an insight on how your money is helping us fund this event. Because right now we are minus 16, 17-ish K for this event to take place. So it's definitely going to be stacked with our talent lineup already looking feisty. And I'm excited to see all these guys face off. We will be building out some profiles as well as the days go on. But ladies and gents, let's hop on in. I hear the sounds. It sounds like our game is ready. So let's go see how Kiljadi plans to take down Mr. MSN, if he allows.
Alrighty, getting straight into it on Gorge. So on the bottom of our screen in the orange, we have Kiljadi on Jean d'Arc. And in the top right of our screen on the Delhi Sultanate, it is in the blue MSN. And nothing too crazy to start with. And we guess we'll take place into what's going to go on with the sheep. But maybe we don't worry about sheep too much as JD going out to get those deer, as we have seen quite a lot more in fashion these days for the likes of French, Order of the Dragon, and of course, Jean d'Arc.
What's really surprising to me is that in every game we've had so far, I flipped them around again, sorry boys. In every game we've seen so far, it feels like both of the scouts are going upwards. Neither of them are slowing down, going bottom. It's been every single game, everyone upwards. And we've had a crash on Gorge so far every time. So I really hope that the gods are watching down upon us and making sure that there are no crashes happening for this one. But we can see these two faces, like father or like grandpa and like son, just fighting it out all the way there from Scandinavia for that honor of playing against Puppy Paw.
Yeah, not the reward anyone probably wants, but one that you understand that you're going to need to beat if you want to qualify and compete against the rest of this top 8 in Serbia. So you've got to earn it one way or the other, whether Wham and Puppy Paw were playing or not. And in this case, yeah, it's not made easier. But neither of these players are going to be thinking about anything else other than the rest of this set. For MSN, he's 2-1 up already. Match point. If he is able to take out this game against Kiljadi, he will go on to that next match. But Kiljadi will feel plenty fine, plenty confident to come in this matchup with JD. And I think particularly will be, even after those last couple games, feel fine that he's still plenty in this.
And I like this with going out on the deer and not touching the sheep. That feels great. And of course, a few of them are touching. Now, you have to keep in mind, with JD, this is the limiting factor. And Delhi is so good at shutting down any civilization that tries to go out on the map for food. But at the same time, they're the civilization that will go out on the map for food. So Delhi very often, when they have the map control, just moving out, feeling very confident about this. The problem is, when you are playing against someone like the JD or the French, you know that you're not going to be in control all the time. So the sheep numbers here matter. And of course, ooh, a lot of black sheep in this mix. One little white one, bringing a little bit of diversity into this group. And it looks like this is going to be a feast for a lot of villagers to come. Now, of course, with Ghazi Raiders, they do extra damage to the knights, but it is still an uphill battle for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the extra damage sometimes you feel with Ghazi, you don't even really feel it up into French knights in particular. But when you do get a mass, especially with that Ghazi Spearman combo against any Feudal Knight Civ, but especially the likes of a French or a JD that just want to mass as many of them as possible, it can feel really strong. Those fights can turn really quickly with the damage that both the Spearman and Ghazi do, rather than just relying on Spearman for DPS. But one of the things that's made a little bit more interesting with Jeanne d'Arc in particular is, of course, her influence on the battle, whether it is the melee version or the ranged version, can deal with the Spearman a lot better than any other unit. And in this case, we will need to see at some point MSN on the Delhi need to go out onto the map for food, like you mentioned, which means that at some point he's going to need to open himself up for the potential to get raided.
Now, with the Ghazi Raider opening, this is something a lot more standard we see. But we've had a few delis that decided, hey, we're going to open with a barracks. Now, that would be a perfectly good answer. The problem is, you want to get the mobility up, you want to shut down whatever this is, but you don't have an answer to that initial knight. So it is something that he's going to need to invest in pretty quickly, and that's usually where the knights make this a lot harder of a lifestyle for anyone.
Yeah, it becomes a little bit of a micro battle, doesn't it? The Ghazi being faster than the knights, meaning if you can get across the map and force them to, it's not a great start getting 2 shots, including the charge on the Ghazi. Losing that much health doesn't feel great. But if you can get away from the knights, it does mean you can pressure, even in a sort of horseman or pseudo horseman versus knight battle, pressure the economy if you can get them on that side of the map. But if the knights do come across onto MSN side, it does make things very, very dangerous. Now, we saw the tick up from JD there already, going for the Whamenqt at Arms version, the melee version, which is probably in anticipation of MSN not making a hell of a lot of archers.
Now, with MSN, getting the Ghazi numbers out a little bit quicker, of course they're cheaper, you also have a scholar inside. I'm trying to keep an eye on these knights to find out exactly where they plan on hitting, but this is a little bit of a slippery slope, because of course if the Ghazi numbers start becoming overwhelming, things can spiral out of control quickly. And ooh, a beautiful charge coming in, and the second one also trying to get a charge in, but there will be another Ghazi to intercept if needed. And soon enough, these Ghazis will just go home and heal up. And that's the beauty of Delhi. You get to take these trades, you just need to make sure that you've got the scholars in position to do something about it. And it does look like the frontline Ghazis are ready to take a punch and just move on back as needed. But one of these Ghazis, again, getting very low. But you see the scholars, it's standing back there like a hospital and ensuring everyone gets back to the fight with 100% HP.
Yeah, I think MSN will welcome the micro war. I think he will back himself to be able to out micro and outplay in these small skirmishes, bring in the scholars when needed, bringing back weak units to heal when needed. And we can see him now also adding in the spearmen, which will make those straight up fights a little bit different than they've been so far. But credit where it's due so far, Kiljadi has been the one that's found the damage. Those charges into just single hit do so much damage on those Ghazi. Have really forced MSN back onto his side of the map, which means those villages out on the dare that you were highlighting earlier are free to go for as much as they want. But Kiljadi does still do the safe thing and get himself a tower, which is perhaps maybe in MSN's favor, or getting the brace onto one. Unfortunately, yeah, a little bit of a micro slip up, not pulling back or cancelling the charge to bait the brace there. One of the knights unfortunately gets caught, and it's a good little pickup early on for MSN.
Now, that pickup is going to allow him a bit more breathing room, but the food is going to start running low. Let's switch vision and see how much he still has. Oh, never mind. I did not realize that all of the sheep was still very happily standing on them. No, he's got time. He's got time. He's got Ghazis. And now he's got spears in the mix too. And we do not have an archery range follow-up. We have a barracks follow-up. And this makes sense. You're playing against a man with less superior horses, but spears. So you don't want to sit there and micro, because horsemen, or Ghazis in this case, is going to handle them perfectly fine anyway. Now, JD, she's standing in position to take this fight if ever so needed, but more knights in queue, and Kiljadi, adding in his own little blacksmith, is going to try to find an answer to this ever-pressing Ghazi presence. Ooh, but the knights, they're getting a little bit of a charge in, but he does need to be careful not to overcommit here. He tries to get that villager, but he'll pay the price of a knight. The scout is taking the arrow fire, and the knight gets out. Alive, but very much scathed.
Yeah, that's a rough one for Kiljadi, and the problem with JD compared to French is you don't have that automatic +1 attack damage from the blacksmith, so not quite getting that 2-shot onto that villager. It does survive. And yeah, the scout going down and the knight almost dead too. Now I gotta say, I'm a personal absolute hater of French or JD ever making a barracks. So that feels like a moral loss for Kiljadi, at least in my eyes. But like you said, perhaps understandable in this situation. The thing here, we talked a lot about food for the Delhi. Delhi has now got in their Pro Scouts upgrade. Obviously, it takes a while, but you do get there eventually. And MSN has now got 5 scouts on the run, bringing those back, which if he is successful getting these 2 dare packs back, that is a lot of safe food on top of those sheep you highlighted before, which means that MSN is actually going to be in a pretty good position in the extended feudal age.
Extended feudal for Delhi usually feels so good. You get all your upgrades all for free. You just get to spend them on units. But extended feudal might not be the play here. The man, 9 on gold. This is usually not the number we see out of the Delhi Sultanate. You see something very different, but MSN says, I'm going castle, and going, I would say, medium castle against the French, that is usually a very, very risky move. He's got the spears at home to defend against that first knight push the moment he hits that age up, but he has to be careful. And MSN, he's trying to be on the opposite side of the map to ensure that Kiljadi has to respond to him. He might even get a little villager pickup as this villager... Never mind. Kiljadi is fast as can be and quickly responds to this, but the eco upgrades now coming in for Kiljadi is gonna make it quite nice for him to stay here a bit longer. House of Learning though, it's gonna come in and it's gonna take a while to get those upgrades in anyway.
Yeah, if your trade is eco upgrades versus Castle Age, I think you're going to prefer to be in MSN's position. And he's done a great job to sort of take some decent trades, know that he's not too worried about Kiljadi's army, and be able to find the time to go up to Castle. With Kiljadi going into Spears as well, it does kind of mean that the ability to then see that castle and make the dive on the eco at that timing is kind of lost. So it's going to mean he's got a better defense at home with those spearmen. But against the Delhi, it's maybe not quite the same as when you're against civs that might be pumping out the lances. Because, of course, Delhi have those huge, friendly elephants.
Yeah, war elephants just hit so differently, and this is what a lot of Delhis are falling back on, Ben. They love getting that one little elephant in the mix, and then things get a lot harder. But I say that, the age-up has hit, and no elephant is in queue. He's purely focused on getting the attention of his opponent, but going for crossbows, that is the first response he goes for. But with all these spears, the knights just cannot charge in all for free.
Yeah, I mean, spear crossbow is maybe a bit more responsible. We'll still see an elephant at some point. We'll get there. But Emerson may be playing a safer game, or perhaps a smarter game than both of us are hoping for. But Kiljadi on JD is definitely seeing the Castle Age, maybe caught a little bit by surprise by it. I'm not so sure, but trying to get some value, picking up a scout or two is something, but not a hell of a lot of damage behind it. And then it looks like for MSN, those upgrades, they do take a while, of course, for the Delhi, but he's holding on pretty well. for those to come in. The good thing for Kiljadi, though, is he has managed to push those Ghazi back. There is no more delaying from MSN. Kiljadi is very much knocking on the door, and I would expect, as we'll see his macro change, and we'll see Kiljadi look to go up to castle behind us as well.
Now, the problem here for MSN is he still doesn't have a clear answer to these units in his base. And sure, there are spears and a handful of crossbows, but JD, she is not going to care. The knights charge in, and we do see a little bit of an interception going around. JD standing there at the front line, taking a lot of fire, but the knights seem to be pretty confident about this. Heals up, and JD will go down, but she definitely got her value already. Now he has to be careful not to get any conversions here, but we do see the relics. They are on the side of MSN. 4 villages went down, and JD, she's not coming back anytime soon.
Yeah, it does have the money to buy her back and still get a castle, and there was a lot of experience gained there. Yeah, it does buy it back now. But yeah, it's got a lot of money in the bank, but not quite the cleanest castle, but he will be there very soon. MSN now really stabilizing. As that crossbow count grows, it does mean that those knights are either going to be 2-shot or soon enough 1-shot, which will make a big difference to MSN's ability to get out of his base. Kiljadi still looking to find a bit of either harassment or even just poking for the vision behind this. But it does look a little bit wild when you look up at the screen and see Delhi getting all these upgrades coming in, whereas poor JD is still trying to get out on the map and then getting up to castle quite a bit later than Delhi already has.
Now the guild hall tells us Kiljadi is not minding a late game. Even with 15 knights, you would not be too upset the man for going for a Royal Institute. But he goes the responsible landmark, and it makes sense. You don't know if you have the ability to kill your opponent, and he's not queuing up any of the current units he has. So I'm smelling something suspicious here. Are we getting a little bit of a unit switch already? Ooh, we're getting orbs.
Arbs would be fantastic. I think a big problem still that Kiljadi faces is just that food eco. The boar will help, and I'm not sure when he went out on that. Oh, is he going to get this? Is it going to be delete? Oh, he gets away. I think he might have just gone out on that second dare pack as well, so it might still be plenty to go for. Yeah, okay, there's still plenty there, not a problem, but it is a little bit of a delay there, but the Arbs will make a big difference. Remember that Arbs have the Pavis shields, which help defend against the ranged attacks. So in a crossbow versus crossbow fight, they can actually do a lot better than the normal ones. In the meantime, on the picture-in-picture, we do see the knights coming in and doing a lot of damage. Up to 9 Vil kills now for Kiljadi is really not so bad.
Kiljadi got his value from that little knight raid, and the ARB numbers are slowly but steadily going to join. Now the problem is there's only 2, and there's a lot of crossbows on the side to him. So MSN does have a bit of an opening here with 3 times the military. Now, of course, those are just numbers, and looking at the value, you do see it's just double. So it's still pretty scary. But the longer this goes, the better for Kiljadi now. JD is already providing quite a bit of a discount on all of these military units. As we can see, 105 food per night. That doesn't feel too bad. But Delhi, now we have the big question mark of food. Where are we going next, especially with knights running everywhere?
Yeah, it's finally happening, and now with Emerson having to be on those berries in the front, it's a limited source, and yeah, we see the first of the farms coming in. So this is a bit of a window for Kiljadi to catch up, and a Knight Arb Spearman combination is not so bad. And behind this, Jean d'Arc herself is very, very close to level 3, which is quite a power spike for JD generally, but especially as that melee version, that huge AoE can do a lot of damage if she can get into the fight and survive. But the thing is, against 30, soon to be 35 crossbows, she may not last long in these fights. But Kiljadi doing a great job on the backside of this to just keep coming into that wood line, being really relentless. If he's not getting a lot of build kills, which he's still getting some, he's getting a lot of idle time. It's a long way to go between TC and wood line.
Every single time those night raids come in, you see Kiljadi losing a few units here on the front though, but this happens both ways, of course. You are pulling your attention in different directions. And now the Sacred Side timer is started. And even though this might not be the ultimate win condition here, it's adding to it. The night numbers getting scarily low now, with Orbs being the main composition. And JD, she's close to getting there, but she's been taking a while. Now, with Emerson's crossbow numbers, I would not be surprised to see a few of John's champions, but at the same time, we know she is just perfectly fine getting a few of those melee units, but let's go see what she... Oh, no, she's going for the... Oh, I meant the riders. The horses are just such a good answer to dealing with the crossbowmen, because they are light melee. They're not going to be susceptible to any of your crossbow shenanigans.
Well, not only that, but they do get bonus damage to crossbows specifically. So those John's Riders do a fantastic job into them. Plus, when you get them, you can make them out of your stables as well. So it's a huge sort of swing that we don't see very often from JD to be in this position, but one that could make fights really, really interesting with a lot of Arbs and John's Riders rather than Knights, which would be very interesting to see in a straight-up fight, as I'm not sure I really see it outside of team games. But actually in queue at the moment, Kiljadi's just got regular horsemen, which will be there to deal with the crossbows. The John's Riders are very expensive, is the one thing about them, but I do hope we see a lot more of them as well.
Now, as this push is happening at the front, Kiljadi is still thinking about raiding, but he could get a bunch of kills, sure, but at what cost? The cost could just be the whole base, but gets a wall of law in there at the back, and the nice charge in, but they do move out just in time, while MSN's fully focused there at the back. He might be losing focus here at the front, and this is exactly where the horses are going to start to make a difference. But we do see that raid at the back doing all the work. And quickly now the Orb's going to be getting their value. Wall of Laws stacking up on every single side, but no conversions coming through. And the Knights, they just keep getting kills. He might have 5 relics, but 10 villages went down. And this front fight is not looking to go MSN's way completely.
No, it's wild looking at the military count that we have in this game, but then seeing Kiljadi find little wins here and there. And credit to him, he's doing a really good job of getting onto that wood line time and time again. And it's a case for MSN that he's just not been able to secure up anything, whether that be walls or units, static D, whatever it is, just not being able to keep Kiljadi off of his wood line. Meanwhile, he's countering that with his own raids, with his Ghazi going out on the map. But again, also that fight down the middle, sort of going in the favor of those Arbs. Yeah, not a natural counter to crossbows or spearmen. In fact, you'd think archers would be the natural counter to those two units. But they still are doing an immense work to deal with that, even with no Knights or John's Riders really around in the fight. In fact, with them diving in right on the army, it's probably better if they're not there. JD going down almost instantly along with the rest of your cavalry. Maybe let's let the Arbs do the work for Kiljadi. That was rough.
Now, this is not necessarily a great spot to be in here, because of course JD just went down, but she got a little bit of experience. You have the guild hall ticking, and MSN, he is leading units, because of course, even though we've been talking about the army difference, a lot of them are still in scholars. And with him looking like he wanted to commit there for a moment, I'm a little surprised he did not have his scholars in that push. Because if you're looking for that little bit of a death push forward, you can't just rely on your peer mass in military. You might need to bring the Healy boys at the front as well. Now, the horses, again, just going to that wood line. And you see time and time again, nobody's walling, everybody's getting raided, and just letting it happen.
You actually touched on something there, Whamenqt, which I didn't think about until now, but the even more genius of the Arbs is that MSN can't go into men-at-arms, lances, war elephants, because Kiljadi already has the counter. So if his Arbs are doing this well against spear, crossbow, Ghazi, MSN has a tough time finding a unit composition that can fight with these or fight against these. Plus the skulls, although they are fantastic in fights, against these sort of low health, more trash units, they don't deal as well as if they were healing lances or healing war elephants. So even smarter play from Kiljadi than I was giving him credit for, and especially with the deficit that he's been at for a while in this game and the way he's being able to stay in it. I've been actually, yeah, incredibly impressed to see what he's being able to do to turn around, and this Arb army is really, really scary.
And with the gold running out, this is MSN's cue to, hey, I need to move out. And moving out is going to be risky because, of course, we've been seeing Kiljadi everywhere all the time. But now we see something even scarier. We see a pending Imperial coming on out. And this scout probably right-clicked onto some deer at the back there. But MSN, he's pushing forward and he might need to find the damage pretty quickly because that age up is going to come in fast. And once he gets it, that's a whole part of the map that is going to be untouchable. Now, of course, he's already been here on the big gold, so I'm actually quite interested to see what he will do with that red palace. Now, you want to secure as much of your base with it usually, but oh, he doesn't go too aggressive. He just wants to save that extra gold vein. And now this provides a pretty safe area for his farm transition in the later stages as well.
It does. The thing that's a little bit precarious for Kiljadi is oftentimes when you're going for Imperial, you want to have the farm transition set up first so that you're going to be safe once you do get to Imperial. I'm not sure what the farm count is for Kiljadi, but it could be a little bit dicey. They're starting to come in now. So this is the timing, especially if he can deny the Red Palace, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. There's another keep on the backside at the same time. So MSN doing a great job to sort of latch onto this opportunity and find some damage. Coming down the front as well, he knows this is a time that he's really got to make some damage. Coming right through the guts of the base is probably not the most ideal, especially with that red pellets going up. These are firing off crossbow shots, bolts, rather than just a normal arrow. So these things go down so fast, but Emerson doesn't have a choice. He's got to come through and do some damage. He's got all of his army here, and now Kiljadi's got his army coming in here too. Not upgraded yet with the castle edge, but he understands he's got to take a fight, and he's got these arbs that are going to take a straight up fight in the middle. Remember, they do have the extra melee armor, so he can stand a fight as best as he can, and with both TCs still firing, so much DPS coming out of Kiljadi's army and buildings. As long as he can hold here and stop the army, he could be just fine. JD getting plenty of experience during this fight as well. And now MSN running away to the bottom of Kiljadi's base, but there's really no economy here. They're just waiting. Oh, JD coming in as well, ready to fling that sword in circles and get a lot of damage and a lot of experience. Oh, this is incredibly rough for MSN, not getting much done with this push at all.
Now, MSN felt that sense of urgency when he dove in under, but when he saw that second TC, he knew, I need to do the work and I need to do it now. Because from his perspective, he doesn't know how long it's been up. He doesn't realize, hey, that thing just came up. He thinks he's so much further behind than he actually was. So committing to all of this, thinking that he needed to get the damage done now, maybe that felt like his only option. But behind this, he's going to Imperial Age himself. And with 5 relics, it doesn't feel too bad. But the problem is, he doesn't have an army to defend himself when that push inevitably comes. And now, that push is going to come with a few of these Imperial Age units, as we see the elite obs now going to get their upgrades.
It's a really scary army. It's JD plus 30 arbs. It's not your typical army that you see from Shondak, especially in Imperial Age, but it is a really scary one. And the thing is with that Red Palace, we're talking about all the damage that these guys have been doing with the raids and getting in behind and all the idle time. But the Red Palace makes that so much tougher, even if Kiljadi doesn't have the whole map walled off. This is a nice little poke, though, going in between the base and the Red Palace, and there's plenty of vills for him to get some damage onto, but the army is there in position, and MSN ticks up to Imperial Age himself. With this many scholars, he will be able to get these upgrades in quickly and for free, which is going to be an advantage for him if he can hold on that little bit. And the thing about having this big Arb army compared to the Royal Knights you might be used to seeing is that they aren't going to be as much of a presence on the other side of the map. So great job from MSN to use those Ghazi, even though he lost them, to give himself that time. And we can see there that he is the one that's got the immaculate farm transition at this point. So it's still very much anyone's game.
MSN does have quite a bit of an opening to breathe here, I would say. The problem is just once this army starts pushing out, I think he's going to need to find a way to take some favorable trades. And with the units he has right now, there just might not be a way to do so. Now, Kiljadi is currently setting up his farms, and he's had a handful. But with MSN's already being set up for such a long time, we can really see the value stacking up for MSN. At almost 2,000 food per minute, he is going to be cranking out units quickly. The problem might be these external resources. So we do still have a little bit of wood out here, but the army from Kiljadi, it is just impending. It feels like it's going to make its move any second now, but at the same time, it just doesn't seem to be the case. Kiljadi is playing this very slow, very carefully, even though he's got that huge army of ARBs. Now, of course, he doesn't know exactly what MSN has. He doesn't realize what the whole situation is out here, but I love this from MSN. Getting that keep here too, it just puts him in a very good spot.
Yeah, it's going to help him from an economic position as well with the extra villages he can produce from it. I assume that upgrade is coming by now. But the other thing as well is, even though MSN is not able to collect any gold on the map, he does have all of those relics, and he is Delhi, so he doesn't need any of that gold for upgrades. And he's against Mass Arb, which means he needs to make a lot of Ghazi, which don't cost gold themselves. So it's not the worst position economically for him to be in. And with all of that, food is in a good place too. Although we do see now Kiljadi's food has really skyrocketed recently. So he's feeling okay from that perspective as well. But the other thing that's on MSN's side, of course, with that Imperial Age going with the Palace of the Sultan, has those hand cannon elephants coming out for free as well. Everything just comes for free. Which will mean that those scholars will be extra useful in the fights as well, with that sort of interesting Ghazi crossbowman hand cannon elephant composition.
Now, the Ghazis are looking for a bit of damage. Now, they've been told and warned by the others that there's a TC that fires really hard. They don't care. And Kiljadi, still with his Guildhall food, he might be walking into a little bit of a limitation with some resources as time goes on. But MSN, he is getting raided, and with this he doesn't have those spicy TCs to respond, but he does have the elephants and more Ghazi raiders to respond to as well. Now with the Ghazis, they are getting a little bit of work done, but of course he has to be careful here. He can't just bleed too many of them, but like we said before, he saw that second TC. He knows he needs to get a little bit of work done, and that pressure is on him the whole time. The problem for Kiljadi right now is this army, it's just growing. MSN is very steadily at 200 supply, and he's not breaking a sweat at keeping it there.
No, MSN's really boomed, and behind it he's getting the stone for keeps to try to secure up his economy. We can see those walls on the map. They're not all up yet, but once he does have that up, that's going to be a great way for him to kind of survive. Again, not really needing to go out on the map so much for gold, but it looks like he has secured that one on the far right side of the map anyway. And we got to a point in this game where it really felt like MSN had no army composition that he could have or could make work for himself against Kiljadi's, but it's more and more looking like that's less so of the case in the Imperial Age, as those Ghazi raiders are doing a much better job against, of course, the crossbowmen, but we saw them do a great job against those John riders as well. And I think even now, having a look at Kiljadi's production, I think he's even stopped making those John's riders, so looking for a mass infantry composition from our Jean d'Arc.
Now JD is getting dangerously close to level 6, but level 4, but she still doesn't really get an answer to all of this. And all of a sudden, MSN in the late game, it looks exactly what Delhi was supposed to be. Elephants at the back, and a bunch of units to protect them at that. And now with biology coming in, these elephants are going to take forever to die. Now the cavalry here, as we see, 750 HP. Let's see how that one jumps in a few moments. And that is going to be the reality of the life. 900. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's really rough, regardless of how many ARBs you have. And I think Kiljadi maybe wasn't so sure of how many crossbowmen there were. This is a lovely pickup from MSN to surround and get those 5 villages. Not game-changing damage, but anything that he can get on the gold is going to be of great value for him, as that is the thing that is going to probably be most damning when Kiljadi runs out of it. But yeah, the crossbowman of MSN does mean that Kiljadi does need to continue making those Jean's Riders, which are really expensive, and they do need to get on to the crossbowman to get their value, which has been the toughest thing for Kiljadi to be able to achieve. And MSN doing a great job running all of these Ghazi through, although if he gets close to any of these emplacements, which is shooting these bolts, the Red Palace is insane, then even though they are horsemen with high ranged armor, they are going to go down very, very quickly nonetheless. And it does seem like we are sort of edging ourselves towards splitting the map. This almost feels like an old school or a StarCraft 2 game where both sides get to the late game and then look to split the map. Which is not something I'm used to seeing too much of, especially in a JD versus Delhi matchup.
JD and Delhi, they do tend to get to the late game if Delhi doesn't get shut down. And MSN is showing us he's not looking at getting shut down whatsoever. But we have to ask ourselves, how long is Kiljadi going to keep this up? This is a 5 relic Delhi who is very much just stocking it up with elephant or with these wonderful tower elephants as well. This is not something that he can afford to contest, as he's getting a handful of his own upgrades. The problem is just Delhi has so many resources. He loses this army, he can't replace it. MSN loses this army, he's just going to remake it.
Yeah, that's a huge bank that's building. And speaking of banks, I mean, we talked about the gold being a bit of a problem potentially for Kiljadi. His guild hall is still on food, which is probably not what he's going to want the longer this game goes. So I wonder if that's something that he'll pay attention to. It is a very difficult thing to try to think of in the heat of the moment. We see the Arbs fighting the crossbows, which is going to be in the benefit of Kiljadi. Now MSN seeing it and maybe looking to get back on the tower elephants popping forward. That's probably not what he wants to see, but you can see that 900 health coming in effect. Those elephants are not heavy, so they're not taking all that extra damage from the Arbs, and I think MSN may be seeing that and being like, oh, maybe I can fight this after all. Actually, we just saw the guild hall switch to gold. Kiljadi's absolutely onto it. And with JD being level 4 and the guild hall on gold, well, we're still anybody's game, aren't we?
And the big gold here from MSN, he's got full access to those. That's still 5k gold in the bank. And he's not under pressure of getting shut down at all. Kiljadi, he is probably going to make his way out here to the bottom, but it just doesn't feel like he's in that same spot. Now, switching to a majority of elite spearmen. And elite spearmen, while they usually do pretty decent against the crossbows, it doesn't feel like this is something MSN is worried about. He's using his micro very, very well, making sure that he takes the trades when they're favorable for him. Look at these elephants, just walking forward, deleting anything on the front line. But the spears, they're ready for the engagement, and they're going right under these elephants. Elephants overextending a lot, and I think I just cursed the poor man, as some of these very irreplaceable elephants will be going down. And now, the spears are just moving forward with ease. Another elephant paying the price, and one by one, MSN is losing these very, very useful units that he's not going to be able to remake in time. The cannon, though, firing away, trying to do a little bit of an easier job for these elephant cleanups. But finally, the scholars get pulled, and the scholars are praying to produce miracles. Market getting destroyed quickly as he needs to. Oh, never mind, that was JD. But the elephants are just reigning supreme still, and it looks like war elephants were the answer after all, but these are heavy, so if he fires at them, he might just be okay. Doesn't want to take any risks. JD has to pull back and doesn't want to fight this under his DC.
Something we saw there from MSN I think is really clever is, although I'm sure he wanted to take his best fight as possible, it was the case that he queued up out of multiple production buildings. Oh, and JD goes down. Multiple production buildings, a bunch of elephants. Cutting all different units and just going, I'm going to make a whole bunch of elephants, so when I lose my army in this fight outside my base, my elephants are going to come out and going to be straight into the fray to clean up the fight with the reinforcements. And it's exactly that. We see how many war and tower elephants are there. Before that, it was just the Sultan's tower elephants. So really, really clever heads-up play from MSN to know, oh, actually, this fight's going to be in 2 stages. I don't need to win the first one. In fact, some of these units are useless to me. I want better ones. So really, really good way to make the use of his bank. And this is going to be a telling push to see if he can turn that military superiority and that economically into just steamrolling Kiljadi's army as a result. You can see his production popping off with the spears, John Riders, and the Arbs. But this is a case of MSN coming out with a really, really strong army composition of just elephants. I mean, this is what we wanted to see earlier, and he turned it around in the middle of a huge fight. I've not seen that too often, and I'm blown away.
I'm a fan. MSN, he may be the stealer of milkshakes, but he's the stealer of hearts in this game. And the villagers popping out, trying to repair this quickly, because this is providing so much value against this fight. And you see him trying to target this elephant, but that range damage, it is barely taking a hit. Villagers preparing this at the speed of light as much as they can, but we can see the keep just firing away at the vills that are very much overextended. It's starting to add up. The military just not replaceable here. Kiljadi holding on to a dream, but he's not ready to tap out. He's going to keep this fight going, and MSN is going to have to work for it.
Yes, we've learned from this series that if Kiljadi's got even the semblance of a chance, or he feels that he has one, he's going to hold on and see if he can make something work. That's never been more true than this game, as of course, if MSN does win, he will be advancing to the next round, and unfortunately Kiljadi's hopes will end there. In this case, MSN feeling like he's got his foot on the throat of Kiljadi, bringing up a castle drop to start with. And then these elephants are going to be let loose. I really can't get over. I would love to see. I'm going to go back later and watch that replay to see just exactly MSN taking that fight, as he knew exactly what he wanted it, or how he wanted it to go with those elephant reinforcements, and it's really paid dividends. It's not just a battle of attrition. It was a battle of, let's take this engagement, and then I'm going to destroy you in the follow-up.
Now, the spear remassing here at the back, you can see Kiljadi is trying to use every bit of resource he has to try and survive against this. But these elephants are going to delete his main TC, as I see them just stomping forward, doing a little bit of side damage to the farms here with that AoE, and it just looks like this TC is made of paper. MSN feeling a lot more confident and actually moving that keep forward. JD back fighting, and a cannon really hoping to try and solo this army.
Yeah, it's tough when at this point you're relying on cannons to deal with the elephants. Of course, they do very well against them in smaller numbers, or when you have a few more cannons, but at this point MSN is just, he remaxed on elephants, which is not something that you're used to seeing, but he's done a great job to be able to find a way to do that with his eco. He's got 14 more in queue. Is surreal, and nails will be coming across the map. I wouldn't be surprised to see him make production outside of Kiljadi's base as well as that keep. But this, even with the Red Palace teeing off, and this army that Kiljadi still has, it's just such a tall order to actually kill this army and stop it just being able to continue to slowly walk through Kiljadi's base.
And you can see he's trying to get as many cannons as possible, because this is the range advantage he needs to actually take down these elephants. And he knows the tower elephants are the problem here. The ranged cavalry, they are not dying to anything except for these cannon shots. So trying to cut his way backwards. But the problem is 3 cannons are just not the answer. He needs so many more to actually handle this. JD, she may be getting experience, but it means nothing. And now as he's pushing forward, ooh, we see more scholars joining the fight. He wants to make sure that this is the final one. Now with the cannon numbers at 4, he is going to start to be able to get them at least to a half HP with every shot, but the scholars are going to try to keep them alive. Now, we do see a little bit of focus there on the front elephants. He just needs to pick them off one by one. But the problem is, even if he does, more are on the way. And a little bit of a switch into Ghazi Raiders is going to make this even more difficult.
Yeah, Kiljadi doing his best here to actually hold on, and we do see some elephants falling even with the scholars healing away. Now it looks like Kiljadi actually wants to pounce, or just to get a couple of kills there, but a better fight than I might have expected. He did a really good job to get a cannon count up 4 cannons there that he's managed to keep alive and continue to do damage against these elephants makes it tough. But MSN maybe just taking a little bit of a breather, regrouping. He knows he's consistently maxed. Although the one thing with this this composition compared to what he was doing before is he does need that gold. He can't just rely on the relics anymore. So that is the one thing that's a little bit of a bottleneck. Now turning his way to the guild hall, that's going to be a nice little win. And of course, Kiljadi does pull from that. So has that gold eco for now, or that gold bank, but he's not going to have any more now, and presumably for the rest of the game. And this is just a position for MSN to hold on to, and then eventually we will see them continue to butt heads as he looks to push across the map to try to finish this off. But it's Kiljadi is not making it easy for him.
Now, with no extra TC, there's no more villages coming out. This is all Kiljadi has in terms of, in terms of the mass of villages behind it. And this just means whenever these die, they're not going to be able to replace them. We are now getting yet another cannon, but the problem is there's no more wood, there's no more siege that will come out of this too easily. And with the switch into hand cannoneers, I'm loving that. The problem is a lot of this, they don't really care about hand cannoneers, and yes, you might be getting that keep, but the problem, there's a front line that's heading straight towards you and you don't have anything to stop them. He pulls back trying to get to safety, but the cannons, they're not that fast. The elephants, very much so, and just going straight for the kill.
Yeah, Kiljadi, he's spent all the money. He's got no gold left, nothing else. He knows it's make or break. He has to win a big fight or he's going to be out of this game, out of this series, and out of the tournament. The extra cannon that's now coming in, although I think it's walking towards the front line, unfortunately. Both armies clashing. We do see elephants going down a hell of a lot of healing, getting everybody up. JD pops her healing. She stays alive, which is going to be a huge impact for Kiljadi. But there is a lot of elephants here, a lot of Ghazi, a lot of units. And it just does look like, even with those hand cannons base damage teeing off, there's just these elephants are dying so slow. The scholars are healing through it and is pushing back. We see the bombards or the cannons look to slowly move away, but there's still so many elephants. And they might move slowly, but they'll keep on moving as they track the rest of Kiljadi's army down. And I think this one might be all she wrote, unfortunately, for our legend Kiljadi.
Those elephants just making their way through absolutely everything. We don't care about farms, we don't care about anything. We just want to get those cannons, and Kiljadi realizes this is it for me and has to back off and to, give up his dreams of qualifying for the Homestead Cup.
It's a tough one. I think it was a really, really good series from Kiljadi and also a very fun one. Selfishly, as a viewer's perspective, he pulled out some really interesting strategies, some different things, trying to catch MSN off guard, which I really, really have a lot of time for. So fantastic show at the very least for Kiljadi. I know he'll be disappointed to lose to MSN in this one, but all the credit has to go to the kid himself. 3 games to 1. Looking really comfortable in a lot of these. It was just the water map that Kiljadi was able to sort of get ahead of him and close him out. But other than that, MSN did such an amazing job of reacting, reading the situation from Kiljadi, and even with those surprise strategies, those different things that it might be a little bit non-meta that Kiljadi was pulling out, MSN had an answer to, which goes to show his knowledge of the game, and of course we saw his ability to execute as well. So fantastic win for MSN, and I'm super excited to see him progress to the next round.
Now, we are going to be heading into our next games pretty soon, but guys, let's take a quick break and we will be right back to see what happens in the semifinals and who makes it through to that winner bracket final, where the first person will make it through in the first game tomorrow. So, let's see you guys back here in 3 to 5 minutes while we set it up for your next surprise.
Hello, hello.
Alrighty, welcome back. Whammon, you're looking a lot different, but you're looking very handsome, I have to say. Welcome, Myriad, joining us for the rest of it. How you doing?
Very good indeed, Ben. It's good to be here, and we'll be taking over from Whammon. Actually, no, you are completely right. I did turn into this from Whammon, which, you know, it's amazing what a few minutes can do to a person, and here we are at the end of the day. And what a sit we have on our hands after MSN takes down Kiljadi 3-1. And I don't think that's a result most people had on their cards given their history.
No, I think Kiljadi was certainly favored, but we've seen it or a few times with MSN coming out and putting in really good performances. It's just been about stringing them together. And I think that's been sort of, his time is coming at some point, whether it's this tournament or a later one. He is very much that up and comer. And what better test for an up and comer to be up against one of the stalwarts, one of the best players that we have in the scene, one of the players who you would have expected to have already qualified for the main event if they were playing in previous weeks. Wham01.
Yeah, and it's really, this is part of that sort of, this has been coming for a couple of years now, I think, where the younger players like Wham and MSN and others along those lines, there's a slight generational shift happening, and we're witnessing it live at this very moment because obviously the old vanguard, so to say, the veterans of the scene from StarCraft and other games, they've been established and dominating for so very, very long, but at the end of the day, the reign can only last for so long, right? And eventually space is made for others to come and take those places. And we're witnessing some of that at this very moment, of course. And with this set, there'll be another person who looks to join into that double elimination bracket.
Yeah, they call Age of Empires 4 the retirement home for the likes of players from StarCraft 2, but they've been on top for years. I mean, this game is 4 going on 5 years old now, and they've still been these older players sitting there at the top, the likes of your Beasties and your Marine Lords. But at some point, there's got to be a passing of the torch. I think Puppy and Wham were really the first ones to step up and be that new blood. And we're seeing a lot of other names come through, some which have already qualified for the main event of the Homestead Cup. And maybe MSN will be the next one there. And as we get into it now, we see the draft. Ottoman and Sengoku knocked out, as we've seen in every single game so far, and probably may do for the rest of this tournament. But Byzantine and Golden Horde are their other two. And then we see a Byzantine and a China into our actual first match. What do you make of that?
This has by now become quite a classic matchup, China against Byzantines. And depending who you ask, different players will give different perspectives as to who is favored. My opinion, I think, is somewhat clear. I think this is pretty tough for China, generally speaking, especially the longer the game goes, really, because the feudal age is where Byzantines really are vulnerable and open to being attacked. They're so reliant even on the external berries and to expand the sister network, get the olive oil rolling, but they don't scale very well into that late feudal age. They can only get out so many of those mercenaries, and they're very reliant on that olive oil to be able to be up to par to most other civilizations in the feudal age. China, on the other hand, is just an economic powerhouse like few others. Although they have nothing really special in terms of army in that feudal age, the sheer numbers that they can output on the field allows them to contest with some of the very best in the feudal age, be it something like French, JD, Delhi, these kind of civs. China can definitely match them. And against the vulnerable civ like the Byzantines, that can be a real problem, as we have seen in the last series, MSN, with just relentless unit production and aggression. It can really stunt the development of Byzantines, and as long as you can delay that castle age, then you're in a good spot here as China. But once that Golden Horn Tower is on the field and the cataphracts start coming out, the longbow numbers reach critical, and China especially runs out of food, then they are in big, big trouble.
We've seen the power of China, and in my amateur position, I would much rather play against an Abbasid than a China in this situation. Is there anything to read into Wham's sniping of MSN's Abbasid? I know it's obviously a comfort pick or a sort of a pocket pick for MSN. Is that all it is? Is there anything to do with that Abbasid snipe that you think is anything to read from?
So this, with regards to the sniping system, I think it leads to some, especially with the way it is now, because previously we had just straight up picks, right? Pretty much every tournament had, you draft your civilizations, you go to the picker, you pick one civ, the opponent picks another civ, and that's the matchup. That's how it is. And that was very straightforward. And there were some strategies relating to, predicting what your opponent will pick, trading potentially weaker civilizations, even though you might cause a loss. If you swap it out for a very good civilization from the opponent, then you don't feel as bad doing so. But now with the sniping system, this presents a whole new array of mind games and possibilities when it comes to how exactly drafting strategy is utilized in these series. Because especially for the uninitiated, so to say, really, the drafting is at least 50% of these games, realistically. It is a massive aspect of what determines some of these series. So matchups are crucial. Reading your opponent, not only in terms of the two civs that they pick, but also how they will snipe your two civs, is absolutely instrumental in determining these matchups. And this is sort of the two schools of thought that we see on display right here. Oftentimes, the opening map is extremely important in setting the tempo for the series thenceforth. And you have this as a possibility, which is what MSN did, picking one of your best and one of your worst. And then you have what Wham did, which is just picking two of your very best. And either way, you have a great civ in the first game, no matter what your opponent snipes. And the mind game comes in as to whether do you risk using up one of your best civilizations against one of the worst, and sure, you might win, but then you're down one of your optimal civs for later in the series, or do you go for what is potentially a much closer matchup, and then if you manage to eliminate one of your opponent's best civs, in this case, if Wham here, for example, wins with Byzantines against China, then suddenly MSN's draft is in a way worse spot than if he was before and playing Abbasid and losing there. Because then, although Wham did win and has a win on the board, he no longer has access to Byzantines, whereas MSN still has something like China or Japanese later on. So the layers to this really get very complex, and it's a massive part of the series. It cannot be understated.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see as we've had the sniping system for a little while now, and it has changed things up quite a lot. We see some civs getting put through, like you say, with sniping one of the civs, which maybe is not the strongest one that you've put forward. You put forward a strong one and maybe a weaker one, and it's whether they're willing to let that one go through. In this case, yeah, interesting, I think, to see China get through for MSN. We saw him do such a great job on it in the last series. I think personally from watching him play, I think it's one of his best, and he does a great job of leveraging that tempo. And I can't wait to get into a matchup where it is going to be a case of MSN needing to take it to Wham in that early feudal age, and whether Wham is just gonna, maybe it's just confidence. Maybe it's, I don't care what you play, I don't care what you let me play. I'm going to be able to beat you any which way because I'm that good of a player, and I am going to qualify for Serbia this weekend.
And that confidence is absolutely crucial, isn't it? You need to believe that you can do it. You need to manifest it in your mind and then later in game. Because at this level, there's an immense amount of competitiveness between all these players. That is just the bare necessity to playing at this level. You need to believe that you are capable of this and that you are better than your opponent. Whether it's true or not, frankly, is you need to believe so. And if you believe it hard enough and you practice hard enough, obviously mindset is only one aspect of the equation. You need to put in the work, but mindset is very much crucial here, and it's a massive aspect in allowing you to play these series, and that confidence carries through very much so in your gameplay as well. So no doubt that is definitely playing on both of these players' minds here, and it's always a very interesting dynamic, I think, in this kind of a matchup between a very established, very capable player like Wham and someone like MSN who is very capable but more up and coming, less proven, where there's an assumption that Wham is going to win, naturally, right? That's just, if you're a betting man, that's what you would expect. But that's also pressure, isn't it? There's a pressure that there's an expectation for you to win, and that's a big aspect. Whereas for MSN, that is less of an issue.
No, for MSN, really a case as we jump into the game. MSN, really a case though. He's got nothing to lose. It's really him taking a punt. It's all the pressure is on Wham. Now, when I was 17, I was struggling to hit play on the ranked ladder, let alone queue up against one of the best players in the world for a chance to compete at a LAN for a lot of money in person. We see the milkshake picture coming in for the the young MSN on the right as we have both of our scouts running around getting sheep. On the right, we've got MSN in the blue on China, and on the left, Wham in the purple with the Byzantines.
This early game should be somewhat uneventful so far from what we've seen before from this matchup. Byzantines likely to go very heavily onto stone. We've seen 2, but very often 3 as well up against China, because there's very little danger early on to you as Byzantines here. That is normally the main stopper to any kind of excessive greed when it comes to systems and late age up against civilizations like the French or others that can output aggression early on. China, however, although they do age up faster than any other civ in the game by a big margin, usually very soon after 3 minutes, depending on the build order, for the next 2 minutes even afterwards, they're doing nothing but making IOs and consolidating their economy, likely into a pro-scout timing. Wham, however, opting for the 2 stone opener so far, so this is a nice middle ground. It's either 1, 2, or 3 if you plan to go for the winery. 1 is the safest, 2 is an in-between, and 3 is sort of the greediest you can go for. So Wham doing a nice little in-between. This will give him a good balance and will allow him to get his 3rd citizen up just before that winery finishes, and will then propel him into a nice little economic boost early on.
It'll be interesting to see from Wham whether he does look to generally play a bit greedier, not necessarily disrespectful, but understanding that he is in an advantageous position, being or would feel like he is the better player in this matchup. But he must also be expecting from MSN, I don't know if he watched the earlier games, but MSN's Chinese play to look to take it to him. 1 is he is the Byzantines, of course, and 2, MSN playing on the Chinese. In this case, we've got the Imperial Academy coming up with 2, all very straightforward build orders. And yeah, like you say, would be very surprised if we didn't see him go into Pro Scouts early. And from Wham, I mean, I don't really see anything that's too different or out of the norm. Now we've got the Grand Winery coming up. The berry's actually in a pretty decent location tucked in the back, and likewise the gold. So I think, I mean, you can't ask for too much better on a Dry Arabia spawn than what Wham's got for himself here.
You really can't, in reality. Wham here must be very, very happy with the layout. I mean, as you mentioned, the back berries there just in the north is fantastic for him. But even more importantly, the initial back gold, the side berries there with the wood lines on the flank, and then even the southern berries all the way this forward, there's a very easy wall he can throw up there. And of course, to complement further, the deer as well as the second gold at the back. This really is pretty much a dream.
It's everything, yeah.
So it's very, very good for him indeed. MSN, however, we mentioned a bit about the build order. It's just a little bit different here, aging up with a 2. Normally we see that 4 to 5 on the age up. So MSN must be cooking something a little bit different here. Very heavy food commitment as opposed to wood as well. So looking to really maximize those officials nice and early. The main question we have here for MSN is it just going to be Pro Scout straight away? Or are we going to output some aggression before that and rely on taxes to get us the gold necessary for it? Considering there's still 2 on gold, it does seem to be the case that we're going straight for that Pro Scouts.
Yeah, just looking to see as we follow MSN Scout, he just got in to see where the berry and gold locations are. So that is the potential locations for any pressure, any horsemen to go and put some pressure on. It might be the case that he saw that as like, we'll go for the Pro Scouts right away, or maybe he was preferring that regardless. But we do see, yeah, the 2 vills stay on gold, meaning, okay, we're not just relying on taxes, or at least not just yet, as that tax gold is plenty for basically anything else other than aging up to castle or getting that Pro Scouts early. But we do see a stable coming down from Wham.
Very nice choice here from Wham. Something I like doing myself here as the Byzantines. Gives you plenty of space outputting that cavalry nice and early. Normally the delay on Chinese, especially if they go for that pro scouts early, means that they're prioritizing scouts over military in these opening stages. So creating some distance between the opponent's base and your own here as Byzantines buys you some much needed and very valuable time indeed. The horsemen will allow Wham to put some pressure on that deer gathering as well from MSN, and might even potentially, in a dream case, force out some spears from MSN, and that's exactly what Wham would love to see. Because there's no heavy plan here to commit a lot into these horsemen, I assume. I wouldn't be surprised to see him stop before a total of 5, most likely. And he will then opt to go, of course, into the mercenaries and potentially switch into a Limitane as well afterwards. Now we see a secondary production building that could possibly be the mercenary camp, most likely. Yep, and there it is. And we're very much expecting longbows here. I know we saw some pretty crazy play by Kiljadi in the last series, going for those knights, which is high risk, high reward, right? Without a doubt. Didn't quite work out for him in that series, but longbows, I mean, is the old reliable, and it's something that China struggles with dealing so much.
Yeah, we even saw javelins today as well in an earlier game, so it's been a nice little variety. Maybe it is time that we get to see the longbows for today. But Wham coming across, and he does find the pro scouts straight away, goes exactly to the right place, and is microing these horsemen to force the first one to drop. And he has got the horseman numbers out. There's 2 here, there's 2 more on the way, and behind this, although defender's advantage means MSNs do come first, Wham actually does have more, and it's only a couple of archers from MSN that will come to supplement this, but that's not going to be particularly helpful in defending against or protecting his pro scouts, as I think actually Wham might pick off. Oh, the first horseman does go down, and one of the scouts coming a bit loose too, but it looks like it will maybe get away to safety depending on the micro. But yes, Wham doing a great job already to come across and not give up the pro scouts too easily to MSN.
This is a pretty unfortunate start for MSN indeed in this game, as you mentioned, especially with the archer switch so early. This is, I want to say, a bit of a classic blunder that happens at every level really, but it's this dichotomy of assumption versus scouting when it comes to information. You assume there's going to be Limitane quite early on from the Byzantines, as they're often put on the defensive, so naturally you go into archers, but you don't have confirmation that that is actually the case. So the result here is that these archers are just absolutely useless at this stage, and there's a massive tempo loss here for MSN that, honestly, at this level might be game deciding at this stage, though early it is to call indeed. But you can see the struggle here for MSN. He's just trying at this point to match the horseman numbers as China against Byzantines. That is not normally a struggle. He's going to be able to push away the horsemen at this stage. Wham did invest a lot into them. We know for sure that Wham has seen the previous series. We did see him in chat, so he might expect MSN to heavily commit to that feudal age as he has up against Kiljadi earlier. So as a result, way more horsemen are being produced than is standard for Byzantines in this case. Wham wants to put on the pressure.
Yeah, Wham putting on the pressure and also playing very safe behind that, getting his walls up early, getting his economy nice and protected. And this is something that we haven't seen out of every Byzantine game recently, is the being able to be obviously on the defensive, the back foot, and then being able to secure up your base. So Wham is deciding, actually, no, I can take the game to you with these horsemen and then allow myself to get that behind it. And I think particularly of interest is both of these deer packs of MSN are in this bottom side of the corner. So there's no guessing or splitting of army that Wham needs to do. He just has to come down here, and that's all the pressure he needs to put on. And as a result now, MSN has been full producing into as many horsemen as he can, which is of substantially the same number as Wham, but then he's got a bunch of archers behind it, which cost a lot, aren't that super useful in this situation. But Wham's now got 2 lots of longbows coming out, which if he does use to join the army, which he could choose to do, or maybe just keep them at home for safety, any straight up fight would be in his favor as well. So it really is the ball sort of in Wham's court for now, but maybe MSN realizes that and it's like, well, I'm going to come across the map to you then.
And we see just the amount of space that Wham has bought himself with this horseman play and the early shift in tempo. Already, the wall is up on the south side, the berries are secured, and in the north as well, they are secured. And behind this, Wham feels the confidence surge from the lead that he has obtained, and the macro is already there. Halfway to the resources needed for that castle age. This is exactly when Byzantines is often at their most vulnerable, but with the advantage that he has gained, he's also in a pretty decent spot. MSN, however, has a very clear game plan on hand, which is the one he executed beforehand, and it is just non-stop, relentless unit production, and you can see that manifesting already. As the deer gets under that mill and the supervision affords additional resources, it means that doubling up the horseman count now MSN has, and he's putting on the pressure. The berries are now idled. House is going to get dropped here, not only for vision, but of course to avoid that population capping early. But the danger with this, especially with the presence of wall, is that you might be cut off here, so MSN has to be extremely careful.
Really careful, and this is sort of the opportunity for MSN if he can get the timing as Wham looks to age up. But yeah, he's got his forces split, but actually doing a great job with the reinforcement horsemen to come in and get onto the longbows, getting a lot of kills. There were 3 groups, but there's now down to 10, which is just the 2 groups, and does jump onto the horsemen and the longbows, and the villagers here getting some idle time as well. This is probably the best he could have asked for, MSN coming in here. Now the archers join the army as well. Huge horseman count. There's 30 archers on the field for MSN. He really is putting the pedal to the metal, and those archers, they are getting destroyed by the TC there, but it's not a fully garrisoned TC, and those archers are still able to get a lot of damage on the longbow. So longbow count is now 1-0. Wham has 4 horsemen total against 28 on the field for MSN. That Golden Horn Tower is coming up with 0 fields building it. There's 7 coming across now, which are no chance going to be able to get that. And with one fell swoop, MSN was able to jump onto the longbows and turn in what was looking at a terrible situation for him, turn into a quick, swift win in game 1. And huge upset.
This is the type of greed they warned about in the Bible right here, Ben. Wham, foregoing the Limitane entirely, underestimating the level of commitment into horsemen here from MSN. And MSN, I mean, if there's anything he is known for, it is that heavy horseman commitment, and few civs are better at doing it in the feudal age, fueled by that sweet deer than China. And MSN putting on a clinic here, knowing exactly how to punish such greed from the Byzantines here. And it pays fruit indeed, as he takes a decisive game number 1 here. And this is a big win, taking down Byzantines in what I think most people would say is slightly favored towards the Byzantines.
Up until about 2 minutes ago, I think we all agreed with that. For MSN to just find the right engagement and really committed fully to those horsemen. I mean, the commitment, I gotta respect it, to be honest. We sort of talked about, we thought that's what Emerson's game plan would be, and it wasn't looking like it maybe was going to work out. And there's 3 groups of longbows there ready to sort of tee off, even teeing off onto horsemen. They will go down with that strength of longbows, but the first group just destroyed it and then was jumped on to the rest of them so quickly. Emerson, I mean, he's got to feel great. He's broken any potential duck here. He's already got a game up against Wham, which probably would have been a huge win coming into it just to get that win. He's done it decisively in a way that left nothing to doubt. And now he's 1 game up going into the rest of this series, which puts him in a fantastic position. Shake off the nerves, get into it. It's looking good for Emerson. He's got to feel great after that first game.
Absolutely. Without a doubt, as we mentioned, he does exchange China for that win, but takes out Byzantine, so that's as good of a trade as you can possibly hope for. And Wham looks to choose 4 lakes as his next map of to try to come back in this series, as MSN finds the lead at this point in time, 1-0. No surprises here, Tughlaq gets banned out. I don't expect to see it on any hybrid maps. It is virtually unbeatable, to be quite frank. And MSN then snipes out the Mongols here, which is, I've got to say, an interesting choice, considering he's very likely going to play Ayyubids, because Ayyubids against the Mongols, he could have secured himself a very favorable matchup here with Ayyubids up against the Mongols, but instead opts for banning out the Mongols instead to face KT. So there could be some mind games going here. Maybe MSN thought he might be allowed to play Tughlaq. Wishful thinking, if you ask me. But in this case, it does work out potentially still to his favor, really, because KT KT used to be what Tuglak is nowadays on these hybrid maps. Just flat out, pretty much unbeatable. That is long gone. They are still quite solid, I would say, but nowhere near the power that they were before. And so many nerfs have come their way to bring them down a notch. The wood gathering and then the costs of the docks, of course. These all slow them down very, very much indeed. Whereas Iobid is the opposite of that. The cheaper docks allow them to propel fishing way faster than most civs in the game. And that can put MSN off to a big head start. But that feudal age is going to be a big concern here for him.
I'm very excited to see KT at the very least. I think we've seen a bunch of games with KT with a lot of variations in strategy on these hybrid maps, different age ups, different units. I think we've probably seen across all of the feudal and castle age ups, which creates a lot of excitement and a lot of, or forces a lot of scouting or reaction from the opponent. Ayubid, yeah, I think certainly for MSN, he would have loved to have played Tuglak, but Ayubid is definitely still a very strong civ in these hybrid map situations. And I know MSN, he loves his Abbasid, and I think as much he loves his Ayubid as well. So it'll be interesting to see whether this is a matchup that he is okay with or likes. Picking out or banning out the Mongols does sort of give me maybe a little bit of not necessarily concern, but a thought that he doesn't want to play against anything too weird early on or anything coming against him right from the start of the game. We saw last series, that was how he lost against Kiljadi on Holy Island, but we'll see what happens with this game as we jump into game 2 of our series between MSN and Wham.
MSN, who is now leading the series 1-0 up against Wham, will find himself spawning in the north side of Four Lakes, once again in the color blue, playing as the Ayubids, facing Wham or 1 in the color purple as the Knights Templar. Looking at this opening here, heavy on wood from both players, as expected. The question here for Wham is, are we just going to go straight for that dock play, which does seem to be the case with the positioning of this villager. With the dock, of course, for KT, 250 woods, and it is not a regular dock, it is in fact a harbor, way more HP, but also way bigger price tag for that dock, which in this case doesn't really work out in their favor. We can see MSN has finished his dock before Wham even started his, so the fishing is going to be online way earlier for him. And there's a question there of whether we might potentially see some Dark Age play here from Wham, but I think it's a prudent choice not to go for it. I mean, quite often, torching a dock in the Dark Age here in some matchups is a very good choice to go for, but Iobids with the cheaper docks and the ability to go for a very fast age up if need be with that advancement wing means that they don't really feel the sting of those spears.
It is really the downside to the KT of new compared to the old. You just don't have that wood if you are going to go for the dock to be able to play both the barracks and the, well, I shouldn't even say dock, harbor, I believe, in the Dark Age if you want to make any fishing ships yourself. So yeah, maybe not the most, well, as strong as KT once was, but we have seen him have a lot of success on these hybrid maps as well. But perhaps Four Lakes, maybe the harbor difference is not quite what you would like compared to maybe a Holy Island. It might be a little bit better. But in this case, we do have Wham going across with the villager, looking to put down one of those harbors on MSN's side of the map.
Yeah, and MSN hasn't gone on to gold just yet. The main question here for Four Lakes is, how likely is it that we're going to see some counter-docking action? That is what often breaks the camel's back here. No pun intended, to be honest, in that one. Because the reality is, when the fishing is interrupted on one side, even just by the mere presence of a dock, that is enough to strike fear into the opponents. You never know what exactly can come out of that dock, and often just placing the dock is enough to force a way bigger reaction in terms of resources than the investment of the dock itself, especially as Ayubids. I mean, you can drop a dock for 75 wood and suddenly the opponent feels the need to make a springboard ship and an archer ship, maybe even a demo, and that's over 500 in res right there compared to your 75. It's a massive way to eke out a lead early. Wham, however, going for a very brave play here with a late barracks on the proxy here forward, looking to harass Wham's gold gathering early on and potentially even target that dock. Now, this is a very big delay for him, as you can see, because, of course, there was the initial delay of the harbor, the fishing ships, thenceforth, and now we have the barracks. Now, the wood economy is helpful in this case. 20% of wood is also given as food for the Knights Templar, so not going to be as bad as it normally is for other civs, but the startup time is later than usual.
Absolutely. And then to come across, I mean, I was surprised. I couldn't believe he was going to put down a second harbor, and turned out to be entirely wrong. It was the proxy barracks coming across, forcing MSN off of gold first of all, and then turning himself to those docks, of which he'll now know there are 2 of them. Going up MSN with the culture wing, like you alluded to earlier, getting up with advancement, so that nice, cheaper age up to get himself to feudal age soon. And he's obviously well aware now, MSN, that these spearmen are on the field, and this earlier age up will at least give him a chance to get into feudal, perhaps some archers, perhaps some extra docks of his own. But for now, it's Wham taking the game to MSN here on these docks, which are actually burning down pretty quickly.
As the spears, one by one, more are added, and further torches are being thrown. The advancement will come in, but honestly, I don't believe the timing will be quick enough here for MSN to get out a galley to defend this dock as well, as long as spearman production continues. There is a second dock, however, in the north there, so I take that back. He's definitely going to be able to get one out if he so chooses here. But the advancement choice, I mean, it's quite a big thing to force out here for Wham, because outside of the fact that the age up is faster, there is nothing to be gained from this for MSN. Just the sheer speed of the age up, which it doesn't even feel that fast, honestly, nowadays. It did get nerfed long, long ago, but not nearly as fast as you would expect. It does come through. It's going to be Hospitale on the way for Wham instead, so nice little boost in economy there, as well as villager protection with the extra health and the move speed, and access to the Hospitale Knight, which we don't see enough of, honestly.
No, we've seen some interesting strategies with those Hospitales and the massing them and the healing in the feudal age, which could be quite exciting, as we've seen them get just small buffs, but buffs nonetheless. Saw Wham turn to that second dock there on that far left pond, but I think that galley has come out in time, or that dhow, I should say, which turned those spearmen away. But MSN, is he going to... Oh, it's up. It's up, and that's terrible for MSN. That going up just gives them the chance to make a harbor, I should say. Extra health is going to be so hard to take down, and is going to be constantly knocking on MSN's door, which means that it's going to require a lot more investment for MSN to fully secure up that pond, whereas if that didn't go up, he was free to fish to his heart's content.
I think this harbor drop is a very intelligent play here by Wham. Generally speaking, it's just good to counter dock anyway on 4 lakes, but Knights Templar, it's such a strong play for them here, despite the extra cost, because if you drop a harbor on one of these ponds as Knights Templar, you better commit and fight on that water, because it's easy to forget, but the additional health around that dock for the Knights Templar ships is such a strong bonus for them, and makes it very difficult, almost impossible, as long as the micro is good from either side, for the opponent to actually beat Knights Templar there on the water. Now, the fishing ships for MSN will aid in those fights, as well as the fact that he was able to get the ships out earlier, of course. But with the spearman present means that there's not going to be a second dock here for MSN, so 1 dock against 1 dock. This should definitely potentially favor Wham here. As I mentioned, the fishing ships will help MSN, and the harbor is somewhat far away for that extra health to come into effect, but now the attention is forced to be split as well. Do you hit the ship, or do you hit the spearman torching the dock? Neither choice feels great in this situation. MSN, though, fully invested into units on land as well, and a ram coming up as well, which is a big investment.
It's a huge investment, and all the difference that split second between that villager getting up that harbor or not has meant all of this extra investment from MSN. There's the multiple military ships in the water, and she's been trying to get this ram up for a while. First of all, trying to target this barracks, although the spearmen and hospitalis push it away. We see a little bit of a skirmish on the side there with, I think, a demo ship from Wham coming in and going down. The healing is still enough on the backline to keep it up, and Wham goes home and retreats to that all-powerful harbor. And then on the front side, Emerson has got his archer count up to help deal with these spears, but it's tough against the Hospitaler and now Horsemen being added in from Wham. It's on all fronts for Wham against MSN, and very much unlike last game where it was MSN looking to take it to Wham. It's Wham who's come across the map to take the game to MSN in this one.
And the difficulty in this position when there's both water fights as well as land fights is the burden of control, the burden of micro and APM. It's as much of a resource as any other. You have to be very careful how you choose to spend it and where. And in this case, with the reality that archers are being made as well as horsemen from MSN, compared to Wham's much easier to control composition with just 4 melee units, meant that those initial trades went in the favor of Wham. He does get pushed away at this point, so MSN regaining some much needed control, but his fishing is still under constant threat here. He's forced to split his attention on land as well as on water at the same time at this stage. The barracks will go down, so that's a nice prize for the scuffles so far in this game. And looks like he's still continuing to produce archers. Might have slowed down for a bit there, but no longer. Wham, however, is still full producing on the water as well. Second Springboard ship coming out. Good job in keeping the ships that he has so far alive.
Yeah, I think we saw a demo earlier come through, but other than that, Wham has done a great job to keep everything alive. We also see a bit of a difference with the effect that even that single pilgrim makes for Wham, with that gold trickle and just being the difference for him to be able to get his upgrades or get an extra ship out while not needing to mine it, being primarily on that wood, even now switching into adding in a couple of archers alongside those horsemen and spearmen, just makes it feel a lot nicer for that Knights Templar economy and lean into the bonuses. As we talk about split attention, that demo ship comes in, doesn't even just go for the backline, but cleans up some of the fishing ships as well, and that's huge damage from Wham on Emerson's pond there, and with those extra military ships there as well, it does look like Wham has cleaned up or at least taken control of that pond for the time being, which is not what Emerson wants to see with his fishing.
Yeah, that's a massive value detonation there on the demo, not only clearing up the Springboard ship, but damaging the fishing ships as well. And now they're going to be cleaned up. Demo comes out and manages to get a good connection, takes out the low health galley as well as the Springboard ship, but at the same time, Wham using this momentum to attack on land as well. And there's very few spearmen here for MSN, so a lot of these archers are going to go down. Villages are starting to fall as well. One did get picked off, and there's just so many horsemen here. There's not enough spears for MSN. He's continuing to produce horsemen, but no further spears in production. The food is a big struggle at this point for MSN. Losing the fishing is massive, and now he's forced to expand onto the northern pond as well. But Wham has now access to 3 ponds that he can maximize fishing on, and they are tied in economic count, which is normally a big advantage for Knights Templar as they start from behind initially due to that age up, as well as what is now a double investment into those pilgrims.
Yeah, 9 eco kills for Wham. It feels good on the money front. Like you said, getting the second pilgrim in somehow between all of that, and then also timing it, that dive with the horseman just as +1 range defense came out, meant all those archers standing ground there on the gold did absolutely nothing but tickle them. And Wham, I think, Emerson, I think only had 2, maybe 3 spearmen, and only maybe 1 joined the fight. So not quite being able to react to that. As a result, Wham just getting his little picks across the board on land and winning the wars in the sea. And at this point, the fishing eco is taking off. The gold eco is really high, with all these pilgrims going untouched to any sacred site he wishes, and a big army behind it as well. It's kind of all going in Wham's favor right now.
Absolutely, and it will just keep getting worse for MSN in this game, because it's going to be a while before all of the fish is saturated in those ponds. MSN can produce so many fishing ships, Wham, can produce so many fishing ships to exhaust these deep sea fish. But he has to be careful to strike a balance between producing those fishing ships and producing units on land as well. It can be easy to get too greedy here and produce too much, and suddenly your land army is not up to par. But that isn't going to be the case because Wham is producing from multiple production buildings for the full tri-composition, spears, archers, as well as horsemen, compared to MSN only producing archers and horsemen. And he's gonna look to make a push across the map, assuming that Wham is likely going for a caster transition behind this, but I feel like he's walking into the belly of the beast potentially, because Wham might look for an encirclement. We see what looks to be units in the north. He's going to look to gut reinforcements, but no, they turn around. He's going to find a few archers on the way, which might get ignored in order to get what is likely to be a full surround, but he doesn't move forward with his army from home just yet.
Wham controlling different little groups of horsemen all over the map while playing on a hybrid map is definitely taking things to another level. We do see MSN pick up a couple of those horsemen. That's a nice little surround there. Oh, one does get away, but it is very much on low health. But the army from Wham is still really high, definitely taking no chances after that last game of trying to sneak in either more fishing or look to get an age up, as now his gold is at least getting to that position if the rest of his eco is not quite there. We might see a little bit of a dive from MSN, knowing he's got to make something happen. Moves the horsemen up to stay away from those spearmen, but that's a lot of spearmen and maybe not enough archers to deal with it. This tri-comp of Wham is just pushing across the map. He can retreat to his tower, which will give him some sanctuary, but this is looking really tough. This is a huge military count against MSN, whilst Wham has a superior economy. Now he is looking to take the fight under the guise of his tower, under the protection of it, I should say. The archer's just going for a little bit of a walk, but Wham still has plenty here to be able to kill whatever he wants, picking off archers one by one. The horsemen slowly falling to the spears and the horsemen. It's a huge military count deficit. This is Wham doing to MSN what MSN did to him last game.
Precisely. It's a disastrous result here for MSN in this game. He gets the bad news in the worst way possible, getting caught mid-map with his mass, unable to contest the army count from Wham, who had the full rounded composition going, plenty of units of all types. And with this newfound space and the good fight that he had won, Wham has a very easy route to that castle age. And with the Angevin Empire coming in here, the heavy spears will be coming out to finish the deal. MSN at this point likely just processing what is happening in this game and most likely thinking of exactly what to go for next, because this game is finished.
Yeah, a really strong response from Wham. I mean, last game definitely sort of got caught off guard there with his army and fell very quickly to MSN's. In this case, coming out methodically, strong, aggressive to take on MSN and take the game to him on a map where you really do have to play all sides and play really, really well, execute well to be able to get any sort of luck. And it's even harder against this kind of caliber of player as Wham. And GG is called. Wham goes to show, okay, this isn't going to be that easy for you, MSN. I have woken up and I'm ready to get into the series for real this time. It all starts square from here at 1-1.
Tied up these two now are Wham, with a much needed win after his unfortunate first defeat there. Must be feeling a bit more comfortable now. It never feels good to lose that opening game, especially in a somewhat neutral, strong matchup like that. So much needed win here put on the board, and tied they now are. So I'm quite curious to see what MSN chooses as his next place to fight.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure what the bans of the maps were. I'd be surprised to see too much water here. Obviously, that was our Four Lakes game, and we see, yeah, Holy Island was vetoed, and we go to, don't worry guys, it looks like there's a little bit of water on the icon there, but this is Coastal Cliffs. That's all cut off. There's no water whatsoever. It's just a more condensed land map, which, if anything, makes sense why MSN would want to go here. I don't want to play that crap anymore. I want to fight you straight up. It worked for me the first time. Let's see if it can happen again. Though it's quite an interesting Civ matchup here. Juicy's Legacy versus Malian, and Abbasid sniped out again.
Yeah, it's a Pretty interesting choice here, these civs from MSN. We're likely looking at a situation of MSN. He has access to the Japanese, right? I think this is a case of realizing that if he picks Japanese here and something like Jushi or Abbasid alongside it, he's not going to get to play Japanese most likely. So he's going to then be forced to play either Jushi or Abbasid. But if he picks two of the lesser civs here, then that still leaves Japanese open for the next one. So MSN, this is a good sign for him because it shows a confidence in being willing to potentially take a defeat here and placing himself on match point against a powerhouse civilization like the Malians in exchange for putting his draft in a better position as a result of it. So it shows good confidence here from MSN, but obviously it's a very risky strategy, especially in such a short series like a best of 5, because, well, after this, if you lose this game, you're not allowed any further mistakes because then that is the series finished. So obviously Golden Horde cannot be picked here effectively because of the lack of stone initially at your base. So he was kind of, in a way, almost forced into this decision because of the map that he chose. But it was his choice at the end of the day. Whereas Wham, sticking with his previous strategy of forcing 2 really strong picks here, and his draft is perfect for that as well. The Malians as well as the Macedonians. It's a pick your poison situation.
I don't think it gets too much easier as the games go on for MSN either. But I do know he likes his Jushi. He's confident and strong on that civ. Mali and Macedonian, right, have been powerhouse civs, like you say. Mali, the one getting through in this situation. We've seen Mali always be highly respected in picks and potentially bans. But at the same time, I feel like there's something of a consensus, or at least a general vibe that maybe it's falling its way further down the rankings compared to other civs over time. Is there something that MSN can hold on to here with the Jushi's Legacy versus Mali matchup that might work in his favor on this map or in general?
I know MSN before has had decent experience in this very matchup on this very map. He had some great success here against some great players. I remember him beating Beastie in this matchup on this very map, I think, as the Jushi. And again, MSN he's one of those players, and this is very common for the younger players especially. There's a sort of heavy lean towards a relentless aggression, which is a very good baseline way to play. But in the long run, it can backfire, especially against a strong defensive player like Wham is. And that's something MSN has to consider in this position, right? Because Yushi, I mean, I remember back at the peak of Pro Scouts, they were one of the best civs in the game at that stage, and some would even say that the matchup was actually favored for Jushi back then. Now those days are long gone, and I think you'll struggle to find a person that still believes that to this day. But MSN still plays it very well, and he saw how well his aggression played in the first game, and taking Wham by surprise with the level of his commitment, that might look to be the case again here.
And we get the chance to find out. In this case, we've got MSN spawning in the blue in the bottom left, and Wham spawning in the purple in the top right. Do apologize a little bit that we have the blue and purple. I did see some people saying that it's not super great with some forms of color blindness, so sorry about that, or sorry on behalf of the players about that. Hopefully you can bear with us here, and hopefully Myriad and I can explain things well enough that hopefully it's not too much of a disadvantage. MSN, I do smile every time that picture comes up. It gets me. It's not even just a milkshake too. I think it's just the cheeky little smile he's got there. But yeah,
it's like he knows.
He knows exactly what he did. But we see the scouts out here, pretty straightforward, not getting in each other's way and picking up a decent amount of sheep here. But that's hardly the exciting part really at this stage, as we have both Jushi and Mali pretty happy to do their own things to get started in the game.
Coastal Cliffs, of course, is essentially a condensed dry Arabia. Well, 2/3 of dry Arabia, you could even call it, which often weakens the effectiveness of cavalry in the later stages of the game, which is, well, pretty rare nowadays in today's Age of Empires 4. Cavalry is generally king on most maps and in most matchups. But this is one of those maps where once you do get to that mid-game and wars and defenses start being consolidated to a great extent, where there's just simply less room to move. So in those cases, the mobility loses some value, and that might play into an effect this game, as both civs do very often rely on heavy cavalry play.
Absolutely. And just having a look at this map, am I right that Wham's second gold is that far away from his TC up the front? Is that his second gold? That might be a little bit rough of a position for
yeah.
poor Wham to deal with. And on the other side, I guess for MSN, we're looking at where he's going to put down that meditation gardens, and it's decent. You can't complain too much about that. Definitely touching that gold, so he's going to get his wood and berries as well. No stone, which is always a nice to have, a little bit of quality of life. But with his spawn, I'm sure he won't complain. And if he notices or finds out about Wham's gold spawns, I'm sure he certainly won't be complaining.
Yeah, it's a very nice Met Garden. Just a little bit unlucky there for MSN as a scout came around the south side, just then spotting the exact same yield, but with 2 additional berries there on the right side, and potentially more wood as well for him. But yeah, he already had moved his villages in position, so you don't want to then cancel and move the landmark. It's not really worth it compared to the tempo that you do lose. And as it's being highlighted for us, it's very likely going to be Pro Scouts yet again here from MSN as the Jushi. With the 4 on goal, that pretty much confirms it. And Wham, on the other hand, there's a few different openings here in the feudal age that Marlins have access to. Some players like to spend their initial gold on those cows and fill up a ranch nice and quick, whereas others look to prioritize the economic upgrades instead, something like a wheelbarrow whilst raging up. And I do in fact know that the Canadian brothers do prefer to go for the economic route, so no surprises, wheelbarrow getting queued immediately as soon as he had the wood after finishing the mill.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing too unexpected from either player. MSN loves his professional scouts, and it's hard to argue against it in this game and matchup. He's got both of his dare packs sitting nicely packed away on the far right, which is really close, actually, both of those. On the other side, Wham, probably not going to bother with either of them, but both being in front of his base or in front and to the side, maybe MSN could look to pick up a few more for himself as well. Poor Wham's villager coming out now, and she's very vulnerable sitting out there trying to build a pit mine on that poor gold. And I guess the first thing we'll see is if MSN, like he's done previously, is going to open up with a horseman initially, or whether he wants to go straight in to bringing home those deer.
We mentioned about the deer packs there for Wham is very significant indeed. The double forward deer pack there, well, one is kind of off to the far right flank there, but still pretty exposed. And because it's so far away from Wham's base, it could very well be on MSN's cards there to start picking up some of those carcasses. And that is when Pro Scouts really starts being very worth it indeed, when you are able to take away some of your opponent's deer. Although most of the food is lost by the time they reach their base, it's a double whammy, right? Not only do you secure additional food for yourself, but you take some away from your opponent, which some people might think that's not very significant for Malians because they do have the cows, but if you go for a very long feudal age, you will need a lot of food, way more than just those feudal age cow ranches can give you.
Yeah, and especially with that gold exposed in the front, if it does extend into the feudal age and those economies start running dry, that can be all the tipping point one of these players needs to start running over each other. And if MSN can get that feudal lead, as he did at least in the first game. Oh, taking out the scout is quite nice there from MSN. A little bit of an oversight there, maybe some pathing from Wham going awry. As we see, a tower coming up there to stop at least the stuff in the middle, and perhaps that is from Wham a little bit of a recognizing that first of all his deer in the front there, and also of course his gold is exposed. So if MSN can get that feudal lead, it could be a lot that he can go and pressure or destroy. But we see Wham, and I'm sure. We see Wham already making units, and I'm sure he's not going to take anything lightly here, as I'm sure he still remembers what game 1 was like.
And Wham, interestingly enough, going for a quite old school play here with the Malians, playing the extra safe composition, which, especially given his spawn, I can't blame him at all. Going for the classic javelins alongside those Donzo. One of the best defensive comps in the game and one of the strongest feudal age comps. Even to this day, when Cav is so dominant, Jav Donzo does very well, even now. And yeah, Wham recognizing the importance of this position and preparing adequately. The Mansa Quarry has been switched over onto stone, arrow slits coming up, and he kept it on it, so looking to get fortification after this as well. And it's a very big, juicy spot indeed to secure here. With the deer as well as the forward goal, that's going to be a pivotal position in this game. And MSN doing the classic here, what we kind of expected from him in this game, which is going to be non-stop unit production. The Spearman, once again, we see a similar case in game one where there's just an assumption here from Wham, from MSN, that there will be Sofa, which is very common for Malians to do, but it's just not the case for Wham, right? The scouting just wasn't there. So as a result, we just have some units that are kind of useless, really. I mean, they're not terrible as a frontline up against the Javs, but they're still kind of just dead weight, and every little bit of food here is very significant for him. So he has to be careful about investing more into them.
Yeah, I just saw actually, as you were saying it, he queued one up and then cancelled it in favor of queuing up a horseman instead. We also saw him get one palace guard, so I thought maybe he was switching into that instead. But I think the biggest thing, or the biggest tell for MSN, is that just still waiting for a lot of that food eco to take off to be able to produce as many units as he wants. Trying to produce palace guard, horsemen, and Zhuganu is a huge food investment, even for the economy of the likes of a pro scouting, Shushi's legacy. And it is, I mean, I quite like seeing the Donzo Javelin comp again. It's something that I always found so scary playing myself. If I saw it come out, I was like, ah, man, am I just gonna try to dive this later and then die with what seems like superior units? Wham in this case doing a great job picking that defensive infantry comp, but still getting out on the map, scouting, seeing that MSN was going for those cornered deer of his and pulling his at least a handful of units to try to stop that with those spear throwing Donzos. They do a great job of picking off scouts very easily, whether they're carrying those deer or not. So very, very nice from him. But we do see it again like we did in the first game, and like you alluded to before we jumped in here, MSN looking to pile on in the feudal age is non-stop units from him still.
And as you mentioned, the Jav Donzo here I think is such a great choice indeed, because especially against the Zhuganu, these units, although they pack an immense punch with huge DPS, as long as they can shoot, they are incredibly slow and have very low range. The Javs can kite them endlessly if they so choose. And I mean, there's few better answers against Zhuganu than Javs, maybe longbows potentially, but I'd say Javs are even better here. Not only the ranged armor, but the speed, the range is just massive. And Wham, looking to round out his composition with just a stable now and one sofa. Might look to produce more, but as it's being highlighted to us, looks like there might potentially be a consideration for Castle Age. But yeah, upon scouting it, with that scout there up at the front, he sees just the sheer blob here from MSN. Wham immediately clears up more units.
More units and the ranged upgrade, or the ranged defense upgrade now coming in. And I'm sure other upgrades to follow. The sofa now, it wasn't just a single one coming out. There are more in the queue. And now, yeah, Wham really maybe saw this a little bit late coming out, but not able to get that second tower up, but he's certainly respecting it, keeping his own production going. You can see the difference that fortification makes with the torches really not doing that much damage against the tower at all. And so MSN decides, well, I've got the units, I'm going to dive, let's take the fight. We'll see now if those javelins teeing off against the Shuganu are going to be enough, or whether they can turn the tide. Of course, shooting 3 times, it means they do a lot more damage, or at least they do at least 3 damage, if not 6, to each of these javelins, which makes all the difference. The ranged armor is only just now coming into complete, so it's a great timing and understanding from MSN to get a lot of damage here. Now we see the military count kind of wild in MSN's favor. It's just whether he can turn this into getting any damage outside of just the military, and if there's any economic damage he can get done. A little bit scary with his army being that deep in Wham's base.
Yeah, well, I might have greeded just a little bit too much with the cows, already up to 14, but as you mentioned, his military numbers aren't quite up to scratch just yet. Now, the space afforded to him by MSN going maybe a little bit too deep into the base means that he's able to get a second outpost up on this forward position, and that's going to make it even harder for MSN now to look for an engagement, even preparing rams at this stage. He has his necessary blacksmith upgrades, the steel arrow as well as the undermesh, so those are of course essential for this kind of a play, but Wham is about to match that. Still, his own steel arrow is almost halfway complete, and once that's finished, it's going to be way harder for MSN to take effective fights here. And Wham even going for the Musafadi warriors here, which is a very interesting choice, I gotta say. It makes sense against the Palace Guard, but we already have Sofa, which do an even better job at this stage, I will say, because of the bonus damage up against infantry units, as well as being great against the Zuganu as well at the same time. But MSN is just fully committed here. You can see only now getting his double broad axe. Would have been nice to see that a bit earlier, but I think the timing here is what he really wants to prioritize as he looks to engage directly. And you can see the cows as well as the food slowly running out from SN here means that Wham's numbers are starting to match, and as the engagement comes in, it's such a horrible place here for MSN to fight. His front line is just getting absolutely massacred. There's already very little left here on the front for MSN. More and more units are coming across, but it's a long way to cross, and most of MSN's units here are very slow. The Jugenu mass is the main component of MSN's composition here, and they are such a slow unit, and MSN keeping most of his units in reserve here. I'm not sure if he just forgot about them or if he's looking to maybe bait Wham in on his side. Now he notices and regroups them.
Certainly not a conscious choice, I'm sure, from MSN. We saw even as the fight ended, MSN had a higher military count despite losing everything he had in that fight. And that's simply because of how many reinforcements he had back home. Maybe looking to just commit with the Rams to try to get the tower down, thinking he wasn't going to keep them alive. I'm not sure, but that didn't work out either. Not only did he not have all of his army there, but the pathing worked out terribly in his favor. Or not in his favor, I should say, as the Rams, one body blocked all the rest of the melee, the other Ram couldn't get involved. And now we see what is the worst feeling when playing a Jussi or a China is you're pumping all of this feudal aggression, and then all of a sudden, you run out of food.
And this is the worst possible timing here for Emerson. Right as he looks to make his second push, he has to reconsolidate his food. 0 on food at this very moment for Emerson. As he goes onto the berries, he would love to take that boar as well, but it's so far out. And Wham, now ahead in military value, although the count is still in Emerson's favor because of his cheaper units. The Sofa and the Javs alone can deal with virtually all of MSN's composition here, as long as Wham just keeps pumping units. I mean, Wham just has to not greed here as he did in game 1, and it's just going to be very difficult for MSN to find any sort of respite in this game or meaningful damage. And again, this is exactly what you want to do. As Marlian say, as the Rams are being constructed, you can easily take pot shots with the superior range of those jabs and just keep shooting, keep kiting. It makes it so painful for MSN here to try to half commit to the fight, half keep building the Rams, knowing he's on a timer. It really is disastrous.
It doesn't feel good, and especially when there's 3 Rams being built in front of you, it kind of tells you that that's a lot of resources that have been put into that, which haven't been put into units. And now MSN sending all of the horsemen in. I'm not sure if this is on purpose. The rest of the army not coming into fight either. Pulls the horsemen out, losing a couple of them, or 4 or 5 of them, and now turning around to fight with the rest of the army. The spearmen are getting some hits off onto the Sofa, and Wham does pull back his force, but only to consolidate underneath his 2 upgraded towers, and now looks to turn the fight again to come onto MSN. Those 3 Rams are slowly coming up, but not really going to be too helpful here. We finally see the military value drop below for MSN, and this fight is now starting to look terrible for him as the reinforcements that come in are few and far between. The Javelins are still teeing off, killing off almost all of the Juganu, which are here at the front. It's only a couple of spares left, which means that these Sofa are going to be given free reign. There's still a handful of Donzos there as well, which are going to be used to clean up these Rams. They'll get a couple of houses maybe, but that's going to be about it. And with this, we've got Wham with all of the macro needed to go up to castle, and an MSN that was fully committed to feudal, which doesn't have anything else going for him.
You can see A complete switcheroo in terms of food income. MSN, who was so ahead earlier on, upwards of 1,000 when he had those supervised deer underneath the mill, is now struggling to even break 700 here. Meanwhile, Wham, 1,600 already, and the Fulani isn't even online yet. It can't really get worse for MSN in this position. I wouldn't be surprised to see him tap out the moment the age up comes through. It's just not mathematically feasible, really, to even think of mounting a comeback here. It's just such a massive deficit he finds himself under after that early game. Just those reinforcements that could have potentially cost him the game right there, forgetting what is essentially most of his army back at home. And rallying your units back at home is normally a good choice in a lot of cases. You want to be able to still defend your base in case of raids as you're making a push. So in a lot of cases that is the right thing to do, but considering you're the one who's putting constant pressure in this game, and with the knowledge that the Malians, especially with this kind of a spawn, they are forced onto defensive, that's something you have to be really careful about.
Yeah, you just know MSN's kicking himself for that one. And you just hope that he's not getting into the nerves aren't getting to him, or he's not sort of tilting as a result of that unfortunate error. In this case, still didn't tap out as the age up comes in, still looking to get some damage done, but it is all over there. Wham takes game 3 to go up 2-1 over MSN. I think MSN, I mean, it looked like maybe if there was a chance, if he did have everything there together, that he could have broken that position out front for Wham. We will never know. But MSN, there's two ways you can bounce back from that. One is it sort of tilts you to the end of the earth and you're like, I can't believe I'm playing like this. Or you chalk it off as, okay, I made one error, no big deal. If I didn't do that, I would have been in the great position. I've already taken one game off the guy. I can bring this back in the next few games, not a problem.
Well said. That's kind of the mindset that MSN needs to have in this position. Because at the end of the day, right, even if theoretically the push might have been enough to break through there with all those units, MSN can't be too hard on himself in this position. At the end of the day, he's facing the Malians as the Jushi, and I mean, you're going into this already with just at the back of your mind knowing that this is just such a difficult matchup, and it's just a very tough position to play from, and that loss is kind of expected, just from a theory perspective with how these civs interact. So he shouldn't be too tilted. That's the interesting part. Like he might not be tilted by the loss in and of itself, knowing it's expected in this matchup, but the fact that there was a chance there potentially and the mistake of those units, that might then tilt him. So it's always a very, very interesting situation when that does occur, when potentially an unfavorable matchup could have went your way, but a mistake makes it not go that way. That's always pretty sour. So we'll see how much that does affect him, because what a matchup. I mean, we have Cliffside, and it's going to be, finally, MSN gets to play his Abbasid here, and I'm surprised, honestly, by the choice here to opt for Abbasid as his secondary pick alongside Japan instead of Golden Horde. I'm under the choice. Oh, okay. I didn't want to stop my train of thought, but I just realized what's happening, and I think this is intentional from MSN, probably expecting Delhi to be picked here by Wham alongside maybe French or some other city. Maybe he expected Macedonian as well, but the Canadian brothers do love to play Delhi here, and I know MSN in particular feels very comfortable in this very matchup.
It's lucky for him. He's finally got it through. I mean, his third time picking Abbasid is not something you see from many of our players, once, let alone thrice. And he does get it through with Wham choosing to snipe away the Japanese. And I am very excited. It's clear for MSN, Abbasid is something of a comfort pick, or one he sees a lot of value in, a lot of strength in, even though so many of the other top players might not. Now it's a chance for him to show that. And particularly, as you say, if he's got this matchup that he feels a bit comfortable in, or he feels that he's got an answer for, on a map like this, which is nice and close and favors that aggressive feudal play, which he's been showing us this series, if there's a chance to claw this back to 2-2, I think the stage is set MSN's got everything there under his belt ready to go. And I'll be very, very excited to see an Abbasid win in March 2026.
And it's something with the way MSN plays, especially it's something that definitely has to be respected here from Wham. I don't know how much Wham knows about MSN's Abbasid shenanigans here, but MSN is, well, as you'd expect by now, he's going to play an incredibly aggressive feudal age on 1TC here, going for what is likely to be a tri-composition with some camels mixed in for that debuff against the Ghazi. And Delhi genuinely has to be very careful because the early tempo that Abbasid do get here with that military wing, then with the horseman follow up for a very early 4-try composition. And it's not like there's going to be a tempo shift with a second TC here as there normally is when Abbasid goes for that kind of a play. Oh no, MSN's going to keep pumping and he's not going to stop pumping. And of course, once boot camp comes into effect and the golden age for that extra 15% gather rate on the villages, yeah, free techs are nice and healing is nice, but that's a really strong economy and a really strong army, potentially stronger than Delhi's in the feudal age. And on a short map, this can definitely be very dangerous here for Wham.
I think so, and especially taking into account, first of all, that first game where MSN was able to have success catching Wham off with just pure feudal aggression, and especially those horsemen. But then also just that last game, game 3, where I'm not sure if Wham really realized what was going on with MSN and why that fight might have been a lot easier than it should have been for him. But to know that actually, well, there was maybe a chance for MSN if he did have all of his units together to make it happen as a bit of a repeat there in game 3. So to do, I mean, we've got to assume it's going to be much the same come this matchup on Cliffside game 4. I'm really hoping it is. Don't often like to see the same thing again and again, but this is a time where I want to see it. I don't want to see a Castle Age unless that player already has a huge lead, or it's someone trying to sneak one and then they get their entire base dove. We're in for a real treat here. I couldn't be happier to see this series out of MSN, even if he does go down here 3-1. At the very least, he's given us an amazing show so far, and credit to Wham for really holding him to his best.
I think your wishes will come true here, Ben, because I can guarantee MSN is not going to take his foot off the gas when it comes to this game. It's just the way he is as a player, and he feels very comfortable doing so with Abbasid especially. And yeah, we'll have to see how whether Wham recognizes what exactly is happening in time here. Especially on a map like this, I think it can get so dangerous because normally the Ghazi, the mobility you have with taking skirmishes all around the map with them, peeling them back and healing them, there's just way less space and maneuverability to do that on this map. And I mean, there's already going to be 2 spares most likely on the field, so I'm very curious to see how MSN, how effectively he makes this work. Trying to remember if I faced it myself anytime recently, but I don't think so. It's been a while since I did play against him. But
no, I still think like of MSN's Abbasid as being the clown car days, which was, I think, traumatizing for a lot of the top players, and maybe a bit of an introduction to the scene for many watching MSN, and to see where he's grown to since those days, but still picking the Abbasid as one of his go-to civs is awesome. I think we've seen a lot in the scene, particularly with top players or the top 8 to 12 or so, really leaning in to the meta, and we see a lot of the same bands, a lot of the same picks, and a lot of trying to get the same sort of matchups. That when we see these players which are more on the fringe of those top spots, picking out things that either are a bit more out there with their strategies or a bit more of comfort picks for themselves. We saw that earlier today with Kiljadi's set as well. I loved seeing him do just things that you're not going to expect a Beastie or Marine Lord to be picking out. And we're not going to have to wait too much longer to see what MSN has in store for us. We get into the game. Cliffside, we've got Wham now in red, as the Delhi on the top side of the map. MSN in his very exciting Abbasid in blue on the bottom side of the map. And I'm very excited to get into this game, Myriad, and I'm very excited to seeing no Castle Age let's get into it.
Cliffside is the map here. Potential game point for Wham, who is leading the series 2-1 at this stage. Cliffside, bit of an unusual map in the sense that the players spawn very close to each other. It's barely more than a screen away on a lot of spawns, and of course, true to the name of the map, there's cliffs dotted all around the map, carving it in two, essentially. And it works out to where one side of the map is very rich in wood and often other resources like food as well, whereas the other one normally contains all of the gold, as we can see the split here. The south of Emerson's base is where most of his small wood lines are, whereas the left is where a lot of the cliffs as well as most of the golds are, and it's the exact same mirrored on Wham's side. So it presents an interesting dynamic where on most maps you are able to very heavily lean to one side of your spawn, either towards the north, towards the south. But this map in particular, the tricky part is that often you are forced to lean fully and play very, very wide, which favors some civilizations over the others and obviously becomes even more relevant the longer the game goes and as those initial gold mines start running out. Now, it will be a while before we get to that point. I mean, that point will only come in once that secondary gold mine does run out, which, frankly, I'd be surprised if this game reaches that stage.
We're hoping it doesn't. Yeah. In this case, it is interesting on the food element. Wham's got his berries tucked away nicely. Both players do, which of course being these civs that do not go for the boar, but instead have those berry bonuses is in their favor. Both of Wham's deer packs are to the east of his base, which of course he will eventually get pro scouts in naturally, whether he's looking to favor that for any by any intention or not, which might make things a bit easier for him to bring them in, or if MSN can take map control, it makes it a bit easier for him to deny. Whereas for MSN, his food, deer right in front of his base, and the other deer is really far away, tucked all the way on the right. So for him looking to bring on some aggression, military wing, if it was anything else, I would be signing off right now. But we will see that come out. But securing the food behind this feudal aggression is so important. The sheep count is split. The berries are in nice safe locations. And I think from the Dark Age, we're all set to have a proper clash.
You guessed it. A clash it is going to be indeed. So MSN, with no surprises, going for the military wing like you mentioned, and it's pretty much going to be an immediate stable follow-up right afterwards, I predict, to round out the composition. Not only because that's the right thing to do, but, you know, it being MSN, it's pretty much confirmation that we are going to see horsemen and plenty of them as well. And horsemen, I believe they actually trade cost effectively up against Ghazi Raiders due to that additional range as well as attack speed. Despite having lower base damage, they are also cheaper on top of it as well. Of course, the issue comes in when with the healing from those scholars. So Wham, it's not like he's going to take full pitched fights where he's going to lose some Ghazi Raiders to horsemen. He is going to be very careful with his unit control, especially with his caliber of play. Done with the Faith, no surprises there coming up, about to finish soon here for Wham, and it's most likely going to be a stable follow-up for him as well. We can see the immediate stable as well as the archery range. The archery range surprises me just a little bit, considering the Ghazi open is very likely here from Wham, but he potentially expects Wham to go into an immediate archery range instead in preparation after the stable due to the sheer aggression that's coming his way.
Yeah, MSN just going for everything all at once to start with. We see the military wing units coming across the map at the start, obviously pushing off of berries nice and easy. Wham sees these, he already knows straight away. Actually, very cheekily, seeing those units walk past and then skipping on back to the berries to get that value. Very nice from Wham. Now, MSN sending one of the archers around the other side, trying to get the full circle of the base, which is very clever, actually, to make sure you're covering all your bases and forces those two villages off of the gold. Not too much of a problem for Delhi, or not too much of a worry. Of course, that gold in the early feudal age, Wham will be happy to have got what he's got. But now he'll need to look into making his own army and what he's going to make against what is certainly all of this all-out aggression from MSN. What does Myriad, what does a Delhi do in this situation? Is it try comp match with the Scholars, or is there something else that he's going to look to do, making the most of the Ghazi?
Honestly, I have no idea, because it's not a situation you come across very often, and it's really a question of how do the full stacked armies in feudal fare against each other, right? We have to consider the bonuses at play here. Delhi have the Ghazi Raider, huge bonus damage, as well as, of course, the healing and the free upgrades. But that's it, really, right? It's good, but it's nothing too crazy. Abbasid, on the other hand, well, we have a completely baseline army. Every unit is normal, but the Spearmen do have the Phalanx upgrade, giving them the highest range in the game of any Civ, aside of Iobids, who also have it, of course. But you also get Boot Camp from the military wing, an additional plus 10 or 15%, I think it might be 15% health on all infantry units, which is very massive when it comes to these traits. 15%, there we go. Nice cheap little upgrade, and that's quite significant as these army numbers grow. And on top of it, they have access to the camels that could debuff those Ghazi Raiders. So, although the list is longer for Abbasid, that doesn't necessarily mean it's better. I mean, once all the upgrades are in for the Delhi and they can suddenly pull out 10, maybe 15 scholars as an army unit and as a frontline, as a heal, that's obviously a huge bonus right there in and of itself. So, really, it's going to be something new for all of us here.
I'm very excited. For Wham, at least at this stage, just looking to continue into the Ghazi. Coming across the map, looking to do whatever damage he can, but I'm sure also just looking to scout whatever MSN is up to. And with MSN's army on the other side of the map, he's actually had to pull off his berries onto the sheep under his TC, which is not too many left, it looks like, even with the even sheep count on the map. But he is forcing those Ghazi back, and we see Wham now making plenty of archers to go with this. Certainly respecting the feudal age aggression, and certainly expecting MSN to commit to it, as he has done in every game he's been able to so far. But yeah, I've got to say, as we were looking at those upgrades and you were rattling them off, and we saw bootcamp actually is 15%. I always thought it was 10 actually, because 15%, especially in the, in a Lord of Lancaster game, we've seen the strength that they give. We see Ghazi turning around, just trying to get a little bit of damage. As long as they stay out of the way of the spearmen, they're fine to do that, and then forcing MSN back. Very nice from Wham so far. Just posturing more so than fighting at this stage, as both our players look to build up their militaries. Nobody blinking just yet.
Somehow behind this, Wham actually managed to opt for the blacksmith as a second building after the stable before the archery range, which is, it's risky indeed, but he managed to stem the initial pressure, right? There wasn't any significant damage taken here from Wham, so having that range damage upgrade coming in at this very moment, merely a couple seconds out at this stage, is going to be huge when it comes to this first fight. MSN only now going back onto the gold after pulling off and getting his double broadaxe, and a lot of gold he will need, because he needs not only the blacksmith upgrades but also the boot camp, of course, will be very important, and he ideally wants to get those before any fight breaks out. Otherwise the fight just will not be in his favor, really. And he prioritized putting off of gold to get this early timing of getting a lot of units on the field, which is why he's been so ahead for so very long. But if you don't find significant damage with those units, which has not been found, then suddenly you're just dealing with a tempo deficit. And that's exactly what we're witnessing here. Wham not only is starting to get and even match MSN's numbers at this point, but also has an upgrade advantage as the Delhi, which is relatively rare in the feudal age in most cases.
Yeah, and still, as you mentioned, MSN not pulling more onto gold to make up for that. Happy to just let that trickle in and see the upgrades come in slowly over time. But the tempo certainly has subsided a little bit for him. And without the blacksmith upgrades, particularly on the archers, it is going to make a difference as you see them really struggling to kill even a scholar there. Whereas Wham does already have the steeled arrows, so the 1+ attack on the archers, which make them kill these spearmen in particular so much faster. In fact, it might even get the camel archer. Not quite, but is getting to shoot away at the spearmen who are lagging in the back of the formation there, which is getting just these little bits of wins for Wham, which is going to make all the difference as both players commit so much to feudal. The scholar running into his death, say goodbye. And the Ghazi, or the horseman, trying to wrap around for Emerson, not quite able to get onto anything. There's just so many Ghazi. They're always being able to tank for these archers, but now we do see Emerson coming in a little bit to do some damage to the archers, which are going to go down even under the healing. And some of those spearmen still alive, but not many left. It's the horsemen in the front that are taking the fight, and we see the archers left-clicking, both players microing and clicking on all the units to try not to be shooting at the horsemen, but it is a huge clash now. We've got really, really similar military counts. Now, obviously, some of those are in scholars, but some of those scholars are also in the fight, and we see Emerson now pulling out. There's just so many Ghazi left, and there are no spares on the field for Emerson as a result of all that.
Right as the upgrade phalanx finishes for MSN, there's not a single spear left on the field for him, and all of these Ghazis, Wham smells blood. He just goes in directly. He doesn't even bother trying to heal these Ghazis. He knows he can finish this hero now, and I think he can. He may be a little bit overzealous with this dive as MSN continues to produce, and a lot of those injured Ghazis go down. It hurts to see, really, but it's worth it because he just breaks through, and now he's looking to dive with impunity. Actually, no, backs off just there, which is a good choice. I think you don't want to overextend too much, but I mean, MSN is just, it's a horrible position to be in. There's no way to sugarcoat this. The timing is gone. The tempo is completely shifted. The center is now getting walled. Sacred sites are up for grabs everywhere, and this is exactly how Delhi begins to snowball out of control very quickly indeed. Even now, MSN only now getting his undermesh way past the point of him actually needing it, and now Wham will be left unchecked to go raid everywhere on the map, get the triple sacred sites, and it's going to be a pretty smooth transition to Castle Age for him behind this.
Yeah, Wham kind of has any or every option available to him at this point. And you see even those villagers trying to run away without wheelbarrow. They're just slowly dying, almost like they want it to happen. They're inviting it in, and there's a few spearmen there now, maybe. Only one on the field, that is actually, but the horseman coming to try to fight that spearman, doing everything he possibly can. But the Ghazi have been just whacking away for a while now. 7 kills, it's not quite ended there. 8 villager kills, and already being behind on the economy there for Emerson. He's taken damage himself. All the sacred sites have been capped for Wham, which means that he can look to go up to castle basically whenever he chooses. And unfortunately, yeah, I think Emerson will probably be kicking himself a little bit that he didn't take that fight at a better time when he wanted to. Phalanx upgrade, blacksmith upgrades could have made all the difference for him. But, you know, hindsight's 2020, and I'm sure he was feeling the pressure to try to make something happen against Wham and not let him get to that position of being able to snowball, like you said. But unfortunately, in this case, losing that fight gave him the very thing he was trying to avoid. And at this point, Wham can pretty much run away with the game however he chooses to.
Yeah, exactly right. Emerson has his back up against the wall, which is his base, and he's just unable to move out effectively. This is the position you never want to find yourself in, knowing that you're so behind in army that your opponent could push in and deal severe damage anytime he wishes. So you have to keep reinvesting, but at the same time, you're just unable to obtain the information of whether your opponent is even considering that, which in this case, of course, is not the situation. Wham is just transitioning to Castle Age whilst having the army advantage at the same time because of the sheer effectiveness of that earlier fight. And really, it's, I mean, MSN is going to find a nice little raid here, which unfortunately he doesn't. Ooh,
He does.
Back just in time. That's going to be, this is like, you know, a drop in the pond needed to mount the comebacks. It's a good start. But I think it looks like Textiles is in as well, so a lot of these villages are going to escape. And at the same time, though, Wham opens up the way with the horseman gone for him to find his own raid behind this and also pick off even more of MSN's villages. MSN does pick up 4 for his trouble, but drops another 4 himself, so the damage has just been neutralized at the very same time. Meanwhile, the sites are still ticking, House of Learning is almost finished, and the game is just looking dire.
It's match point. Emerson standing or hanging in there. I mean, we see the difference between Textiles plus Wheelbarrow compared having neither of them. as unfortunately MSN's villages do fall over, but he is keeping some horsemen on that side of the map, and he is able to keep trying to sprawl out, take resources, deny raid where he can, keep his units there. But the Castle Age comes in, MSN knows it's all over, and unfortunately it's all over for his journey to qualify for the Homestead Cup as well. And it is Wham who takes the set 3-1 and moves on to tomorrow to compete for one of those final 2 spots in Serbia.
Great series between these two, and fantastic play, of course, from Wham, as we'd expect from him by now. Just such a consistent, solid player. But MSN should be pretty proud of himself for taking a win as well. It's not easy at this level. These players with the sheer amount of experience and practice and ability that they have, picking up one game is a big win here for sure. So he should be pretty proud of himself for that. And there's plenty of material for him to look back to here and analyze as to what could be done better for next time. Have a look
And
at
there's
this bracket.
fantastic news actually coming in there, Myriad. I was completely wrong. At this stage, we do enter the losers bracket, so MSN can learn. He can watch back those games and learn that he's coming back tomorrow. He's got plenty of chance to come up against whether it's Demu or Puppy Paw and still have a chance to qualify. That's great news for MSN. It's great news for me. I'm still excited to come back and watch that tomorrow.
Exactly right. MSN winning a leg up against Kiljadi did secure his spot in that double elimination bracket. So MSN not out of it just yet, which is, as you mentioned, just fantastic news for him and for me as well, as he is part of VES too. So no bias at all whatsoever, naturally. But yeah, so he's gonna play up against the loser between Puppy Paw and Demu. And obviously that will be the last chance down there in the lower brackets. So, well, for that, we'll have to tune in next time, right?
Absolutely. So it's very, very exciting. I can read the bracket now, so I shouldn't make any more mistakes. But tomorrow to see that lower bracket semi-final and then go in to our 2 best of 7s. But we're not done today. We still have our last semi-final today, Puppy Paw versus Demu. And I think we're ready to get into game 1.
Jumping straight ahead here. Don't even get a look at the draft because it's already underway as Puppy Paw spawns in the color red as the Byzantines on Coastal Cliffs, actually, up against Demu's purple Chinese, which is definitely his favorite color. And picking Byzantines on this map is always a brave choice. I mean, Byzantines is just all around such a solid civilization on most maps, and especially slightly more condensed ones like this, where they can limit the amount of space where they are vulnerable. But the stone is the issue. Puppy Paw, however, does manage to find it pretty quickly, and I mean, this is about as good as it gets, really. Like it's behind, it's quite close compared to how it can spawn sometimes, and with the spawn, he can just afford to, I mean, with that forward wood line, there's a very easy wall on the south side, which will secure his gold, as well as the berries and the deer pack. And then he can put most of his focus towards that northern side where the further berries extend, as well as his stone is present. So we have seen this matchup today already, MSN, with beautiful execution, taking Wham completely by surprise in that series. But now we witness Demu looking to potentially do the same and subvert a slightly unfavorable matchup.
Yeah, we just saw the blueprint against the other Canadian brother. It'll be interesting to see whether Demu follows suit with MSN strategy or not. I would be surprised to see an identical strategy from Demu, be quite a different player to MSN. That said, still very much expect to see that pro scouts out of them. It is interesting seeing the Byzantine pick. I mean, we've seen a lot of players try to not favor the civs that need stone early, whether that be 2TC or something else, because of the distance of which it spawns on this map. But others seeing it as being something that's actually, it's not that vulnerable. I just need to go get it, and then it's fine. I don't need to worry about it again. It's not a big deal. And we see that with Puppy Paw here. Even on the Byzantine, where often they want to sit on it for a while to get those cisterns trickling in. He's not too fussed. He's got enough in. We've got 2 cisterns already going. And like you pointed out, not a bad spawn to be able to protect everything up. And we see already straight away the horseman coming out from Puppy Paw exactly as Wham did in his game.
Of course, we're going to see quite a lot of parallels, I think, from Puppy's play compared to Wham's. Of course, them being not only brothers, but twins at the same time as well. And of course, very much committed practice partners as a result. It means that a lot of the strategies are shared. Now, I would say Puppy Paw has a slightly more aggressive edge to him compared to Wham, at least in recent history. So there might be a case here, but Demu, with the choice here to opt for the early aggression, which can be a great choice up against the Byzantines, gets severely punished for it due to the lack of the initial scouting there. Not seeing the stable commitment there from Puppy Paw means that 2 archers just die for free, and that's the entire tempo gone.
You have talked about this a couple of times already today, Myriad, with the presumptions that players are taking in their choice of units or production buildings into units, and unfortunately it looks like that's the case as well here. And unfortunately it was the case that sending those archers across the map as well before able to see the horsemen coming across, and I'm sure he'd given a bit of a slap on the face. I can't believe I've done that. But in this case now a bit behind, trying to then secure up his professional scouts behind it, as even though he can go into making horsemen, of course, that count is going to be a lot lower than Puppy Paw, who's been making them since the start of Feudal Age. And we saw that exactly the same in Wham's game against MSN. Obviously, that one ended differently under different circumstances. But it does seem like just in that game, it does put Demu on the back foot to start.
And it's very similar to the last game in that regard, right? We saw MSN starting off on the back foot there, but eventually punishing the greed that Wham went for very effectively, and we're going to see if Demu is able to do the same. But it's a bit of a different state here because, you know, Demu, as you mentioned, opted for the units initially as opposed to the pro scouts, so then that being shut down hurts even more than just a slight delay on your pro scout, which is what MSN experienced that game. And again, taking some unfavorable traits here and being forced into a tricom position so early, and even now still making archers, even though really the main thing he sees is just horsemen. Puppy Paw was playing this beautifully so far, and Dem was kind of scrambling a little bit here, forced to commit to both scouts and units at the same time just to secure his initial deer pack.
Yeah, and the second dare pack is just past the first one, right? There's not really an option to go the other side of the map. He's got to find a way to break through the army that Byzantine has. And Puppy Paw, I mean, he's got the first set of longbows coming across the map now. And unfortunately, I mean, Puppy Paw was fighting the spearmen, sort of picking them out from the bunch and killing them with just the horsemen, which is not something that you want to see for Demu. And now with the longbows coming across, and especially having such a low count of units for Demu, it means those high damage longbows are going to be even more dangerous in these small skirmishes. And now it doesn't see, like, even if Demu can mass as many spearmen as he wants, he's not now able to counter out the horsemen, because those longbows are there to deal with them, as we see them now still picking off those last of the spearmen coming out. And this is just looking pretty awful for Demu.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad situation for Demu indeed. I mean, as I mentioned before, being forced into spears here just by the presence of a few horsemen is what you so want to avoid as China, because just the knowledge that the longbows are going to come in soon any time. And I mean, this few units better against spears than longbows, and that's definitely a sting that Demu now feels. Just Puppy Paw able to control the tempo of the game in a matchup where normally Byzantines is forced on the defensive at this stage of the game, just speaks volumes to the sheer lead that he has now garnered himself. And looks like learning from the slight folly of his brother in the previous game, he's putting a bit more respect on the possible Chinese mass at this stage, continuing to produce horsemen, not yet macroing for that castle age, but he doesn't even need to add Limitane at this stage yet. There's just not as big of a horseman commitment here from Demu. It's mainly archers to deal with the longbows, which is a good choice, but when there's already so many horsemen on the field, it's a big trouble. Demu gets a couple of nice pickups on the longbows. 2 of them have fallen, but does pay a heavy price for it in turn, losing a lot of the horsemen and some of the archers as well to Puppy's own horsemen. Puppy maybe overstaying his welcome just a little bit in this mid map, because as we see, once those deer do come in underneath that TC, the food income just skyrockets for China, and they're able to pump virtually, well, it seems endlessly in theory, but of course the end is when the deer runs out.
When you're playing against him, it feels like it's endless for sure. Demu doing a great job, actually, yeah, picking off those few longbowmen, which were just caught in between the main army and the reinforcements behind him, just with 3 horsemen. So getting a lot of value out of those few units, and it's really what he has to do to try to claw this back. Now able to turn that around, keep the longbow count down, and go in with a hell of a lot of archers and a lot of units behind us to put some damage on the other side of the map while securing in those deer and making those scouts to do so. But the problem with making those scouts to do so and only having archers behind us is his army is now susceptible to getting caught and wrapped. And now we see obviously no spearmen here. These horsemen, they're tanking their other horsemen, but they're able to just keep going off and whacking away on these archers. He does clean them up now on the right-hand side. So good job from Demu to hold on. The villagers getting pulled there to try to fight, presumably with Akratoi, but deciding better of it, although the archers are now shooting away at them. Horsemen on the left side just taking a lot of damage, probably unnecessarily. And a lot of them do go down, really reducing that count. But if Demu can get some villager kills, got 3 in total across the entire skirmish, but is now having to run away, and now just a few archers running away from a bunch of horsemen. 10 longbows out there now, with I'm sure another batch about to be queued up, and 6 horsemen in queue for Papipo. Yeah, definitely learning from Wham's mistakes here and putting his foot down and looking to push back Demu all the way into his base. And if Demu's not careful, Papipo could actually catch on to these pro scouts before they're done.
Yeah, exactly. Even the secondary dip back here from Demu is not yet collected safely under that mill. Who would have loved to be able to stay in that northern side, keep control over that berry patch, and then later take Papipo's own deer up there in the north side, but there's different plans on the cards. As you mentioned, Papipo just relentless with this commitment, not fearing fully engaging in the feudal age here up against China, and he can do that after that early game, right? The sheer advantage he got and the time he bought himself means that he is able to match these numbers in time and actually contest and even push Demu back in this stage. And I mean, they're still there underneath that mill, but the army discrepancy is so severe at this stage, and I think Papipo did find the correct timing to do so. Now we see the macro switching over, plenty on gold, plenty on food, and the horseman production has ceased. Another longbow batch in queue at this point, and Demu himself macroing to castage behind this, but just the wood situation is a bit dire there, just some unused resources. The macro floating is a bit too severe, and although he's going to get a decent timing comparable to Papipo, normally it's the Chinese that get the earlier castlage timing and then look to leverage it to deal plenty of damage, but I don't see that window being there this game.
Not today, no. And I think Demu may be caught in 2 minds between what he wants to go for, whether he can maybe get that castlage or whether he needs to commit to continuing to make units, whether he needs that farm transition, yet surely would not want to be even trickling those in yet and without the Song dynasty. And then as a result, having a lot of resources in the bank across all 3 of those main resources, whereas Papipo made a very clean decision to pull back and age up to the castlage with that golden horn tower, which is going to come in safely, still managing as well actually to get some raids or some damage on the pro scouting with a couple of those horsemen splitting off. But now castlage is about to kick in. Demu is going to be made well aware of it, but with the macro situation of Demu, he's not in the greatest position to just go across the map and do any damage.
Good news for Demu is if he doesn't want to go for a farm transition, he's more than capable at this point in time, but the Song dynasty is not there yet, and that seems to be a stretch considering he still needs to get castlage at this point. And yeah, I mean, with Papipo now finishing that golden horn tower, upgrades, veterancy coming in for the longbows, as well as the first batch, of course, from the golden horn tower will always be the longbows, because you cannot upgrade the veterancy before the units are in queue, and the cataphracts is going to be the nail in the coffin, no doubt, as soon as the number starts climbing. undoubtedly there's 2 stables by now just pumping those units, and especially with that retracted day pack, people had access to so much food for these horsemen. That is why we're able to see such a big investment into them while still getting a very respectable castle age timing. But we also saw plenty of olive groves going down behind this as well, and of course the olive groves, not only is the food coming in hot here for Puppy Paw, but the olive oil as well.
This Cataphract Longbow, the last thing you want to see, a composition we have seen many a time from Byzantine close out games very comfortably against any civs. But in the poor case of the Chinese here, there's not a lot going for them, even as Demu does age up to castle age. Getting veteran horsemen is not quite what you're looking for in this situation. Is able to get some onto the back with the longbows, and culling the count there will be definitely a saving grace, Rob, if you can get that. But otherwise, the Cataphracts are just untouchable almost with the units that Demu has. The longbows are surviving decently long too. They do have their veterancy upgrade, and the horsemen from Puppy Paw are not dying either, and then all of the army is falling away from Demu. And with all of the economy behind things for Puppy, and unfortunately not so much the same for Demu, this may just be a case of Puppy running into the base of Demu, into Demu GG.
In some cases, if you get a good enough castle timing and you have the access to food as China, you can reach a point where you just outmass the Cataphracts with sheer knight numbers and overpower them. Difficult it is to do in an even game, but in this kind of a game, it's virtually impossible here for Demu. As you see now, the groves are almost in full swing there for Puppy Paw. Plenty of them around that winery, boosting them up and the income of oil even further. And more longbows in queue, more Cataphracts, even putting plenty of respect here on Demu's Lancer switch, and even adding some Limitani behind this, even though they're not even needed, I would say, at this stage. Taking down the village. Now it's just about Puppy circling the base here like a shark, just looking to kick Demu out of his game, who, I mean, Demu does have a bit of a reputation for really hanging on in those games, which I think is a good habit, frankly. You always want to try your best and make your opponent fight for these wins, but this game is a very difficult one to recover.
Yeah, turning into the Lancers, like you say, if we could get the mass enough to overwhelm all of the units that Puppy Paw has here, he will be able to beat it with Lancers, but there's just no opportunity for Demu to get enough of a count to overtake this. He's doing a decent job here to be able to pick up some kills, and even with the long bows, just shooting unhindered there. They do eventually break through. The Cataphract count is climbing far too high. Demu is out of units entirely. GG is called, and game 1 goes to Puppy Paw, doing what his brother Wham could not.
Exactly. I mean, once you lose that lead in the early game here as China, it just snowballs out of control so quickly. You have to be able to dictate the pace, the level of unit commitment from either side. You should be the one controlling that as China. So when you lose that position of power early on, it just becomes so difficult to climb back up against a very steady, robust civilization like the Byzantines that just keeps getting better and better the longer the game goes. And that is true for China as well, but there's a sharp fall down when the food runs out, where they're very vulnerable for a good period of time, even in an even game, but never mind a game where they're behind, such as this one. So, as we mentioned, the Lancer count can sometimes overpower the Cataphracts, but you need at least double the number of Lancers to Cataphracts, which easier said than done.
For Demu, it didn't really start off very well for him in the early feudal age, but he did a really, really fantastic job to bring that back and win a fight and be able to push in against Puppy Paw as we jump into our next game. The one thing maybe saving grace for Demu is that when Wham lost his first game, he went on to qualify. Puppy Paw winning his first game, maybe that works in reverse. I guess we'll find out. But in this game, we've got Demu spawning in the pink this time as the Abbasid dynasty in the bottom of our map. And in the northeast, we've got Puppy Paw on the Mongols, a civ I know he loves, and I love watching him play. So I'm very excited to see what Puppy Paw is going to bring us with this trademark civ.
Yes, Puppy, a very dangerous Mongol player indeed. Plays them exceptionally well, and it's a great map for Mongols as well nowadays. Demu with the Abbasid pick, this used to be a very strong pick way back in the day here on Four Lakes, one of the prime civilizations for this map. Now, of course, with the state Abbasid is in today, those days, they're almost hard to remember at this stage, but still, up against the Mongols, I mean, Mongols, they're not exactly a powerhouse civilization nowadays. They're a very situational pick that, they have some really good potent matchups into some of the best civs in the game. They can do great up against Japanese, up against Malians even sometimes, and even a civilization like Byzantines. Mongols, with their early pressure, can really put a stopper to these otherwise greedy snowballing civilizations. Abbasid, on the other hand, works quite a bit differently, and with their economic prowess, as well as the fact that they scale incredibly well later into the game, could work very well in Demu's favor here, as he is a player that does prefer to go for that late game quite often. It's where he feels very, very comfortable. Poppyboy, on the other hand, I know actively dislikes it. He loves to play aggressive and loves to control the tempo and dictate the way the game goes and in what direction. And that's very much reflective of his pick here with the Mongols. But there's no barracks opening following up after the docks, as one might potentially expect, and it makes sense here. This is one of the good things about Abbasid in this situation, is there's not a big danger against spears for you. I mean, you have the cheaper docks first and foremost, just like the Ayubids do, half price. And then even if you opt to skip docks as Abbasid, and let's say on a normal map you would get tower rushed by the Mongols as well, you can just go militarying and drop a ram immediately and destroy the tower before Mongols even finishes aging up.
Definitely look to see Poppypaw play aggressive here, and I think it's a little bit interesting to see him not go for that Dark Age aggression that we see a lot of players who pick Mongols on these maps go for. And we do see Demu going for that military wing. Now, this isn't necessarily the same type of military wing play that we saw out of MSN in our previous series. On a hybrid map, this could be more to shore up your position, as well as get some early pressure on your opponent's docks. The thing with Mongols is, of course, they early on in the game, that double production with the stone is such a huge bonus. It might fall off a little bit later, but early on, it does allow you to get plenty of numbers out, as we see villager on villager crime, with Demu doing actually a good job to push that villager away and stop the counter docking. Although now Poppypaw brings it back to commit. I'm not sure if that's villager is going to have success there. A lot of hits still going off the villager from Demu, still following, which if it does, that Khan will eventually kill it for sure. This might just be a trade 1-for-1.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be. And it has a danger with going up with a forward dock here, is if you do get spotted, the scout and the villager can stop the dock in time here for Demu, right? The villager does go down, but then again, the Khan, of course, is just so annoying with those arrows, especially once the feudal age is reached, because the damage then goes up on the Khan. So chances are you will lose that villager that you used to kill the opponent's villager, and that's exactly the case here. Now Demu going for his own counter dock play, a very good choice here with the Abbasid due to the cheap cost, and I think this villager pull might be a little late. Damage has been dealt to the villager, however, so there's a chance it's there in time. No, he knows it'll be too slow, so he just drops a dock right next to it instead, and this is really nice for the Mongols here, because obviously you can get arrow slits, the arrow slits and placement on the dock very easily with that passive stone, and that means that whatever ship comes out of the dock for Demu will immediately start taking fire.
Going for a ship straight away, at least to try to secure that pond. But like you say, Mongol do sort of have that advantage with not having to gather that stone and having the naval arrow slits come out right away. Is always nice when it doesn't feel like you're having to invest too much of it or into it. At this stage, we've got all the docks or all the ponds having some action going on, except for the one to the left of Demu's base. And I love to see this from Poppypaw, looking to just play the game as chaotic as he can, with docking everywhere and then getting the Keshiks onto the field to go and cause some havoc themselves. Demu himself, of course, with that military wing, is trying to get those units out and about, but unfortunately, none of them are at home for these Keshiks coming in. That's going to be one easy villager to start with, and probably picking up a second one, maybe even a third if they can click onto the right villager. And a lot of damage on that last one at least. So very nice from Puppy Paw to pick off a little bit of damage there onto the gold, and at least for now, denying it entirely.
Yes, an early lead here crept up by Puppy Paw, keeping tabs on Demu's movements and economy. Pushing him off of gold is a big advantage here. I mean, Abbasid has always struggled with a slow age up, and that's something Demu has to be really careful of, right? Especially when there's fishing involved. With such big food income on both sides, it's very easy to get taken by surprise by castle age timing, especially as the Abbasids here, and that's a very easy way for you to die very quickly. You can't speed up your age up, and that can be a big problem in such a tempo-orientated meta as we see today in Age of Empires 4. And heavily on gold, Demu is now. Makes complete sense. He knows what's coming, and he probably suspects that Puppy Paw might be looking for a castle age behind this, which kind of looks like he is, but now there's an archer switch coming up as well as a blacksmith, so there's likely going to be a heavier feudal commitment here than originally anticipated.
Looks like it with that many on gold and the continued ticking or production, I should say, of the Keshiks. 2 in queue already at the moment and not looking to stop there. Now the archers behind it as well, we see just a pure, basically, knight archer comp in the feudal age. It's really not that much different from real knights in this situation. Puppy Paw does get a dock there on that far left pond to give it some action as well. Nothing there going on the bottom one, but other than that, we are seeing them all be at least some point contested. We do see that food eco really skyrocketing for Puppy, so as soon as we see him stop making those Keshiks, we can probably look to see a castle age timing come in nice and quickly. And like you said, unlike Abbasid, Mongol can look to go up to castle as fast as they like with more villagers building that up. And it seems at this point, Demu really wanting or committing to trying to get this dock down and getting a first military ship out to deal with that arrow ship. But otherwise, it might look like it is going to go down. Keshiks once again coming in on this gold. There's no tower, no units sitting there. He's able to push it out every single time. And these Keshiks are getting so much work done.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Puppy Paw sees Demu's army, right? He knows he was so focused on that dock. The camel archers were there as well, the ones that provide the debuff against this Keshik. So naturally, that opens up a doorway towards that unprotected gold. And now the fight is being taken by Demu up against these Keshiks, but outside of the camel archers, there's no spears here. There's no spears at all on the field for Demu. There's no barracks even, I don't believe. So this is a big problem here for him, because as a result of this, these Keshiks are left kind of unchecked. And although they are potentially the weakest pseudo-knights in the game, they are still more than enough to deal with something like horsemen and even camel archers in low numbers.
Especially when Keshiks get that extra bit of time in these extended fights, that healing comes in even more clutch than it otherwise would. And Spearmen, if they can kill them quickly, their healing may as well not exist. But when they get a bunch of attacks, swings in those fights, the healing really does come up. And especially if they can also fight onto those docks and get plenty of hits away, it actually does come in quite clutch for the Mongols and makes those Keshiks feel more like knights than they otherwise would. We see that as Demu come back out to that gold, really adamant to get in as much as he can, even if he's losing a lot of villages each time he does. Parthing really not doing him any favors as well. Probably going to lose another 2. No, just the 1. That one gets safely, even though seeing his life flash before his eyes. But is able to get enough gold and look to go to the castle age, but quite a significant sacrifice. And we see Puppy Paw is macroed up as well. 25 villagers on gold. Kiev's going to be joining him as well. And with that faster age up, we're probably going to expect Puppy Paw to even reach it first.
Yeah, exactly right. The damage is just adding up very quickly here in Puppy Paw's favor. The economic count is spiraling out of control. Over 10 now in favor for Puppy Paw. More villagers as well as more fishing ships at this stage, and all the idle time on the gold. We saw Demu just a little bit slow to pull away, distracted at that point in time on the gold. Costs him heavily And the Step Redoubt is now on the way. Culture on the way as well here for Demu. He does manage to find that age up in decent timing here. But that tempo loss is big. I mean, there's still, even now, that dock is producing in the north side here from Demu. A lot of resources have gone on the wayside here because there's just not significant damage you can find there against a Mongol dock placed right next to it. Just the arrow slits just do so much damage. You're never going to be able to fight effectively there. So the investment is very hard for it to pay off. So the boot camp hasn't been taken by Demu either in that feudal age, but too distracted to do so. And Puppyball, with the Step Redoubt now finished, I mean, that's the economic play, right? There's no Kurutai here, so a natural follow-up for this from Puppyball could potentially be an Imperial Age.
All the options are really in Puppy Paw's hand at this stage. He's got the tempo and got the earlier age up. The Step Redoubt just makes that gold come in so fast. And if he is able to get that Imperial Age with the Karganet Palace, it really just puts Demu on a timer to make something happen before all of those units can overwhelm him. But before he's got to worry about that, the Culture Wing is only just now coming in. It really does feel so long for poor old Abbasid to age up from when they hit the button. But it is now in. I think we'll probably see Demu notice his upgrades, but with Preservation and Knowledge, of course, coming in first, and hopefully the likes of Boot Camp and others coming in next. Those gold villagers, we've seen this movie before, having to pull off of gold again, but he does at least, Demu, see that early enough and gets them all to safety before any go down, but it does push him off gold at a time where he's really wanting to spend a lot of it in that early Castle Age, and his poison of choice is Lancers.
Lancers will be a good choice, yeah. I mean, Demu must understand the dynamics of the way Mongols play on a map like Four Lakes. He must understand that this is just a distraction. These Keshiks are just to keep him busy. Already we see these Springald emplacements coming in, just a couple of crossbows in anticipation of what is likely Lancers here from Demu, and it's a good guess indeed in this case. The food is there, only the gold, 100 out now for Puppypaw. It's gonna be the Karganet Palace immediately being placed down very soon here. The Springald emplacements are there. We saw 2 of them. There might be 3, maybe one that we missed, I'm not sure. And potential additional outposts as well, maybe even to get a bombard emplacement. But you can see, you know, this can be very dangerous for the Mongols, even on this map sometimes, if the game has been even and the opponent, instead of going for the Imperial Age, they just continuously pump all that res into units. But with the lead that Puppypaw has built up, he's able to just get this Karganet virtually uncontested.
Then we come across the map seeing that, okay, Puppypaw has pulled back. What can I at least see, if not commit damage to? But we can see the armies now. It's still, even with the age disadvantage and being nowhere near Imperial Age himself, he's unable, Demu is, to fight Puppypaw's army. And now he sees the age up come in as his army is running away from his opponents. It's not great to know that 3,600 resources have gone into something that you don't have, and you're still having to run away from his army. Now Demu running his army back all the way to his base, not able to find any damage elsewhere either. It's a pretty awful position to be in. And I think in this case, it's a matter of what Puppypaw is going to get out of his Karganet to start going across the map.
And it's going to be the Nest of Bees as the first unit on the casino roll there from the Karganet. And these aren't just any Nest of Bees. Any unit that comes out of that Karganet Palace has every single upgrade equipped onto it, including the civilization-specific unique upgrade. So this Nest of Bees has the additional barrels. It does huge damage if it comes into range of any backline. And like you mentioned, normally you'd be the one in Demu's position now wanting to siege Puppypaw and dealing damage. Demu has no window of this whatsoever. I mean, Puppypaw goes Castle Age with he went Imperial Age with a bigger, scarier army than Demu, so that just speaks volumes to that's how behind Demu is at this very moment. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised he's still in the game. But these games matter, every single one, right? So you want to keep fighting. I don't blame him at all. I'd probably do the exact same, but the writing is on the wall there. It's a monumental task that Demu now has to overcome this deficit.
The only saving grace I feel for Demu is maybe he feels that eco is still somewhat similar. I mean, they've split the ponds 2 for 2. Fishing is basically identical at this point. And so with all of that food and still being on gold himself, there's still a chance that he can make something happen with the eco that he does have. For us looking in, it really doesn't feel like it. But for Demu, he's still now committing to units rather than looking to sneak in and age up. So we might see Demu look to just do one last hurrah, take on Puppy Paw's army before it looks like it's getting too much out of control. Interesting to see actually that shaman or imam running across the map. There's still relics on the map as one of our players is already in Imperial Age, excuse me.
Yeah, Puppy Paw opted to completely forsake the relics in favor of the earlier timing, which is always a choice one has to make, right? Do you just keep fighting a little bit in the castle age until you get the relics and then go for imp, or do you try to shave off maybe a minute or so and get it even earlier? And I mean, with the lead that Puppy Paw had, it just makes perfect sense to ignore the relics. It's not like they're gonna make any real difference. I mean, the relics that Demu has collected so far, like, I'm not even sure he's had them long enough to even pay for the monastery and the imams that have come out to collect them at this point. It's going to be a while before that comes in just yet, and now Puppy Paw is knocking on the doors, and even that one nest of bees is just something that's going to be so hard for Demu to try to take out even, and it's going to do so much damage. And on top of it, of course, all these Keshiks, as well as these upgraded free units from the Kalgana Palace. Demu comes in for the last hurrah. A massive flank coming in. It's about as good of an engagement as you can possibly hope for. He finds the connection onto the nest of bees, but there's too many units looking to surround and protect it, and as a result, it does not go down. And the backline from Demu is melting. It's a good split, but anything nest of bee touches will die. At the same time, the backline units from Puppy are clearing all of the lances here from Demu. There's none left. He had 20 and is now down to 0 with only 2 more in count. The warrior monks are joining as well to provide the buff, although they're too far away from the army to provide buff. Some of them do get the inspiration. Khan Hunter as well, providing additional range to all of these range units, and the elite palace guards as well to tank the front line here. Although crossbows do counter men-at-arms and the palace guards have 1 less armor, with this type of a deficit, it's too much, and GG is cold.
Demu doing a great job there just to try to find the best fight that he could. And I think he did. The surround across, almost killing the nest of bees early, and then the lances coming in from the top to try to make it the best fight he could. But the tech disadvantage, the numbers disadvantage, the eco disadvantage, it was just too much for Demu to overwhelm or to overtake at that stage of the game. And unfortunately, that does mean it is 2-0 to Puppy Paw over Demu at this stage. But we are there ready to go straight in to game number 3. We see Macedonians versus Jushi. Demu on Macedonians, hands down, one of the best civs we're seeing at the moment. Seen it either banned or sniped away each time. I have not seen it played today. So at least we're going to get that treat here. But Demu is on match point. He has to get this game back today.
And Macedonians on Frisian, it's one of their best maps, I'm tempted to say. Although they have no dock bonuses whatsoever, so you might think it doesn't make much sense to play them here. At the end of the day, it's the food. The food that you get on this map allows you to pump out those superior military numbers with one of the best armies in the game here for the Macedonians. So if ever Demu can begin to mount a comeback, it is going to be here, and it is going to be with the Macedonians in a very favorable matchup up against the Jushi's legacy here from Puppy Paw, who opted to ban out Aura the Dragon instead, allowing Demu to play Macedonians. And this is actually, I think, a very smart choice when you're this ahead in the draft, and it shows a great amount of comfort in the state that you're in, because, yeah, Puppy Paw could look to make it even easier for himself in this game and just ban out the Macedonians and play up against OTD, and then you have, a somewhat slightly rare and unusual matchup that isn't really, people wouldn't be certain exactly who's favored there. But if you just allow your opponent to play the better civ here, even if they win, they do not have this civ to use later on in the draft, and you just traded one of your weaker civilizations for it. So Puppy Paw, again, wants showing extreme comfort in his position in this series, and almost giving Demu a bit of a lifeline, knowing that it's potentially in vain for him, at least believing so.
Maybe a bit of a bluff too, not thinking that, or maybe thinking Demu wouldn't think that he would then ban out Order the Dragon rather than Macedonian. But I think you're on the money there. A lot of confidence coming from Papipo. He knows he's obviously well set up in the series to be able to take it, whether that's in 3 games, 4 or 5. I'm sure he's confident that the long game is the one that he's able to play, as long as whatever's going to give him the greatest chance at winning. And we see this quite a lot on Frisian Marshes, the early dock, and then whether somebody decides to go for the follow-up barracks or not. And we see that with Papipo and Spearman already coming across the map, and this poor villager still making the Varangian stronghold, but it will get it up. But that does cost a lot more money than the barracks does as well. But we'll be able to make those. I'm not going to even try to pronounce it, mate. But make those Macedonian spearmen. And now we see that spearman running past and going all the way to the top of the map, seeing, I assume, just a scout. No, the villager is up there looking to make another dock. And if Papipo can get this, that would be a huge initial lead to take at this early stage.
Yeah, and this is the painful thing here for Macedonians, is they are great when they have access to this food, but this is where they struggle when it comes to Dark Age. They, in theory, have better spearmen than most civilizations. They do cost an additional 10 food, but 10 less wood. And of course, they gain additional attack speed stacking with however many there are together. But the issue is the cost of that stronghold, just like you mentioned. The higher cost, 200 compared to 150, means that the spearmen are just later, and he's stuck on the defensive now. Demon's taking good trades, of course, having that home advantage, but behind this, Papipo is ahead in fishing ships. Of course, his economy is scaling just a little bit better, courtesy of the Imperial official behind this as well. So it's really a bit of a tricky position for Demu. Oftentimes we see the Macedonians not even opt for a dock opening against potential Dark Age specifically because of this, and go for a fast age up instead. But Demu being brave this time around and going for it, but has to be careful about extending too far here with the well, coached on this quite a bit. I think it's Adgermathar, something like that.
Oh, that gives me zero confidence at all to pronounce it. But we see Demu making them. And then, of course, looking to challenge against Papipo's Spearman. And the thing is, with Mass, the Spearman attack speed bonus does give them a benefit. They are worth that extra cost when you have them. But in these low numbers, the attack speed may as well not exist at all. And these really are way lower numbers than what Papipo has. And now Papipo is ticking up to feudal age behind this, whereas Demu is only just now gone onto gold and is going to be behind on the age up as well. The meditation garden's coming out. Papipo has got, honestly, he's got no rush at all, and now he's firing away at fishing ships and the dock, and there's nothing Demu can do with these spearmen now to contest. And at this point, he's still making more, but there's no way he's able to catch up to the count that Papipo has. But I think for Demu's case, if he feels that this dock goes down and he loses military, he loses the fishing and the eco, and he's going to lose the feudal age up timing, there's really nothing then going for Macedonian at all. And if he's looking like, oh, maybe I can get those Radari in Castle Age, there's no chance with this type of start that he can be thinking about that just yet. But I'm not too sure for Demu what he can possibly do to stabilize this position.
No, it's pretty severe, right? The sheer, like, this type of being behind in the age up like this is so big, whilst at the same time he still can't even match these spearman numbers, all because of that supervision from Jushi, because of the more expensive stronghold here for Demu, and also the extra drain on food for these Germathar. I mean, sure, you save 10 wood, but that's not what you're struggling with in the Dark Age at this stage when playing an extended Dark Age like this. It's the food that's the problem. You have to keep producing villages behind this and somehow match the spearman numbers at the same time. And it's easier said than done. There's a couple of torches there coming out as they peel off the dock onto the Germathar here from Demu, who again just can't find the numbers to bring together. And now with the age up through, these spearmen from Papipo are going to get the hardened upgrade, but it's not on the way just yet. He's just lacking the food for it slightly. It does cost 25 wood. Now it comes in. and he's going to be able to upgrade them while still winning, even though he doesn't have the upgrade yet. The dock is still under siege here. Demu can't even get enough food together here to start considering an age up. He's getting quite close now, 22 on food at this stage, but he's still so far out from the age up. He hasn't even begun yet.
No, poor Demu. He actually almost had the money ages ago, but then needed to reinvest into the Whamenqt. That's my best. I mean, I'm not going to try again. But still unable to fight those spearmen, and now the spearmen being upgraded to veterans, plus the Chukanu now coming across the map. He does also eventually lose that dock. 9 minutes into the game with a military deficit and no fishing to speak of, is looking to go up with a hippodrome, which is going to make cavalry units into a huge mass of spearmen. It really, really feels awful for Demu, and I feel from especially after those last couple games to come into this one feeling like he's got a chance with a great civ, but then just having things go so wrong for him so early on. It would be very, very tilting, of course, but unfortunately for Demu, he's not going to have another chance to turn it around. He has to turn it around in this game, and he's throwing everything he can against the wall to try to make that happen. He's got all of these Whamenqt now, which have the increased attack speed, but with the veterancy deficit, there's just no chance they can take a straight up fight, and it's just going to be slowly tripping away. These spearmen are finally going to get that down. And then when the Chukanu show up from across the map, there's just absolutely nothing these spearmen can do.
No, it would add insult to injury. When you invest this heavily into the Dark Age, you hope to at least save your initial docks here because of the investment that you made. But Demu wasn't even able to do that, unfortunately, all because just of the sheer disadvantage his civilization is in this type of a Dark Age commitment. And that really is the worst situation you can be in when you intentionally sort of, set yourself behind to try to save the greed of your play, and you aren't able to do it. Then you just fall even further behind than you were before, and that's exactly what we're witnessing at this stage. A second dock has now fallen for Demu. Poppypaw is at this point threatening the northern third dock as well. The Zuganu now finding the Whamenqt behind us, we're looking to cut off and peel some of the reinforcements, and this is kind of the best thing Demu can try to do. It's a good choice. It's what he has to do really in this position, to try to sort of start to salvage some of these military numbers in his favor, but it's just too much. Now we're moving into the Varangians, which, yeah, I mean, if you have 20 plus of them and you have the additional +2 damage, +2 armor with that silver, it's gonna be great, but that is such a distant wish here for Demu with these Zuganu. Poppypaw just relentless with his aggression, and the timing is just too strong. There's just so many Zuganu, and there's no real answer for them whatsoever. Demu doesn't even have the food to produce horsemen. Just a bit of kiting will mean that most of Demu's frontline here will melt so quickly to the Zuganu, even though the Steeled Arrow is not even in yet. Just the lack of Steeled Arrow means that this frontline is surviving longer than they even should, but still, they are dying so quickly.
We're so used to seeing the Hippodrome be a tempo setter for Macedonian, getting out that champion scout and then that champion horseman. In this case, I'm not even sure if we're going to see that poor champion horseman come out. It's behind that and the regular horseman not being able to be produced. It's really just villagers at this point. Now going for the Whamenqt there, the archers behind as well to try to do something to turn this around. But I mean, I can see Demu try to hold on for all his life in this game. It is match point, but there really is next to nothing that I can see as a way out of this hole for Demu. The Varangian guards, maybe previous patches when they're a little bit tougher, and like you said, if you can get that +2 armor, then it doesn't really matter what feudal army Poppypaw has, but you can scratch feudal out of that as an adjective. Mount Lu Academy coming up, 9 villages building it, and I can't see Demu holding on too much longer once he sees this come in.
Yeah, with the Mount Lu confirmation, once the air notification comes in for Demu, I'd be very surprised to see him stick around, considering already how behind he is. A bit similar to the Mongol game, but I'd say he's probably even further behind in this game than in that game. At this point, Poppy's even starting to dock Demu's side in the north there. Just to add insult to injury at this point, but it's just so much here for Poppypaw, and yeah, Yeah, he knows there's just absolutely no possible way to recover in this position. GG is cold, and Papipo, in a domineering fashion, takes the series 3-0.
Incredibly strong from Papipo. I know Demu, I think he'll be kicking himself a little bit for some of those games, for some of those mistakes that he made, or didn't hold himself to quite the standard of his play, which we're so used to seeing from him. But also credit to Papipo for bringing through his best play and making Demu make those mistakes and closing it out 3-0 in pretty dominating fashion. It doesn't mean that Demu is out of it. I made that mistake before, but it's simply not true. Demu still has a chance in the lower bracket tomorrow, where he will go up against our other loser in the semifinals, or second place in the semifinals, which was MSN. And we'll have the battle of the brothers in the upper bracket, the Canadian twins battling it out, Papipo and Wham going head to head in a best of 7. That is worth tuning in for by itself.
Absolutely. So it is going to be Demu and MSN tomorrow as the series, as we mentioned. That will then be followed up by Papipo and Wham for the winners bracket. They will then face the winner of Demu against MSN, and the winner of that match will then qualify. And of course, the winner of Papipo Wham will also qualify, and those will be the last 2 places filled out for the Homestead Cup in Serbia later this year. But that will be it from us for today, and tomorrow is when the action resumes. Ben, it's been a pleasure casting with you. You did fantastic.
Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure. First time casting with yourself, and it was an absolute blast to share the mic with you. Thank you so much. Big shout out to Whamenqt, caster turned producer, observer, everything, a woman of many talents, and of course to Arcane Tommy for the admin behind the scenes. Much appreciated. And of course to all of you watching and in Twitch chat, thank you so much for tuning in. Tomorrow is going to be so exciting, seeing 2 players qualify for those last 2 spots at the Homestead Cup in Serbia in May. I can't wait. But for now, we stop. We all go to sleep, relax, rest, and come back for some amazing games tomorrow. Thank you all so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out, and we will see you live tomorrow.